Chapter 555. Long Chen's words were within everyone's expectations. But when Long Chen said it, everyone felt that this boy was too bold. Of course, he had the right to say that since Long Chen was here to protect him. The Devil Emperor also had a premonition at the beginning. When Long Chen said it, the anger in the Devil Emperor's heart grew little by little. One of the great Devil Saints was livid. He said gloomily, "Boy, you've already made an enemy of the Wushu Alliance. Are you going to make an enemy of the ancient demons area as well? No matter how many experts the dragons have, they won't be able to withstand it. Don't push all of you to a dead end." The other great Devil Saint said, "If you let us go this time, we'll help you in the future. If we fall out, the Wushu Alliance and the ancient demons area are so big. Can you guarantee that the members of the dragons won't be killed one by one? Not every dragons is as strong as the Iceberg Dragon Emperor." These two Devil Saints had lived for a very long time and were already cunning old foxes. What they said was indeed very reasonable. However, neither Long Chen nor Long Yu was frightened. To be honest, the ancient demons area and the dragons were now enemies. If they were afraid of them, Long Yu would not have come here today. Zhang Wuya was handling things outside, so Long Chen was very relieved. Zhang Wuya was a trustworthy person. With him leading the other four, it would be difficult for the Wushu Alliance or the ancient demons area to do anything. After all, the Wushu Sage Empire was so big. It was easier said than done to find one person. Even in the dreamy cloud swampland, it was not easy to find Zhang Wuya and the others who had just left. Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other. Then Long Chen continued, "Seniors, you don't have to trick me. If the Crimson the Arch Seal doesn't fall into my hands today, there's no way Zhang Wushang will hand it over to you. Aya, let me take a look. It seems like he's bleeding. From the looks of it, if too much time passes and he dies, don't blame me." Long Chen's tone was very despicable. The faces of the Demon Emperor and the others were all livid by Long Chen. They regretted not killing Long Chen earlier in the ancient demon area. If they had killed Long Chen earlier, they wouldn't be in such a stalemate. Looking at Zhang Wushang in Long Chen's hand, Zhang Wuxia's heart broke. The blood that flowed out from Zhang Wushang's abdomen was Zhang Wuxia's blood. What should we do? Zhang Wuxia's mind was also in a mess. The Crimson the Arch Seal is one of the 5 great Emperor Seals. But can you gather all 5 and get the Emperor-level combat skill? With a martial Emperor around, it's obviously impossible. Even if you gather all 5, you have the foundation of the ancient demon area. If a martial Emperor wants to kill you, where can you hide? But we dragons are different. Even a martial Emperor can't get rid of us. So a wise man submits to circumstances. Long Chen reminded him again. He was telling the truth. The Demon Emperor had the foundation of the ancient demon area, which meant that he couldn't appear and disappear unpredictably like the dragons. Even if he gathered all 5, in the face of the power of a martial Emperor, he might just end up helping someone else. After thinking about this, the Demon Emperor and the 2 great Demon Saints looked at each other. They had already accepted their fate. Long Chen's words had successfully moved them. However, how could the people of the Wushu Alliance give up so easily? The Demon Emperor was afraid of Zhang Wushang's life, but they weren't. So while the Demon Emperor was hesitating, Yang Ningfeng waved his hand. Suddenly, all the people of the Wushu Alliance began to surround Long Chen and Zhang Wushang. In this way, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy for Long Chen to complete the deal with the Demon Emperor. The situation was once again in a stalemate. Long Chen also frowned. With the interference of the Wushu Alliance, everything seemed to be difficult again. "Big sister, what should we do?" Long Chen asked. The Wushu Alliance was watching from the side, and he couldn't do anything about it. Long Yu also wasn't confident that she could complete the deal while surrounded by the Wushu Alliance. This stalemate made no one dare to make the first move, so it continued like this. Just as everyone was gradually losing their patience, and Zhang Wushang's face was getting paler and paler, suddenly, something unexpected happened. Not far behind where Long Chen was standing, there was an explosion, and mud flew everywhere. Then, everyone saw a fiery light that was 10 times more violent than the previous one soar into the sky, burning half of the sky of the dreamy cloud swampland completely red. Buddha's chants rang out from the fiery red clouds, and at some point, a huge figure of the Arch Seal emerged from within and then disappeared. This anomaly lasted more than 10 times longer than the previous one. Only when everyone was dumbfounded did the anomaly disappear. However, right at this moment, the ground started to tremble. It was as though something was coming out from the hole. Long Chen was stunned. His brain had always been faster, and he thought of the legend of the Scarlet the Arch Seal. The strange phenomenon just now was exactly the same as the 2 times in the legend. The figure of the Arch Seal had appeared, but the previous one had only been a fiery light. Did this mean that the Scarlet the Arch Seal that the Devil King had obtained was actually a fake? After Long Chen reacted, Long Yu also reacted quickly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Devil King. The Devil King was stunned. He instantly took out the Scarlet the Arch Seal that he had obtained and slapped it down. Suddenly, the so-called Scarlet the Arch Seal was smashed into pieces. It's fake. We've all been fooled. This thought immediately appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, everyone knew that they had definitely been fooled. The previous strange phenomenon must have been created by someone, and this Scarlet the Arch Seal must have been taken out by someone to fool them. The trick of that person was really brilliant. It was obvious that this was the real time for the Scarlet the Arch Seal to appear. That person's trick was really brilliant. Now those who had fought for the Scarlet the Arch Seal were either dead or injured, especially the dragons, the Wushu Alliance, and the ancient demon region. After fighting for so long, hatred had been sown. They did not expect that it was all because of a fake Scarlet the Arch Seal. When the real Scarlet the Arch Seal appeared, they could only be dumbfounded. The fastest to react was the Wushu Alliance, because they had nothing to worry about. When they knew that the Scarlet the Arch Seal was fake, they quickly adjusted their mentality and headed towards the place where the real Scarlet the Arch Seal would appear. The people of the ancient demon region, of course, also wanted to move, but unfortunately, Jiang Wushang was still in the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen knew how to choose. Since the Devil King did not obtain the Scarlet the Arch Seal, Jiang Wushang was useless. Taking him along would only be a burden. Therefore, without saying anything, Long Chen pushed Jiang Wushang towards the Devil King. The Devil King carefully caught him and handed him to a devil saint beside him. Of course, they did not have time to teach Long Chen a lesson. Instead, they followed the footsteps of the Wushu Alliance and headed towards the place where the real Scarlet the Arch Seal would appear. We'll go too, Long Yu said quickly. Big sister, you go first. I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I have the blood escape technique. If the situation turns bad, I'll run away, Long Chen said quickly. After what happened just now, Long Yu was very confident in him. Therefore, he quickly nodded and followed in the footsteps of the people of the ancient demon region. Long Chen had absolute confidence in Long Yu's strength. After Long Yu left, without saying anything, Long Chen went in front of the Blackwater mystical snake. He did not know who had taken the monster core and the beast soul. For Long Chen, the most important thing was the Blackwater mystical snake's blood. Even the great virtual realm would not be able to contain such a large body. Therefore, Long Chen used the devouring world of blood again to extract all the blood from the Blackwater mystical snake's body. When the task was complete, a huge ball of blood appeared in front of Long Chen. Compared to this ball of blood, Long Chen was like comparing an ant to a human head. Next to it was the Blackwater mystical snake's dried body. Long Chen could not store the body, but the great virtual realm could still store the blood. Although the key to the cultivation of the martial realm is comprehension, the increase of true origin is indispensable. With this grade 3 king tier demonic beast's bloodline, I don't have to worry about Wong crystals anymore. For others, the improvement of genuine essence in the earth martial realm depended more on Wang Jing. But for Long Chen, the blood of the demon was enough. After storing all the blood of the Blackwater mystical snake in the great virtual realm, Long Chen looked in the direction where the red emperor seal had appeared. Although there are strong enemies around, the 5 emperor seals are very important to me. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I have to grasp it. Wealth comes from danger. If I am not strong enough, how can I face Xiaoxi's parents? Thinking of that girl, Long Chen had an unforgettable longing in his heart. This longing sometimes made him feel so uncomfortable that he could not breathe. Perhaps this was love. From Baiyang Town, they had experienced so many things together. These memories were enough for Long Chen to reminisce for the rest of his life. Let's go. After making up his mind, Long Chen took a deep breath and rushed in that direction without hesitation. He did not spend much time just now, so he concluded that the Red Emperor seal had not been obtained yet. Soon, Long Chen arrived at his destination. At this moment, there were only the people who surrounded the destination. Long Chen's gaze was first attracted by the strange building. At this moment, In front of everyone was a flaming door that rose from the ground. To be precise, it was a huge fireball. On one side of the fireball, there was a bronze door bathed in flames. The outline of the bronze door was simple, but it exuded an ancient aura and a sense of majesty that could make one's heart palpitate. On top of the bronze door was a fiery red plaque. At this moment, on the plaque, there were 4 big words burning like flames. This is the distant fire divine realm. Long Chen quickly saw the 4 words. The distant fire divine realm clearly meant that the door shrouded in flames led to a small cosmos world. In other words, the red emperor seal was in this small cosmos world. After Long Chen took another look at the door, he then looked at the people in front of the door. First, he noticed that there was a charred corpse on the ground. The corpse was right in front of the door, and the others were not moving in front of the door. It was very likely that the person who had barged in just now had been burned to death. Chapter 556. This was the reason why no one made a move. Otherwise, with the treasures in front of them, everyone would have started fighting. In front of Long Chen, everyone was divided into 4 groups. Long Chen came to Long Yu's side. After seeing Long Chen, Long Yu nodded slightly and then focused on the bronze gate in front of them. Long Chen's gaze fell on one of them. There were a total of 4 groups of people here. Long Yu, the Ancient Devil Region, and the Wushu Alliance were in one group. The other group actually only had 1 person. At this time, among the Ancient Devil Region and the Wushu Alliance, many people were looking at this man with hatred. This man was wearing a yellow robe with a few brilliant daisies embroidered on it. In terms of age, he should be around the same age as Long Yu, at most around 30 years old. In terms of appearance, he could only be described as elegant and romantic. The man had a smile on his face the entire time, with a cynical look on his face. Even if the others glared at him fiercely, he would still smile in return. It was simply infuriating. He is the strongest person in the Huangfu family, the head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Fengchen. The fake Scarlet Emperor seal was his doing. Long Yu saw that Long Chen was paying attention to Huangfu Fengchen, so she whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen finally understood. This man dared to stand here like Long Yu. Obviously his strength was not low. Only the head of the Huangfu family would have the courage and strength to do so. Moreover, the farce just now was all caused by this guy. Long Chen was a little speechless. This Huangfu Fengchen was really powerful. A fake Scarlet Emperor seal was enough to fool everyone. If the people of the Wushu Alliance and the Ancient Devil Region had not been paying attention to the bronze gate in front of them, they would have probably attacked Huangfu Fengchen out of anger. Long Chen was also fooled, so he did not have a good impression of Huangfu Fengchen at first. However, he suddenly remembered that this Huangfu Fengchen could not be Huangfu Qi's father. Looking at Huangfu Qi's crazy appearance, he must have learned it from this guy. While Long Chen was paying attention to Huangfu Fengchen was also sizing him up. After a while, Huangfu Fengchen chuckled and said, "Little guy, my precious daughter misses you a lot. When are you going to visit my Huangfu clan?" As expected, he was Huangfu Qi's father. Long Chen roughly knew that Huangfu Fengchen's daughter had always been a secret. Therefore, when Huangfu Qi went to the Ancient Devil Region, no one had guessed that she was Huangfu Fengchen's daughter. "If I have time, I will definitely go." Long Chen nodded and said. He was still not familiar with Huangfu Fengchen, so he did not know the relationship between him and Long Yu, so he kept a little distance. Hearing this, Huangfu Fengchen smiled and said, "Little guy, don't treat me like an outsider. My daughter calls you big brother, and she also treats you as her brother. She talks about you all day long. Since you are her brother, you don't need to be polite with me. Just treat me as your father." Long Chen almost choked on his own saliva. This Huangfu Fengchen was really a weirdo. His logic was very strange. His daughter called Long Chen big brother, so Long Chen became his son. Long Chen did not know how to answer, so he could only say, "In that case, I will call you uncle." In this way, not only would he not suffer a loss, he would also be able to form a relationship with Huangfu Fengchen. Now that Long Chen had Long Yu's protection, if Huangfu Fengchen were to protect him, there would naturally be many benefits. In fact, many people could hear the hidden meaning behind Huangfu Fengchen's words. Although his words seemed to be a joke, it was actually to get closer to Long Chen, and at the same time, to warn others. He had already called him father, so if others were to make a move against Long Chen, wouldn't it be the same as slapping his face? At that time, if he wanted to speak up for Long Chen, no one would be able to say anything. Everyone present understood that it might be because of his daughter, but Huangfu Fengchen seemed to want to protect Long Chen. In this way, those who wanted to make a move against Long Chen would have no choice but to consider whether they could afford to offend Huangfu Fengchen. However, after Long Chen finished speaking, it made Long Yu roll her eyes. Only then did Long Chen remember something. Long Chen and Long Yu called each other brothers, but he called Huangfu Fengchen uncle, which meant that Long Yu was one generation lower than Huangfu Fengchen. So Huangfu Fengchen cackled. Long Chen had fallen into his trap, so he looked at Long Yu with a complacent expression. However, Long Yu simply ignored him. Everyone was nervously looking at the bronze gate. They had already tried, but it seemed that attacking it by force would not work. Someone had already died. Even someone at Long Yu's level did not dare to move, let alone others. So now they could only wait. Huangfu Fengchen was obviously an expert in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. Including him, there were already 4 experts in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm here. Long Chen waited for a while. Just when everyone was thinking of a solution, suddenly, a flame appeared in front of the bronze gate. The flame jumped, and soon gradually evolved into a few words. Like the previous Fire Divine Realm, the words that appeared were a bit ancient. Long Chen guessed that they should be from the Middle Ages. Only 5 people can go in, otherwise, the Divine Realm will collapse. After the flame evolved into these words, it immediately disappeared. Only 5 people can go in. Everyone was a bit surprised. In other words, if 6 people went in, the Divine Realm would collapse and the Red Emperor seal would be gone. Moreover, it was very likely that those who went in would not be able to come out. The 4 experts present were all top-notch existences like God Wushu Sage. If they died, it would be a tragedy for many people. Therefore, after seeing this line of words, no one dared to be careless. The 4 experts looked at each other. Soon, someone made a fair decision. Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng said, "We have a total of 4 forces, and there is only one place left. Whoever takes advantage of the others will not be convinced." "Right. Only 5 people can go in. Then 4 of us will go in." Time was running out. Yang Ningfeng also wanted to let 2 people from the Wushu Alliance go in, but he knew that the others would definitely not agree. Huangfu Fengchen was the first to agree. After all, he only came here by himself. Then, Long Yu looked at Long Chen and also agreed. After all, with Long Chen's strength, even if he went in, he would not be able to get the Red Emperor seal. Since the 3 of them agreed, Jiang Wuxia had no choice but to agree. "Long Chen, after I go in, they will definitely attack you. At that time, you can directly use the escape skill to leave and find Wu Ya and the others." After making the decision, Long Yu ordered. Long Chen nodded. When Jiang Wuya left, he told Long Chen where they were. Only Long Chen could easily find them. However, they left just like that. Long Chen was still a bit unwilling. Only 5 people can go in. 4 of them went in. Looking at the bronze gate, Long Chen's mind was spinning. Right at this moment, a creaking sound could be heard as the bronze door slowly opened. No one dared to be the first to move. They could only wait. When the bronze door was completely opened, everyone discovered that there were actually flames within the bronze door. Raging flames. Long Yu and the others took a few steps forward and looked at each other. No one dared to move first, especially the Devil Emperor and the Martial Emperor. They were older, and they were quite cautious. A few cowards. Huangfu Fengchen glanced at the Martial Emperor and the Demon Emperor with disdain. Then his figure flashed, and with a swoosh, he directly entered the flames. At this moment, the raging flames were like the surface of a lake, ripples spread out, and Huangfu Fengchen's figure had already disappeared. So it was a camouflage. Following closely behind Huangfu Fengchen, Long Yu also quickly entered. The Devil Emperor and the Martial Emperor looked at each other, then rushed in as well. When they all entered the bronze door, they discovered that they were standing in a cave. The 4 of them looked at each other vigilantly, then stood in different directions. First, they began to size up the cave. What made them puzzled was that the cave was completely sealed, and there was no way out. The only way out was the bronze gate at the entrance. The 4 of them turned around to look. The bronze gate was still fine. From the outside, the inside of the gate was a burning flame, but from the inside they could see very clearly. Only 5 people can enter. Can we understand that only 5 people can enter? If the 4 of us go in, the gate won't close, and there won't be a new passage until the 5th person comes in. At this time, Long Yu guessed. As soon as she said this, the others also felt that it made sense. Otherwise, how could they explain the current situation? They were trapped in a cave, and this cave was in the small heaven and earth world, and they didn't know how to get out. After thinking for a while, the Devil Emperor and the Martial Emperor became anxious, because the 5th person could only be chosen from their team. The problem was that they couldn't even make a sound, so they could only wait for the people outside to figure it out themselves. Whoever was smart enough to think that 5 people must come in first would be the 5th person to come in. Therefore, the 4 of them looked out of the gate. After the 4 of them went in, Long Chen already had a plan in mind. As soon as Long Yu left, the people of the Wushu Alliance and the ancient demon region all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen had killed the people of the Wushu Alliance, and he had just kidnapped Jiang Wushang. This was the reason why they would attack Long Chen. Do you want to kill me? It's a pity that you're not strong enough. Long Chen didn't seem nervous at all, which made people very confused. There were 4 people in the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, but he still thought that he could escape. One of the 2 great devil saints took care of Jiang Wushang, while the other stepped forward and said to the people of the Wushu Alliance, "Brothers of the Wushu Alliance, this guy just hurt my young master. I have to do it. He also killed my good friend, Sword Saint Sikong. I have to do it." The people of the Wushu Alliance didn't show weakness. At this time, they were still arguing about who should do it. It was really funny. Long Chen didn't want to argue with them anymore, so he said, "You 2 old bastards, don't argue anymore. I can't kill you all in one go. You're so arrogant. You're courting death." Chapter 557. The Martial Saint and the Demon Saint of the Martial Alliance and the Ancient Demon Realm attacked Long Chen, a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, at the same time. Idiots. Long Chen laughed and executed the blood escape art. He suddenly turned into a bloody light and disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone originally thought that he was going to use the blood escape art to escape, but they didn't expect that Long Chen would actually head in the direction of the Bronze Gate. When the crowd realized what was going on, Long Chen had already turned back into his human form and rushed into the flames of the Bronze Gate. The flames created ripples and enveloped him. He went into the distant Fire Divine Land. The crowd was astonished. They hurried to catch up with him, but Long Chen had already gone into the distant Fire Divine Land. Don't move. If 6 people go in, the distant Fire Divine Land will collapse and Wu Huang and the others will die. Wushu Sage of the Wushu Alliance stopped the crowd. What a shame. How could we let him go in? He's so cunning. I'm afraid he planned to go in long ago. That's why he's standing in front of us. We fell into his trap. He's so young but he's so cunning. With his strength, the Demon Emperor can easily kill him after he goes in. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he can go in, but he can't come out. The 4 of them are all in the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen is nothing to them. Everyone was cursing in exasperation. And at this time, the bronze door let out another sound and actually slowly closed. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated. When they retreated, the flames on the fireball surged and gradually engulfed the words Distant Fire God Realm and the bronze door. A huge pure fireball appeared in front of everyone. It spun and slowly dived into the depths of the swamp. Soon, it plunged deep into the ground and disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at their surroundings as everything returned to its original state, looking at each other in dismay. Even the gate has disappeared. There's nothing left. How are the Demon Emperor and the others going to come out? One of the demon saints exclaimed. Don't be anxious. Since someone has set up a test, there must be a way out. I believe he will definitely get the Scarlet Emperor seal. Another demon saint said firmly. If that's the case, let's go back to the ancient demon area to support the situation first. After the 2 great demon saints came to a decision, they left with the injured and unconscious Jiang Wushang. As for the people of the Wushu Alliance, they looked at each other and said, "We'll set up camp in Cloudy Heaven City first and report everything that happened here to the Martial Emperor. He'll then make a decision." Yes. Long Chen appeared in front of everyone just like that. Just as he appeared with a whoosh, Long Yu pulled him behind him and vigilantly looked at the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor. Originally, they had agreed that only 4 people could come from each side, but now that there was one more person on Long Yu's side, they would definitely not let the matter rest. As expected, the martial emperor Yang Ningfeng said, among the 4 forces, only 4 people can compete for it. Now that there is one more person, I think the only way is to get rid of him for the sake of fairness. The demon emperor Jiang Wuxia also said, Long Yu, are you going to do it, or are we going to do it? Don't offend everyone because of a mere reaching heaven state cultivator. Long Yu looked at them coldly and said with a smile, if you want to kill him, it's very simple. Just step over my dead body. The question is, do you have the ability to do so? Huang Fu Fengchen's face was still full of smiles when he saw them opposing each other. He said, you two must be joking. Long Chen is my precious daughter's good brother. He's my nephew now, and he might even become my son-in-law in the future. How can I allow you 2 old fools to kill him? Long Chen was stunned. He looked at Huang Fu Fengchen in a daze. To be honest, he had never seen a father like this. Huang Fu Qi was only 10 years old, and he was already in a hurry to find a son-in-law for her. This was too weird. Of course, after thinking about it, Long Chen knew that Huang Fu Fengchen was only joking to protect him. This meant that Huang Fu Fengchen and Long Chen were on the same side. So this time, Huang Fu Fengchen was on the same side as Long Yu. Naturally, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor were on the same side. The 2 sides were evenly matched. As for Long Chen, if a real fight broke out, he would not be of much help. He would only be a burden. The Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor exchanged a look. They had a clear understanding of the situation. If they wanted to kill Long Chen, it would cause a fight between the 4 of them. It was not worth it. At this moment, the tunnel outside was completely closed. There was a tremor in the surroundings. Then the crowd found that in the wall in front of them, there were 5 places that were engulfed in flames. The flames gradually expanded, and soon, 5 tunnels as tall as a human appeared in the flames. Each tunnel, except for the ground, was engulfed in flames. A flame popped out of the tunnel, and a few words appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone enter a tunnel. Otherwise die. This death did not specify who would die, but if they did not follow the rules, they would definitely not have a good ending. The 4 of them could summon the wind and summon the rain in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Coming to the Li Fire divine realm, under this atmosphere, they had no choice but to be a coward and act obediently. Among them, Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen were very worried about Long Chen. This meant that they could not take care of Long Chen. To the 2 of them, Long Chen was a burden. Big sister, Huang Fu. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about me. I will be fine. Long Chen wanted to reassure them. As for the confidence, Long Chen was not very high. But other than fighting strength, he also had many divine abilities. There was also Kitten, a knowledgeable fellow. It should be possible for him to keep his life. He might even be able to get the Scarlet Emperor seal. Huang Fu Fengchen and Long Yu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. I originally did not recommend you to enter, but since you have already entered, it is useless to say anything else. Young man, I wish you good luck. Huang Fu Fengchen sighed. He is right. I can't help you either. Long Yu was a little depressed. At this time, the Martial Emperor and the Demon Emperor looked at them gloatingly, then walked into their respective tunnel. Every tunnel seemed to be the same, so they did not fight over it. Don't worry. Who knows, the person who will get the Scarlet Emperor seal in the end will be me, Long Chen. Long Chen stood up. His face was full of confidence. He waved at Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen, then turned around and walked into one of the tunnels. This young man, how dare he? Huang Fu Fengchen sighed. Isn't it the same as you? After saying that, Long Yu also walked into one of the passageways, leaving the last passageway for Huang Fu Fengchen. Other than the dry soil on the ground, everywhere else was covered in flames. If Long Chen had not merged with the Golden Crow remnant soul in the 9 apertures, the temperature alone would have been enough to roast Long Chen. And the deeper he went, the higher the temperature. Only 5 people came in. After the 5 of them came in, 5 passageways appeared. All of this seems to have been arranged beforehand. Why? Could it be that there is a power above us controlling us? Long Chen asked. You are right. This Li Fire divine realm is under the control of someone. Of course, this person is already dead. I don't have any power now, so I can't sense his existence. Fat Cat said. What do you mean? The one that exists in the leaf fire divine realm and controls this place should be a remnant soul. The cultivation of the martial realm is actually the growth of the martial spirit, the earth martial spirit, the heaven martial spirit, until the god martial spirit of the god martial realm, the earth martial spirit and the heaven martial spirit are independent. When the god martial realm is reached, the god martial spirit and the heaven martial spirit fuse together. As long as the martial spirit is not destroyed, the god martial spirit can exist forever. The martial spirit is power, while the god martial spirit is consciousness. Even if the body is dead, under special circumstances, the god martial spirit can be preserved. I guess the one controlling the leaf fire divine realm is the god martial spirit left by the god martial realm warrior. Of course it might be a small part of the god martial spirit. Kitten's words made Long Chen half understand. He really didn't understand the cultivation of the martial realm. However, he heard about the experts of the god martial realm. He was extremely shocked and said, "Above the god martial realm and the earth martial realm is the heaven martial realm. The heaven martial realm and the earth martial realm both have 9 layers. Together, it is 18 layers. In the entire myriad lands, there are only warriors of the heaven martial realm. Where did the god martial realm come from? This is not the current experts. In the Middle Ages, there were still warriors of the god martial realm in the myriad lands. As for those, I don't know. You said that you are looking for the Red Emperor seal. Maybe it is that Red Emperor," Kitten said. Red Emperor, god martial realm, 5 emperors. Long Chen secretly remembered these in his heart. He knew that the god martial realm was his goal. As long as he reached the god martial realm, he might be qualified to get Lingxi. However, how long would it take to reach the god martial realm? Long Chen bit his lips. He had a hunch that this trip to the leaf fire divine realm was likely to have an extraordinary encounter. Whether he could seize it or not, it was up to him. Perhaps it was a little helpless. But really, if a man was not strong enough, he would be looked down upon by the family of the person he liked. This was the most serious shame in his life. If he did not fight back, he would have to bear this shame for the rest of his life. Long Chen was not convinced. Therefore, he strode forward, brave and fearless. This was the reason why he risked so many dangers to break into the leaf fire divine realm. If he did not come in, how could he marry Lingxi? As he walked, Long Chen did not know how long he had walked. He gradually quickened his pace. After knowing that there was a light in front of him, Long Chen rushed out and found that he had come to a cave similar to the one before. There were no flames around this cave, and the exit was on the other side. On the other side, there was an identical passage. However, it seemed that it would not be easy to get through. Not far from Long Chen's feet, there were dozens of bright flames burning. As soon as Long Chen came, these flames immediately burned and rose into the sky. Chapter 558. There's movement. Long Chen hurriedly took a few steps back when he saw the movement of the sparkling flame. He made all the necessary preparations. Logically speaking, the leaf fire divine realm definitely had the Scarlet Emperor seal, and the direction Long Chen was heading in was definitely the Scarlet Emperor seal. 5 people were competing for the Scarlet Emperor seal, so they naturally had to face obstacles and tests. This flame was the first test that Long Chen had to face. How magical! Long Chen watched as the sparkling flame rapidly enlarged. In an instant, it was almost the size of a human, and then it rapidly evolved into a human-shaped flame. It looked similar to Long Chen's divine fire clone, but of course, it was countless times more powerful than the divine fire clone. The scarlet flame burned fiercely, glowing with a crystal-like luster. It was rather gorgeous as the flame flowed. A total of dozens of flame men appeared in front of Long Chen. Their faces gradually evolved, and eyes, ears, mouth, and nose gradually appeared. Only the eyes were truly formed, and the color of that pot was much darker, like 2 independently burning small fireballs. Rays of light shot out from their eyes, and Long Chen sensed that their long-dormant souls were actually awakening. I have to defeat them if I want to pass through here. Long Chen gazed at the passageway in front of him. In the depths of the passageway, he saw another bronze door. This bronze door was wrapped in flames and was tightly shut. Long Chen guessed that he wouldn't be able to open this door with his own strength. Therefore, he could only defeat the flame men in front of him. These weren't ordinary creatures, so Long Chen wasn't sure how powerful they were. For safety's sake, Long Chen had already transformed into his dragon soul. A majestic aura of flames and dragons emanated from his body. Because the 9 apertures were occupied by the Golden Crow remnant soul, Long Chen had a great advantage over the others when it came to flames. Therefore, he concluded that even if the other 4 were strong, they might not necessarily be as strong as Long Chen. Faint blood-red flames flowed on its blood-red dragon scales. As he circulated his true qi, the power of the Golden Crow had already formed a layer of flame barrier on the surface of his body. This layer of flame barrier increased Long Chen's resistance to fire by quite a bit. At this moment, one of the dozens of flame men stepped out and headed towards Long Chen. First, one to test my strength. Long Chen thought to himself. There were dozens of them, so he kept hiding in the tunnel. Because of the terrain, there weren't many people who could deal with him at the same time. If it was just one, Long Chen wouldn't be worried. At that moment, the flaming man suddenly sped up. His body quickly arrived in front of Long Chen and a fist rumbled towards him. Long Chen was shocked to discover that when the fist was punched out, it actually set off a violent wave of qi. The flaming fist suddenly expanded several times in size as it flew towards Long Chen's chest. From this fist, Long Chen could even feel the power of the martial realm. So strong! Long Chen was quite surprised. When the opponent punched, he also punched. The simple strength of the fist, coupled with the power of the Golden Crow remnant soul, became very different. The power of the Golden Crow remnant soul formed a blood-red flame that included Long Chen's fist. The 2 kinds of flames instantly collided. Poof! The power of the Golden Crow remnant soul was a little stronger, and the opponent was pushed back a few steps. However, Long Chen was already surprised enough. Back then, even the Eagle Martial King was forced to retreat by this punch. Didn't this mean that the battle prowess of this flame man was almost on par with a martial realm cultivator? If one flame man was already like this, then what about dozens of them? Long Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This was only the first hurdle. What would the future hold? No matter what, Long Chen could not give up in order to survive. He quickly stabilized his body. The desolation-cleaving sword in his hand burned with a blood-red flame. His body moved and he rushed towards the flaming figure that had been repelled. First, he slashed his sword at the fists that it had tried to defend against. Then he slashed his sword at its body, splitting it in half. If it wasn't for the Golden Crow remnant soul, Long Chen's own fighting strength would not have been able to create such an effect. I've taken care of one, but there are still so many. Long Chen rushed to the entrance of the cave, the wild breaker in his hand burning. The dozens of flaming men opposite him had not moved, so he did not dare to move. How should I break through? Long Chen confronted them, thinking about this problem. Long Chen, be careful. At this moment, Kitten's figure rang out. Long Chen's hair stood on end. With Kitten's warning, he had already felt a great threat coming from behind. He turned around in the shortest time possible and slashed down with his sword, which happened to collide with the fist of the flaming man that was attacking from behind. If it weren't for Long Chen's quick reflexes, the fist just now would have directly hit the back of his head. If that had happened, he would definitely have been seriously injured. After all, the opponent's attack was close to the earth martial arts realm. Under Long Chen's strenuous attack, a flaming arm was cut off by Long Chen and thrown into the sky. Hasn't this guy already been cut in half by my sword? Why is he still alive? Long Chen's heart was filled with great doubts. Then he saw that the flaming arm that was thrown into the sky disappeared very quickly, and the flaming man whose arm had been cut off quickly grew another strong arm and attacked Long Chen. Immortal body. Aren't you playing with me? Long Chen smiled bitterly. These dozens of flaming men were already hard enough to deal with, and each of them had an immortal body. When would he be able to defeat these flaming men, open the bronze gate and go to the next level? I don't believe that I can't cut you to death. The flaming man's broken arm immediately grew back. Long Chen didn't believe it. The wild breaker, which was burning with blood-red flames, swept across the flaming man's body again and again. After a quarter of an hour, he had already cut the flaming man into small pieces. Only then did Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that these flaming men weren't immortal. They had something similar to vitality. Every time Long Chen hurt them, their vitality would decrease. Although the decrease was not much, under Long Chen's suppressive and crazy attacks, the flaming man finally died in the hands of Long Chen and completely dissipated after being cut about 100 times. Long Chen put down the wild breaker and panted heavily. What a terrifying vitality. I can only kill one after 100 cuts. Even if they came one by one, I would probably die of exhaustion in the end. Thinking of this, Long Chen's face turned a little pale. He looked at the other flaming men. When Long Chen killed the first flaming man, the other flaming men moved at the same time. It's over. Long Chen was shocked. Just now, there was only one. Now, he thought there would be 2 or 3. He didn't expect all of them to move at once. Moreover, Long Chen saw anger in their eyes. Long Chen didn't go into the cave. Instead, he was still in the passageway. The passageway wasn't big. Therefore, Long Chen only had to face about 4 or 5 flaming men immediately. Even so, it was enough to make him suffer. 5 punches came at him at the same time. No matter how fast Long Chen's movements were, he couldn't block so many punches. He could only retreat and attack at the same time. Unfortunately, each flaming man needed 100 cuts to die. Long Chen retreated for 100 meters but didn't manage to kill any of them. If this goes on, I'm definitely finished. Faced with the huge pressure, Long Chen frowned deeply. Of course, he didn't regret it. He continued to retreat. At this moment, a flaming man used the cover of his companions and punched Long Chen's shoulder. Boom. The power of the flaming man's fist wasn't weak at all. Long Chen had the Zhenwu demonic body and a strong dragon body. Coupled with the power of the Golden Crow remnant soul, he was still sent flying. He almost dropped the wild breaker in his hand. So strong. This punch made Long Chen's qi and blood tumble. He almost vomited blood. However, the huge power of the punch still made him dizzy. Even his mind was a little clearer. If this goes on, I'm definitely going to die. Long Chen fell to the ground. He had already realized this. If it wasn't for the Golden Crow flames that formed a barrier around his body, the power of the flaming man's flames would have swept through his body and burned him to a crisp. When he landed, 6 or 7 flaming men pounced at him. They had already punched him. As long as they followed up, they would be able to take Long Chen's life. Long Chen's expression changed. After he landed, he slashed out the sky punishment sword formation. Suddenly, in this narrow space, the blood-red flaming sword talismans exploded with endless sword radiance. The dozens of flaming men were instantly swallowed by Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation. The originally crowded passageway became empty in an instant. It's done. Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, the remaining dozens of sparks in the passageway suddenly turned into dozens of flaming men. None of them died. However, their life force had decreased under Long Chen's attack. Even if I use the sky punishment sword formation at full force, I can only cut off about 1/10 of their life force. It's impossible for me to slash out 10 sword formations. He frowned again. How was he going to get through this terrifying obstacle? At this moment, Xiao Lang's figure appeared from the Great Void Realm. Big brother, let me try. Aren't they immortal? I'll swallow them directly. However, they are very strong. If you catch one, I'll swallow one. How about that? Xiao Lang was a Heaven Grade 9 martial artist. His strength wasn't much weaker than a single flaming man. Long Chen felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. Hence, he nodded and pulled Xiao Lang out of the Great Void Realm. This was his only hope. Chapter 559. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was of the fire attribute, but it was indeed the nemesis of all fire-attributed creatures. After coming out of the Great Void Realm, Xiao Lang stood beside Long Chen. He lowered his head and looked at these flame men with black flames flickering in his eyes. If he was surrounded by so many flame men, even Xiao Lang would be defeated. Hence, Long Chen's task was to cover Xiao Lang. The specter doppelganger separated from his body. Long Chen and the phantom doppelganger stood on the left and right of the wolf cub. The phantom doppelganger could at least play a protective role. At this moment, Xiao Lang signaled to Long Chen. Then, he leaped towards the flame men that had just recovered from Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation. In an instant, he closed in on them. At this moment, Long Chen stuck close to Xiao Lang. It's starting. Xiao Lang suddenly pounced in front of one of the flame men. That flame man pounced towards Xiao Lang. Just as it was about to punch him, Xiao Lang opened the mouth of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. A black vortex appeared in Xiao Lang's throat. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, a huge suction force acted on the flame man's body. The black vortex spun rapidly. That flame man felt the terrifying suction force and quickly retreated. However, it was too late. Under Xiao Lang's black vortex, it found it difficult to move. Soon, it was kneaded into a ball of flames and was completely swallowed by Long Chen. The wolf cub abruptly closed its mouth. 2 fiery red flames flashed in its eyes before immediately disappearing. At this time, Long Chen had just split 2 of the approaching flame men in half. It's working. That's good. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Lang also revealed an excited expression. It was obvious that devouring the flame men had a significant effect on him. Perhaps in the end, Xiao Lang could even become a king-class demonic beast. When Xiao Lang became a king-class demonic beast, he could transform into a human. Although his true form was still a demonic beast, it was already a great surprise for Xiao Lang to be able to live like a human. Because of this, Long Chen was even more careful. When the wolf cub devoured one of the flaming men, he hurriedly split the other flaming men apart. The wolf cub became more and more proficient at devouring, and the speed at which it devoured also increased. The number of flaming men slowly decreased, and the further it went, the less of a threat they posed to Long Chen. If it wasn't for a special existence like the wolf cub, it would be impossible for Long Chen to fight against these dozens of flaming men by himself. Even if it was Long Yu and the others, if they encountered these flaming men, they would probably have to repeat Long Chen's previous steps. Each of them would take a long time to kill. Finally, the wolf cub killed the last flaming man. At this moment, Xiao Lang's aura had increased a lot. How is it? Is it enough to break through to the king-class demonic beast? Long Chen hurriedly asked with concern. Not yet, I'm still a little short. King-class demonic beasts are different. It's like a whole new level of life. Basically, there aren't many demonic beasts that can complete the leap from the heaven stage to the king class. Therefore, I think it will be very difficult. Xiao Lang said helplessly. He had already digested a lot of flames. He had even devoured the true sun fire before. However, he reckoned that there was still a huge gap between him and a king-class demonic beast. When Xiao Lang reached the king class, he would definitely be even more powerful. There should be more than one checkpoint here. Let's continue. Who knows, there might be other rewards. Just as Long Chen finished his sentence, the bronze door in the opposite passage suddenly opened. Long Chen and Xiao Lang nodded. He first let Xiao Lang return to the Great Void Realm. Then he carefully walked towards the bronze door. After exiting the door, the scene before them suddenly became clear. Long Chen looked carefully and realized that this was a palace. It could also be said to be a gorgeous basement. Here, whether it was the floor, the walls, or even the ceiling, they were all scarlet fire crystals. Although these crystals were not as precious as the king crystals, they were neatly laid out and looked very beautiful. This was a closed palace. The original cubic space was forcibly divided into 5 large sections. It was like 5 passages leading to the next checkpoint. In each space, people in the other space could see the people in the other space. However, the strange thing was that there seemed to be a transparent wall in the middle, preventing people from the 2 spaces from connecting. In this palace, one of the spaces belonged to Long Chen. At the end of this space, there was another bronze door. However, at this time, this bronze door was open. When Long Chen arrived, the first thing he saw was the things on the scarlet crystal floor. The sparkling white crystals scattered on the ground were king crystals, and there were a lot of them. King crystals were good stuff. Long Chen knew that this was the reward for passing the first checkpoint. Without saying anything, he directly put all these king crystals into the great virtual realm. After a rough count, there seemed to be more than 700 of them. Long Chen understood that in the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, there were generally about a dozen king crystals. In the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, there were about 50 king crystals. More than 700 king crystals had already surpassed the average third level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After putting away his own king crystals, Long Chen looked back. Next to the bronze door that he had just come out of, there were 4 other bronze doors. The passages outside each bronze door occupied an independent space. At this time, each bronze door had been opened. Moreover, Long Chen found that the ground of the other spaces had been cleaned up. This means that the 4 of them have passed the first checkpoint. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked around again. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in this palace, he decisively turned around and entered the bronze door on the opposite side. After he entered, the door shook with a rumble and then closed. The 4 of them were all in the third level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. They had passed the first checkpoint before Long Chen, as Long Chen had expected. The first checkpoint is already so difficult. What about the second one? Long Chen was not confident. He hesitated for a while and immediately strengthened his confidence. If I don't continue after coming here, what kind of man am I? In front of him was the same passage as the last time. As Long Chen continued to walk, he found that the temperature he faced this time seemed to be much higher than before. Whistling sounds could be heard coming from the front. Over there. There must be something waiting for him. Long Chen was still in the state of dragon soul. He held the wilderness breaker in his hand and gradually went deeper. After walking for about 15 minutes, there was a strong fire in front of him. After Long Chen was prepared, he approached it. At this time, he found that there was another cave in front of him. This cave was much larger than the previous one, and it should have several times more space. Long Chen had already realized that there was a great danger in this cave. What could it be? Hiss. As soon as he approached, Long Chen heard the sound of the snake. There was a clanging sound above the ground. Long Chen raised his head and suddenly saw that the top of the cave was actually a sea of fire. The sea of fire was burning fiercely, and the hissing of the snake actually came from this sea of fire. With a closer look, he found that this was actually not a sea of fire, but thousands or even tens of thousands of thumb-sized fire snakes gathered together. Each snake was about half a meter long. These were not real snakes. They were covered in flames, similar to the previous firemen. However, they seemed to have snake souls, and every move was exactly like a snake. In the middle of the tens of thousands of red fire snakes, Long Chen saw a small golden snake. This was a real snake with flesh and blood. It was very small, similar to other fire snakes. However, from its body, Long Chen felt a kind of terrifying aura. Be careful. This is a famous demonic beast in the Middle Ages, the Golden Line Emperor Snake. It is in the second rank of king level, but there are many more powerful existences that have died in its hands, the knowledgeable kitten reminded. Long Chen looked at the small golden snake in the middle with fear. In his opinion, the higher the level of the demonic beast, the bigger its body should be. The small golden snake in front of him was a second-rank king-level demonic beast, but its body was so small, which was really incredible. Second-rank king level. Long Chen felt a numbing sensation on his scalp. What's so magical about it? Long Chen asked helplessly. Order. Look at those fire snakes. They are actually condensed from ordinary flames. Each fire snake is like a clone of itself. Under the cover of tens of thousands of fire snakes, ordinary people can't find its real body at all. Its advantage is that its attack power is very strong, and it is very good at hiding. Basically, no one can touch it. However, it also has a weakness, which is its defense power is average. You can only rely on this to have a chance of survival. So, use the devouring demon pupil well, Kitten said with an indifferent expression. Long Chen frowned deeply. The devouring demon pupil was taught to him by Li Xuanji. After Long Chen reached the third level of profound insight, he had not made any further progress. However, as he progressed, the profound insight became more and more useful. It was as if at this moment, in Long Chen's devouring demon pupil, everything had disappeared, except for the snake soul of the Golden Line Emperor Snake. Through the snake soul, Long Chen could grasp its position. This was his only chance to win and survive. You don't have to be nervous. You are very lucky. In the previous pass, those at the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm would definitely die, but you have Xiao Lang. In this pass, even those at the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm will be exhausted to death, but you have the devouring demon pupil, Kitten said. Long Chen also felt that he was really lucky. He looked at the Golden Line Emperor Snake above him, and tens of thousands of fire snakes were also looking at him. At this moment, the Golden Line Emperor Snake hissed and fell from the sky. When it fell, all the fire snakes went to its body, as if there was a huge suction force acting on all the fire snakes. Hissing sounds rang out. Long Chen's hair stood on end when he heard this. Countless fire snakes drowned the Golden Line Emperor Snake in an instant. With a flash of fire, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a huge fire snake that covered the sky and the sun. It was as huge as the Blood Sea Viper, a king-level demonic beast. With a closer look, it could be found that this huge fire snake was completely made up of many small fire snakes. At this time, each fire snake still seemed to have its own consciousness, swallowing and spitting fire. Chapter 560. Long Chen took a few steps back with a helpless look on his face. The Golden Line Emperor Snake is hiding in one of the parts of the fire snake's body. Your spirit-devouring demonic pupil should be able to find it, right? Then try your best to kill it. Once you kill the Golden Line Emperor Snake, these little fire snakes will disappear. Compared to others, your advantage is that you know the location of the Golden Line Emperor Snake. Those who don't know might not even be able to see the Golden Line Emperor Snake, Kitten said. Although Long Chen could find out where the snake was, it was not easy to kill it. Compared to Long Yu and the others, Long Chen's disadvantage was that he was too weak. From the situation just now, they were already one step ahead of Long Chen. The huge burning fire snake coiled together and occupied a quarter of the space in the cave. It stared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. Long Chen was still in the tunnel. When Long Chen walked in, it would launch a storm of attacks. At that moment, with the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, Long Chen saw that the Golden Line Emperor Snake was at the abdomen of the fire snake. However, this was not certain. At that moment, the Golden Line Emperor Snake was examining Long Chen. It moved slowly. Its huge body was completely under its control. The middle of the abdomen was not an easy place to get close. What should I do? The Golden Line Emperor Snake was worthy of being a second-grade king-level demonic beast. Its only weakness was its weak defense. Long Chen had the attack power to kill it, but he did not have the opportunity to do so. I wonder if it can distinguish between me and the Phantom Doppelganger. Thinking of this, Long Chen released the Phantom Doppelganger from his body. The Phantom Doppelganger carried a mid-grade Heaven Stage magic sword and rushed into the cave with a whoosh. However, it did not attack the huge fire snake directly. Instead, it fled to a corner. Hiss. Countless hisses could be heard as the huge head of the fire serpent instantly turned into a phantom that charged at the phantom clone. I'm afraid my Phantom Doppelganger will be completely destroyed. Long Chen frowned. The Phantom Doppelganger was a great help to him. If it was destroyed, his strength would decrease. However, as long as he could kill the Golden Line Emperor Snake and advance to the next stage, it would be enough. Under Long Chen's control, the Phantom Doppelganger rushed to a corner and suddenly turned around. The fire serpent was already very close, and the monstrous flames on its body were already closing in on the Phantom Doppelganger. This fire serpent was made up of countless small fire serpents. Under the control of the Golden Line Emperor Snake, its huge head was like a mountain as it smashed towards the Phantom Doppelganger. Long Chen controlled the Phantom Doppelganger to use its strongest attack, the Sky Punishment Sword Formation. Under the Phantom Doppelganger's display, countless sword chi suddenly turned into a huge wave of sword shadows that rushed towards the fire serpent. The sword light collided with the huge head of the snake. Suddenly, a large amount of flames shot out as if there was an explosion. Numerous flames scattered in all directions. The fire serpent let out a sharp cry and hurriedly retreated a little. At this time, a small part of its head had been cut off by the Sky Punishment Sword Formation of the Phantom Doppelganger. However, countless small fire serpents surged and quickly filled the gap. The size of the fire serpent was only slightly reduced. This showed how strong the vitality of the fire serpent was. Perhaps Long Chen would need to continuously slash the Sky Punishment Sword Formation over 1,000 times before the fire serpent would completely disappear. However, how could Long Chen slash it over 1,000 times? Therefore, if there was no other way, it would be impossible for Long Chen to pass this stage. The Fire Divine Realm was indeed a rather terrifying place. Long Chen's main body was still holding its breath in the passageway, waiting. As he had expected, when the Phantom Doppelganger went out, the Golden Line Emperor Snake focused all its attention on the Phantom Doppelganger. It did not seem to notice Long Chen. The fire serpent's head was close to the Phantom Doppelganger, but its body was coiled around the entire cave. Sometimes it would even flip around. The Golden Line Emperor Snake hiding in the abdomen of the fire serpent was also slowly moving. There was a part of the fire serpent that was not far from Long Chen. In order to avoid being discovered, the Golden Line Emperor Snake had been moving around in the abdomen of the fire serpent. Long Chen could only wait for the Golden Line Emperor Snake to come towards him. Hopefully, the Phantom Doppelganger could last until then. Long Chen waited. At this moment, after the fire serpent was injured by the Phantom Doppelganger, the Golden Line Emperor Snake suddenly roared. It commanded the fire serpent to pounce towards the Phantom Doppelganger again. It opened its huge mouth and endless flames surged towards the Phantom Doppelganger. It seemed like it wanted to use the flames to engulf the Phantom Doppelganger completely and then burn it to death. The Phantom Doppelganger still responded with the Sky Punishment Sword Formation. The soaring sword chi shook the fire serpent away again. It also caused the fire serpent to lose a small part of its body again. It would not affect the fire serpent's combat power at all. The phantom doppelganger was only enough to force the fire serpent away. It was impossible to kill it. It's getting closer. Long Chen's heart was stretched to the extreme. Because of its anger, the golden line emperor snake changed its position rapidly in the abdomen of the fire serpent. At this moment, it was subconsciously moving towards Long Chen's direction. When it got close, Long Chen would explode and use a sure kill move. After using the sky punishment sword formation twice, Long Chen's phantom doppelganger had become a little dim. Victory or defeat depended on this move. Whether it succeeded or not depended on luck. At this moment, the fire serpent became even more furious. Countless fire serpents roared and formed a huge sound wave that pounced towards the phantom doppelganger. Amidst the loud sound, the fire serpent suddenly accelerated and crashed towards the phantom doppelganger like a meteorite falling from the sky. This time, even if the phantom doppelganger used the sky punishment sword formation, the fire serpent would still smash the phantom doppelganger into pieces. Given the strength of the fire serpent, it was definitely possible. After all, it had gathered the strength of tens of thousands of small snakes. At this moment, the golden line emperor snake was already very close to Long Chen's ideal position. Long Chen's heart was beating wildly. He was also a little nervous. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this move. For the last time, the phantom doppelganger used the last bit of its strength to use the sky punishment sword formation. The sword shadows that were like waves caused great damage to the fire serpent. However, the fire serpent did not stop moving forward because of this. This time, it was completely enraged by the phantom doppelganger. Hiss! The phantom doppelganger's sky punishment sword formation had already torn a hole on the serpent's head. Hundreds of small snakes were torn to shreds by the sky punishment sword formation, but even more small snakes rushed forward. The phantom doppelganger had already used up all its strength. It simply could not dodge the fire serpent's desperate attack. Hence, after using the sky punishment sword formation for the last time, the phantom doppelganger did not resist and allowed the fire serpent to engulf it completely. Long Chen could sense that the phantom doppelganger's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Under the burning of the terrifying flames, the phantom doppelganger, which had already lost its strength, rapidly turned into gas and completely disappeared. Meanwhile, Long Chen's shadow appeared under his feet. Long Chen knew that the phantom doppelganger was already gone. However, he had also achieved his goal. The golden line emperor snake had already moved less than 10 meters in front of him. The golden line emperor snake's full attention was on the phantom doppelganger. When it sensed that the phantom doppelganger was quickly disappearing, it clearly relaxed and was about to completely disperse the fire serpent. At this moment, Long Chen attacked. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He held the wilderness breaker in his hand. When he had just moved, his devouring blood world had already been used on his opponent. The dragon's soul transformation and the devouring blood world were prowess that he had to use almost every time he fought. These two prowess had given him countless chances to win. It was the same at this moment. There was only a distance of more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived. The fire serpent's body was about 5 meters in diameter. Long Chen's body was also burning with the red flames brought by the golden crow remnant soul. He suddenly punched the fire serpent's body and broke a hole. Then, he used the sky punishment sword formation in his other hand to strike at the golden line emperor snake. With the support of the golden crow remnant soul, the power of the sky punishment sword formation was almost 10 times that of the phantom doppelganger. Moreover, it was so close to the golden line emperor snake. Under the suppression of the devouring blood world, the golden line emperor snake couldn't react for a while. Most importantly, the phantom doppelganger had already blurred the golden line emperor snake. The sword talisman that was burning with a blood-red flame and the vast sword light suddenly exploded. The area within 10 meters of Long Chen was completely covered by the sword chi that was burning with a blood-red flame. The golden line emperor snake in front of Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless small flame snakes were annihilated in Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation. The huge flame snake was directly cut into two by Long Chen. The golden line emperor snake didn't even have time to dodge. It was directly drowned by Long Chen's sword chi. All the power was poured into this final attack. This perfect killing attack successfully cut the golden line emperor snake into two. He won. Long Chen almost had the urge to kneel on the ground. He had to say that these two tests were too thrilling. In the first test, he couldn't have passed without Xiao Lang. In this test, he couldn't have passed without the phantom doppelganger and the devouring demon eye. Although the fire divine realm was dangerous, it seemed to be completely designed for Long Chen. With the death of the Golden Line Emperor Snake, the fire snakes all disappeared. They turned into flames and fell to the ground like rain. It was a beautiful sight. Tens of thousands of flames laid on the ground in an orderly manner. The only loss was the phantom doppelganger. The phantom doppelganger brought a lot of benefits to Long Chen. When he fought against Sword Saint Sikong, without the phantom doppelganger, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to win. The most important thing was that the phantom doppelganger cultivated with Lu Yi, the girl who looked similar to Lingxi. Two faces quickly appeared in Long Chen's mind. In the end, he still couldn't let go of Lingxi. What is love? I don't know, but to pursue Lingxi like this seems to be my destiny. It is also my biggest pursuit in this life. Long Chen stood up and looked around blankly. Chapter 561. This time, Long Chen believed that he would be able to kill the golden-striped Emperor Snake faster than the others. He estimated that with the golden-striped Emperor Snake's concealment and strength, even a martial artist at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm would have trouble dealing with it. In the first test, it was impossible for those at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm to pass. Now, it was impossible for those at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm to pass. These two tests were obviously meant to stop all those below the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. Unfortunately, although Long Chen was only at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he miraculously passed all of them. After the Golden Line Emperor Snake died, Long Chen collected its body. Then he saw that on the opposite side of the cave, a bronze gate had opened. Were there any more tests below? If there were, Long Chen could only have a tragedy. He was already very lucky to have survived until now. If there were another test that was more difficult than this one, he would definitely die. After tidying up, Long Chen didn't hesitate to walk out of the bronze gate. There was a bright light in front of him. When Long Chen walked out, he discovered that he was still in a palace hall. The palace hall was also divided into 5 parts, and each of them could see each other's passageways. However, it was as if there was a transparent wall in the middle that made it impossible to pass. Through the transparent wall, Long Chen could see the progress of others. This time, he looked back and found that the other 4 bronze gates had not opened. That was to say, the 4 experts at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm had not killed the Golden Line Emperor Snake and reached this test. Without the soul-devouring demonic eyes, it would be quite troublesome to not know the location of the Golden Line Emperor Snake. Long Chen ignored them and looked in front of him. First, he saw a light formation not far from the bronze gate. This light formation was not very big, only about 1 meter in diameter, far smaller than the Heaven and Earth Transmission Formation. However, the gorgeous and complicated symbols on it were several times more than those of the Heaven and Earth Transmission Formation. This is a miniature Heaven and Earth Transmission Formation. Only one person can pass through it, and it's one way, and it's cross-border. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, Kitten explained. Crossing over? What do you mean? Long Chen understood the first part, but he didn't understand the meaning of crossing over. The teleportation formation you used in Songyang country is not a cross-border teleportation formation, because it is a teleportation formation in Chenkuan world. But this one can teleport you from Fire Deity Realm to Chenkuan world outside. This is what cross-border means, Kitten said lazily, looking at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen's gaze quickly missed the miniature cosmos teleportation formation and looked elsewhere. In that case, this is the exit of the Li Fire Divine Realm. In that case, the thing I want should be here. Long Chen looked forward. This was the first time he looked forward. It's so hot. After arriving here, Long Chen realized that the temperature in front of him seemed to be very high. It was even much higher than the temperature along the way. He widened his eyes and saw that the front of the passage was filled with flames. These flames blocked his way forward. When he noticed the existence of these flames, Xiao Lang became extremely excited. Big brother, these are not ordinary flames, Xiao Lang said hurriedly. Extraordinary. Long Chen looked carefully and found that besides the abnormally high temperature, these flames were slightly different from ordinary flames. Wasn't this the true sun fire? Moreover, compared to the true sun fire that Xiao Lang had obtained last time, there seemed to be more true sun fire here. The true sun fire was the most ordinary outer flame of the sun. Sometimes, it would fall onto the mainland, but it was really rare to see so much true sun fire gathered together. Although Long Chen couldn't see all of it, he estimated that the true sun fire here was at least 10 times more than the one Xiao Lang had obtained last time. This also meant that Xiao Lang could very likely use this true sun fire to break through the shackles and reach the true king level. At this time, not only was Xiao Lang excited, but Long Chen was also extremely excited. Next, it was definitely time for Xiao Lang to devour these flames. Just as Long Chen was about to let Xiao Lang come out, a bronze door suddenly opened behind him. A slender red figure came out. It was Long Yu. At this time, her body was quite charred. She might have suffered a lot in the battle with the Golden Line Emperor Snake. He didn't expect Long Yu to be the first to come out. Of course, this didn't mean that Long Yu was the strongest. She just finished off her opponent the fastest. Since she had come out, the others should be almost there. Long Chen originally wanted to let Xiao Lang come out, but for the time being, it seemed that he would have to wait a little longer. As soon as Long Yu came out, she naturally saw Long Chen first. Her original expression was a little sad, but after seeing Long Chen, she was completely stunned. Her eyes were full of disbelief as she looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, why are you here? Long Yu said with a somewhat unclear voice. Long Chen knew that she would be very surprised. Normally speaking, Long Chen's strength was comparable to the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to pass the first level. If I said it was because of luck, would you believe me? Long Chen said with a smile. Long Yu gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Looking at Long Chen again, looking at this shocking youth, Long Yu could only believe this fact in the end. She shook her head somewhat helplessly and said, "It seems that from the very beginning, you have been continuously creating miracles. We can talk about other things later. You came here first. Did you discover anything?" Long Chen pointed to the miniature heaven and earth teleportation formation and said, "That should be the exit of the Fire God realm, but I think that the Scarlet Emperor seal should be in this flame." Long Chen pointed to the true sun fire in front of him and said, in the direction of Long Yu, it was also filled with true sun fire. Just as he said this, a small flame suddenly jumped out from the true sun fire in front of him. There was also one on Long Yu's side. The small golden flame swayed in front of Long Chen's eyes and quickly evolved into a line of words. The Scarlet Emperor seal is in this true sun fire. The true sun fire has a total of 100 meters. Whoever walks 50 meters first will obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal. Whoever walks 100 meters first will obtain the mysterious gift. Such a message came from within the flames. Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other, and Long Chen saw the helplessness in Long Yu's eyes. At this time, Long Yu said, "This true sun fire is extremely hot, and I used true essence to wrap my entire body so that I wouldn't be burned. If my true essence was exhausted, I'm afraid that I would be burned to death inside. With my strength, I estimate that I can only walk 20 meters at most, and the other three will definitely not be able to walk 30 meters. Of course, Long Yu's judgment was not wrong. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he was quite surprised, because he had Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang could devour the true sun fire, so of course, he could ensure that Long Chen could go deeper. However, now that Long Yu was still here, Long Chen was not in a hurry. I can at most walk 40 meters. If I want to obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal, not only will I have to walk 50 meters, but I will also have half of my true essence left. Otherwise, if I run out of true essence, even if I obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal, I will still die. As for the mysterious gift, it's impossible to obtain it without reaching the 5th or 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm," Long Yu said with a serious face. In this way, the four of them were still far from being able to obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal. At that moment, the other three doors opened one after another. The Martial Emperor, Yang Ningfeng, Huangfu Fengchen, and the Demon Emperor, Jiang Wuxia, all came out. All of them were covered in dust. They looked even more miserable than Long Yu. As soon as they came out, they carefully sized up their surroundings. The situation in the palace hall was clear to them at a glance. Of course, what shocked them the most was Long Chen's existence. They had originally thought that Long Chen was definitely dead. Even they were covered in grime during the previous 2 trials. It took them a long time before they finally passed. Why was Long Chen still standing here unscathed? How could this be? Kid, how did you manage to survive? Forget that little golden snake. Even a random flaming being would be able to kill you. The demon emperor cried out in a somewhat speechless manner. His words also represented the doubts of the martial emperor and Huang Fu Fengchen. Huang Fu Fengchen was also very surprised that Long Chen could survive. He smiled as he looked at Long Chen and laughed. The expression of disbelief on his face gradually turned into admiration. It seems that this young man has a lot of secrets. Xueqi likes him so much. When Xueqi grows up, hee. Huang Fu Fengchen thought wretchedly. Long Chen ignored the demon emperor. Anyway, with the transparent wall, the demon emperor couldn't touch him. He looked at Long Yu and asked, "Big sister, what are you going to do?" "I definitely have to go in and try. Wait for me outside. The temperature of the true sun fire is extremely high. You must not go in." After Long Yu finished speaking, true essence wrapped around her body. She didn't even look at the other three, and then, she plunged into the true sun fire and was instantly engulfed. Long Yu had always been decisive in doing things. After Long Yu went in, the others became anxious. They no longer cared about Long Chen and quickly approached. Soon, a small golden flame reminded them about the 50 meters and 100 meters. 50 meters? What kind of joke is this? Doesn't that mean we have to walk 100 meters in the true sun fire? Zhang Wuxia's expression quickly changed. The others were also a little depressed. Their strength was not much different from Long Yu's. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Long Yu is just a girl. But didn't she go in? Huang Fu Fengchen laughed and followed Long Yu's footsteps. He wrapped his body with spiritual origin and also entered the true sun fire. Yang Ningfeng and Zhang Wuxia looked at each other and also rushed in. Soon, only Long Chen was left. Chapter 562. How is it? Did you get the Red Emperor seal? Seeing Long Yu come out, Long Chen quickly asked. Long Yu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I've tried my best, but I've only advanced 25 meters. Unless I reach the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, I won't be able to get the Red Emperor seal. Only the Martial Emperor of the Wushu Sage Dynasty can get the Red Emperor seal. If you cultivate to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm here, can you?" Long Chen asked. Long Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I'm still a distance away from the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. I don't know what's going on in the Fire God Realm. If I stay here for too long, I won't be able to get out. That would be sad, but the good thing is that I can't get the Red Emperor seal, and they can't either." Long Yu still didn't know that not only the Red Emperor seal, but also the Xian Emperor seal was in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen thought for a moment and decided not to tell Long Yu that he had the Xian Emperor seal and the Red Emperor seal. He absolutely trusted Long Yu, but in life, he still needed to be a little wary of others. Besides, the 5 great Emperor seals could only be used when they were gathered. Telling Long Yu now didn't seem to be of any use. Moreover, at this time, Huang Fu Fengchen and the others also began to come out of the true fire of the sun. Like Long Yu, they were all covered in dirt, but none of them had obtained the Red Emperor seal. If they knew that the Red Emperor seal that they had painstakingly wanted was now in the hands of Long Chen, what would their expressions be? Most importantly, there was also a 5-color key related to the 5 Emperor's treasure, which was now in the hands of Long Chen. Xiao Lang was in a deep sleep. Long Chen estimated that when he woke up, he would be a king-level demon beast. Originally, he should have left the Fire God realm, but since he was with Long Yu, he naturally had to wait for Long Yu. Otherwise, once he went out, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor would attack him. After the 4 experts came out, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that everyone's faces were covered in dirt. They knew that no one had obtained the Scarlet Emperor's seal, but they did not give up and immediately left. Therefore they sat down to cultivate. They used the King Crystals and absorbed the martial essence in the King Crystals to slowly recover. After about half a day, they were able to recover all of their genuine essence. Long Yu's true essence was also exhausted. Originally, she was about to sit down and recover, but at this moment, her gaze landed on the miniature Chen transfer array. Her expression suddenly changed, and she approached Long Chen and said softly, "Chen, don't leave this place and touch that transfer array." "Why?" Long Chen asked, puzzled. That miniature Chen transfer array is used to cross realms. In the process of crossing realms, there will be a great tearing. Although your body has cultivated the king-level body refining battle skill, you are still not in the Earth Martial realm. Without genuine essence and Earth Martial body, The tearing force caused by crossing realms will destroy your body. If you pass through this transfer array, it is very likely that you will be seriously injured, or even hurt your foundation. Long Yu frowned and said, "Ah." Long Chen was stunned. He hurriedly asked Kitten, "Fat cat, what she said is true." "It's true." Haha. Kitten's laughter was a little weak. "Then why didn't you say it just now?" Long Chen said snappily. "This god is a super existence. How can I clearly remember the details of weaklings like you? In my eyes, you are no different from a mortal. When I was at my peak, I could kill millions of ants with a single breath." Not expecting that there would be such a thing, Long Chen was speechless. He raised his head and asked, "Big sister, doesn't that mean that if I want to leave this place, I have to cultivate to the martial realm?" Long Yu nodded and said, "Right now, this is the only way. You have already reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and it is time for you to cultivate to the earth martial realm. Since I can't get the Red Emperor seal for the time being, I will teach you the cultivation method of the earth martial realm here." Long Chen thought about it carefully. This was indeed a rare opportunity. He knew nothing about the earth martial realm. With the Dragon Moon sect, it should be a smooth journey. The only thing that was a little depressing was that time was a little tight. In this fire god realm, if he didn't leave, who knew what would happen? At this moment, other than Long Yu, the other three were recovering and preparing to try again next time. Long Yu said, "I dare to conclude that without the 4th level of the earth martial realm, it is impossible to obtain the Red Emperor seal. Since that is the case, I will teach you cultivation wholeheartedly. I will first recover my true essence, otherwise I will not be able to demonstrate it to you. Of course, I will first explain the cultivation method of the earth martial realm to you so that you can understand." "Thank you, big sister." Long Chen hurriedly nodded his head. "You and I are brother and sister. There is no need to thank me in the future. Moreover, we are related by blood. It is not too much for you to call me big sister." When Long Yu spoke, her tone was always indifferent. However, under her cold eyes, there was still a trace of gentleness, especially when it was directed at Long Chen. "I got it," Long Chen replied. Before, he had always been lawless and had no respect for his elders. However, in front of Long Yu, he did have the feeling of being with an elder. There are two parts to the cultivation of the earth martial realm. One part is the same as the 4 basic realms. It is to meditate and absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen one's true essence. The second part is to comprehend the meaning of the word martial in the fist technique and condense the martial soul in the sea of consciousness. All methods are based on fists. You must first practice the fist method, then you can practice the sword method, the seal method, and the finger method. No matter if you attack with or without weapons, they are all extensions of the fist method. If you learn the fist method well, other attacks will follow naturally. As for the earth martial arts realm, there is an earth martial arts fist manual, which can help you practice the earth martial arts fist manual to the peak. The earth martial spirit of the earth martial arts realm has reached the advanced level and reached the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is quite difficult to practice. I will recover my true chi first, and then you can look at the general principles in the first level of the earth martial arts fist manual. After she finished speaking, Long Yu took out a fist manual from the earth martial realm. This fist manual was not big and did not have many diagrams. It was more of an introduction and guidance of some main concepts. Due to the restriction of the transparent wall, Long Chen could not get the earth martial fist manual. However, Long Yu opened the earth martial fist manual and placed it on the ground, so that Long Chen could roughly see the words on it. He was talented and had a photographic memory. After glancing over those words a few times, he roughly remembered the words inside. Of course, it would take him a while to remember them, and it was another matter to really understand them. Obviously, because of his comprehension and enough fighting experience, Long Chen's understanding of the word martial was much deeper than that of people in the same realm. It was also natural for him to practice the earth martial realm. It turns out that the 4 basic realms are really just the basics. Long Chen nodded and carefully pondered the meaning of those words. The 18 heavenly rivers have become the martial vein that runs through the whole body, and the 9 apertures have become the 9 martial apertures, which are the base of the whole body's strength. Most importantly, the true chi has become the true essence, which is as rich as the billowing river, and the power has increased several times. When I reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm, the power that my consciousness can control has reached its limit. At this time, I have to strengthen my consciousness and condense it into a martial soul, so that I can control more power.
The practice of the earth martial realm is actually the process of strengthening the martial soul, and absorbing more spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turning it into the true essence is just another unimportant part. My refining blood into chi can help me quickly increase the martial soul, but the practice of the martial soul requires comprehension and diligence. The comprehension in the fist technique is the most important part. The practice of the earth martial realm is to practice and condense the martial soul. The strengthening of the martial soul originates from the understanding of martial arts, especially the understanding of the earth martial realm. The earth martial soul in the earth martial realm is indeed related to the cultivation of the earth. Comprehending the power of the pulse of the earth and using the power of the earth to condense it into an attack can double the effect of the attack, thus strengthening the martial soul and connecting the earth martial soul with the earth. Connecting the pulse of one's own power with the pulse of the earth layer by layer is endless. When one reaches the first level of the earth martial realm, one can trigger the first level of the pulse of the earth, doubling one's attack power. When one reaches the second level of the earth martial realm, one can trigger the second level of the pulse of the earth, and when one reaches the ninth level of the earth martial realm, one can trigger the ninth level of the pulse of the earth, increasing the attack power by 9 times. With a light punch, I'm afraid that I have the power to shake mountains and rivers. Combining with the earth, one can become a true expert. Martial arts is battle, and one can bring into play the advantages of any part of the body. Condensing the martial soul, a powerful martial soul, can control the power of the body more accurately than consciousness. Because of the existence of the martial soul, one can condense the power on one point, without causing any damage, and thus launch an even more powerful attack. From this, Long Chen finally understood why the experts of the earth martial arts realm, such as Long Yu, could punch a smooth hole on a smooth rock. After reading the general principles of the earth martial arts fist manual, Long Chen roughly knew what was going on in the earth martial arts realm. If you want to reach the earth martial arts realm, you must first feel the power of the earth, attract the power of the earth, and inject it into your body. Standing on the ground and punching is the easiest way to experience the earth. Every time you step on the ground, every time you punch, you can make progress, until your attack, for the first time, completely integrated with the pulse of the earth. Long Chen took off his shoes, let himself step on the ground barefoot, and carefully felt the power of the earth. Cold. This was what he felt at the moment. It should not just be cold but moving. The earth is not static, it is moving, but we are all on it, so we can't understand its movement. Chapter 563. Long Chen didn't move at first. He just stood there quietly, thinking about what the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual said. Earth Martial Soul, Earth Pulse, Martial Vein, Martial Aperture. My first heaven aperture is in the Sea of Consciousness. Long Chen vaguely felt that he seemed to be much faster than others in the cultivation of the 3 martial realms, because so far his understanding was quite fast. Soon he thought of the key point. The problem should be the first heaven aperture. Other people's first heaven aperture is in the body, but my first heaven aperture is in the Sea of Consciousness. The martial realm cultivates the martial soul, which is condensed in the Sea of Consciousness. My first heaven aperture is in the Sea of Consciousness. The foundation of the power in the 9 apertures will undoubtedly make it easier to communicate with the power of the martial soul, and let the martial soul control the whole body's genuine essence. The connection between the martial soul and genuine essence will also allow me to unimpeded in the process of cultivation. I'm afraid it will be much easier than others. This situation made Long Chen a little happy. He had never heard of the first heaven aperture appearing in the Sea of Consciousness. For others, the martial soul existed in the illusory Sea of Consciousness, while the genuine essence existed in the martial vein and martial aperture. There would still be obstacles in the middle when communicating, but Long Chen didn't. In this case, it is difficult for others to cultivate in the martial realm, but not necessarily for me. Long Chen was a little surprised. In this way, not to mention 10 years, in 5 years, I can have the qualification to see Ling Si. 10 years, 5 years, the gap between the two was extremely huge. In Long Chen's heart, there was an unyielding resistance. With such an advantage, who in the world can stop me, Long Chen? The martial realm was right in front of him. 4 basic realms, 3 martial realms, Earth Martial Realm, Sky Martial Realm, and Divine Martial Realm. Would Divine Martial Realm be the end of cultivation? Long Chen didn't think so. He knew that Ancestral Dragon was definitely not only in the Divine Martial Realm. Even Kitten should not have been in the Divine Martial Realm before. Just as Long Chen was feeling the Earth Martial Arts Realm with lofty aspirations, Long Yu had already finished meditating. Not long after, the other 3 had not fully recovered, and Long Yu definitely had not recovered either. However, for the sake of Long Chen's cultivation and to ensure that he could leave this place safely, she recovered a little of her strength and prepared to teach Long Chen. After avoiding them, Long Chen and Long Yu came to a corner beside the bronze door. Long Yu sized up Long Chen for a while, then said, "Have you roughly seen the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual clearly?"
"Almost understood."
Long Chen nodded.
"Your Tianyi aperture is in your head.
In terms of comprehension, you should be the most talented genius."
"I believe in this. Repeat it for me to hear. I'll see if there are any detours." Long Yu said in detail. Long Chen told Long Yu everything that he had thought through.
After he finished, Long Yu looked at him in astonishment.
"Is this your first time coming into contact with the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual?" Long Yu asked speechlessly. Of course, she knew that the answer was the first time. This was just a casual question. Long Chen had always been a person who created miracles. Long Yu even believed that Long Chen's talent was one of the best in the entire Wushu Sage dynasty. "Long Chen, do you know the two great geniuses of the Wushu Sage dynasty?"
Long Yu suddenly said.
"I don't know." Ever since Lingxi had left, Long Chen seemed to have matured a lot overnight. He spoke less than he usually did, and his frivolous tone had also lessened. The only thing that remained was a tenacious heart that would never yield. Compared to before, he was even more terrifying. Although this kind of genius is nothing compared to the other sacred dynasties, in the Wushu Sage dynasty alone, the two of them are transcendent existences. You must know one of them. When Long Yu mentioned this person, his expression changed slightly. "Who?" Long Chen asked curiously.
"His name is
Long Chen. In fact, he is my younger brother. His name is also Long Chen.
He is 20 years old today, but his strength is already at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, which is not much different from mine.
However, he has always been rebellious and independent. He didn't go with me. A few years ago, we had some disputes and quarreled. Until now, I still haven't found him." Speaking of this, Long Yu looked a little sad. Perhaps, as a sister, she also felt a little guilty. When he is young, there are always some barriers in his heart that he can't get over. In the future, when he understands, he will naturally come back to apologize to you." Long Chen said lightly.
"Well, although you are a little younger, in fact, your mind is much more mature than his. I can see that you must have experienced more than him, and he is a person without a goal. As for you, I feel that in your heart, you must have something in your heart that you will not change even if you give up your life."
Long Chen didn't expect that she could see through this. He could only smile and then said, "Two great geniuses, besides Long Chen. Who is the other one?" Long Yu had expected that Long Chen would change the topic. The Wushu Alliance dominates the Wushu Sage dynasty. In terms of inheritance, of course, they are not bad. The other one is the only personal disciple of the martial emperor Zhao Wuji, Zhao Danchen. He is also about 20 years old, and together with Yang Ningfeng and Xiao Lin, they are called the 3 great martial emperors of the Wushu Alliance. Martial emperors were at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen was at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. In this case, they were indeed much stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen, Zhao Danchen, if the 2 great geniuses become 3 great geniuses, and Long Chen is among them, how funny it will be, Long Chen said with a smile. "I think it's possible. From now on, I will introduce you to the martial realm. Back then, my younger brother also reached the martial realm under my guidance. By now, he has already surpassed his master," Long Yu said with some nostalgia. "How long did it take him to advance from the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm to the martial realm?" Long Chen suddenly asked. 1 month, Long Yu replied.
"Then 10 days will be enough for me." His words contained sufficient and powerful confidence, and Long Yu could see persistence and determination in his resolute eyes.
"If it's 10 days, then you have to work harder. From now on, I will guide you.
First, I will show you the fist method of the 1st level of the Earth Martial Arts Fist Method. This Earth Martial Arts Fist Method will help you get closer to the earth and comprehend the power of the earth."
As she spoke, Long Yu was ready.
She withdrew her fist and made a starting gesture.
Long Chen watched carefully. At that moment, he seemed to see that Long Yu had integrated with the earth. She was just a stone on the earth, but the martial vein in her body had already been closely connected with the earth vein. The spiritual qi in her body had also realized the flow of the spiritual qi in the earth's earth vein. She seemed to have directly grasped the heart of the earth and gradually began to dance on the earth.
This set of fist method, when performed by the graceful body of the woman, was more like a kind of dance.
It was beautiful, capable, charming, and almost like an art. However, Long Chen knew that he could not be obsessed with it.
He had to carefully observe every detail and engrave these details in his mind.
With talent and diligence, it was impossible for one not to be successful. It was terrible to be talented but not diligent. Without talent and diligence, it would be difficult for one to achieve high achievements in the end. Before the three experts finished meditating, Long Yu had already finished practicing a set of fist method.
She exhaled, and a white stream appeared from her mouth.
Long Chen was still immersed in Long Yu's fist method.
He watched more and more carefully.
Long Yu's unreserved teaching made him feel as if he had integrated into her body, moving with her body.
At the same time, he also seemed to have integrated into the earth, moving with the earth, or his movements, triggering the movements of the earth.
In his eyes, the whole world had disappeared. The only thing left was the endless yellow earth. Yellow sand and dust swept and swirled beside him. Long Chen stood barefoot on the ground. His heartbeat was closely connected with the heartbeat of the earth. This punch should be like this. The earth fluctuated wave after wave.
When Long Chen could make his attack fit with it, he would be able to exert the power of the earth martial arts realm.
After Long Yu finished practicing, she wanted to talk to Long Chen and ask him how much he had learned. But at this time, Long Chen actually began to practice by himself. Long Yu was so surprised that she slightly opened her pink mouth.
There was a trace of astonishment in her bright eyes.
It was true that the first time Long Chen practiced the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual, it was simply full of mistakes.
Basically, in terms of form it was there, but in terms of spirit it was worlds apart from Long Yu. However, Long Yu knew that Long Chen was the only one who could practice according to the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual for the first time. After Long Chen finished practicing, Long Yu said with a wry smile, "Your comprehension is the most terrifying I've ever seen. It's much stronger than my brother's.
Maybe it's really as you said. 10 days is enough for you to reach the Earth Martial Arts realm."
Is that so?
Why do I feel as though I am not feeling anything at all? Compared to you, I am worlds apart. After reaching the middle, I did not know how to continue. In the end, however, I still managed to persevere until the end, Long Chen said with a somewhat embarrassed tone. He had always thought that he was very bad. Your performance was very good. But don't be complacent. I will continue to tell you everything that I understand. Based on your performance just now, I will correct a few of the most important mistakes for you. Think about it yourself and show it to me. Long Yu had completely transformed into the role of a master. Long Chen had two masters. King Qingli could only be regarded as a formality. Long Chen respected Zhao Qingyun the most. However, Zhao Qingyun only threw things to him and did not help him on the road of cultivation. Of course, Long Chen was too evil, so Zhao Qingyun could not help him. At this time, Long Yu was the person who really introduced him to the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen knew that without Long Yu, it would not be easy for him to make further progress on the current foundation. At least it would take him several months. However, it was much easier now. Chapter 564. When Huangfu Fengchen and the others were meditating, they were naturally aware of their surroundings. Long Yu was teaching Long Chen how to cultivate the martial realm. At first, they were a bit confused, but when they saw the miniature teleportation formation, they understood. Long Yu didn't have the time to care about the Scarlet Emperor's seal. The Martial Emperor and the Devil Emperor had one less competitor, so they were naturally happy in their hearts. Long Chen's situation had nothing to do with them. However, after seeing Long Chen's terrifying talent, after they recovered, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. If this boy is allowed to grow, he can really reach the level of the two geniuses. Whether it was the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia or the Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng, they were all deeply afraid of him. Of course, in the distant Fire Divine realm, they couldn't do anything to Long Chen. If they wanted to do anything, they could only wait until they got out, but after they got out, Huangfu Fengchen and Long Yu would be protecting Long Chen. It seemed impossible to do anything. Without a plan, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor turned their attention to the Red Emperor seal. Although it was basically impossible to get the Red Emperor seal, the treasure was right in front of them. Who would be willing to give up? As for breaking through to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, they didn't think about it. Many people had already reached the peak of their lives. If they advanced further, they would already be at the Martial Emperor level.
If it was so easy to fight against a martial emperor, the divine Wushu sage dynasty would be martial emperor Zhao Wuji's world. Therefore, they looked at each other and entered the solar fire divine realm again. If they knew that the red emperor seal was already in Long Chen's hands, they would probably vomit blood in anger. However, Huang Fu Fengchen was an open-minded person. After failing the first time, he had already given up. His and Long Yu's passageway just so happened to surround Long Chen. Hence, they were on the left and right, paying attention to Long Chen's movements. After Long Chen had practiced once, Long Yu began to explain to him step by step. The true meaning of the martial realm is to first achieve the form. From the form you can comprehend the spirit. When you obtain the spirit, you don't need to care about the form anymore. Any form is based on the evolution of the spirit. So, you first have to practice the first level of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual until you are completely proficient. You need to practice it over and over again. Now you can continue. If there is anything wrong, I will point it out for you, Long Yu said seriously. Long Chen took a deep breath and recalled Long Yu's actions from before. He was very smart. He knew that if he imagined himself in an environment with only the earth, then he would be more suitable for Long Yu's request. Huang Fu Fengchen found it interesting, so he also gave a few pointers from time to time. Both of them were experienced people, and it was inevitable that one of them would make a mistake. Moreover, the path that Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen took couldn't be the same. Although Long Yu was a woman, she indeed walked the path of extreme power and attack. Therefore, among the four great experts, Long Yu's attack power was the strongest and the most violent. As for Huang Fu Fengchen, he was good at movement and spear arts, but he walked the path of elegance and speed. The two of them had their own requirements and respected each other's understanding. Long Chen did not completely lean towards either side. He combined the views of the two people and added his own understanding. Often, he would be able to achieve the effect of inference. If this goes on, he will definitely succeed in 10 days. Huang Fu Fengchen nodded and evaluated after seeing Long Chen's improvement during the practice a few times. Just these few times, Long Chen was able to constantly improve and improve. His improvement was huge, which was why Huang Fu Fengchen gave such an evaluation. It's too early to say that, Long Yu said coldly. Compared to Huang Fu Fengchen, Long Yu was much stricter. Martial realm martial. During the practice, Long Chen gradually immersed himself in his own world. After a day, he had completely mastered the form. After practicing a set of fist techniques, there was no deviation. Of course, this was related to his superb comprehension ability. The power of his body directly connected to the first aperture of heaven and connected to the sea of consciousness. This made his control of power reach a level of ease. The earth martial realm is to feel the power of the earth. Qian Kuan is the heaven and earth. This world is formed by the heaven and earth. Qian and Kuan, heaven and earth, are full of endless power. The power of man is, after all, insignificant. The power of heaven and earth is incomparable. The earth martial realm is to use one's own power to draw the power of the earth. The power of the earth appears in the form of pulses, vibrations, and waves. If you want to receive the power of the earth, you must completely integrate yourself into the earth and become a part of it. The earth martial arts fist technique is a bridge. In the beginning, Long Chen only thought that this was a simple fist technique. After practicing it once, he didn't seem to gain anything. If there was no guidance, he might give up. However, Long Yu didn't say anything, so the path he was walking must be right. After practicing a few more times, Long Chen realized that there seemed to be a few punches that suddenly gave Long Chen an incomparably profound feeling. As he continued practicing, there were more and more profound movements. Until 3 days later, Long Chen already knew that in the first set of fist techniques in the earth martial arts fist technique, every punch was incomparably profound and incomprehensible. This is the learning process from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. You have already completed half of the fist technique. Of course, the first part is relatively simple, but the latter part is incomparably difficult. You need to understand every single profound mystery, and your fist technique will have a spirit. Long Yu said. For the next step, we can't directly help you with language. You can only rely on your own understanding of the God. However, we can practice for you again. I'll go through our own earth martial arts realm first. You can try and see if you can comprehend anything. Huang Fu Fengchen was very enthusiastic. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Long Chen's reply and directly practiced the earth martial arts fist technique.
Long Chen's eyes were instantly attracted. The same fist technique, but the feeling of Huang Fu Fengchen and Long Yu's was completely different. Long Yu's fist technique was big and fast, but Huang Fu Fengchen's fist technique was incomparably elegant, like a swallow, quickly circling. Long Chen was soon immersed in Huang Fu Fengchen's world.
God, what on earth is this thing?
As Huang Fu Fengchen's fists danced in the air, Long Chen kept thinking. His eyes followed Huang Fu Fengchen's fists and wandered around. For a moment, he forgot himself, and his body subconsciously followed Huang Fu Fengchen's movements. This is the spear doctrine. Suddenly, an ordinary long spear appeared in Huang Fu Fengchen's hand. Spear technique is an extension of fist technique. Although the form of expression is different, the principle is indeed the same. The same movements were used on the spear, and it was exactly the same. Their movements were all full of God, whether it was the fist technique or the spear doctrine. Long Chen, on the other hand, could only comprehend the spirit in each of their movements. He was originally talented, and compared to others, he had a much stronger advantage. Then, with the two masters personally demonstrating for him, everything went smoothly. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen saw Long Chen's progress. When Huang Fu Fengchen's set of movements ended, Long Chen closed his eyes, already immersed in his own world. At this moment, Long Chen's movements and Huang Fu Fengchen's movements were revolving in his mind, alternating. If this is the case, martial realm, this punch is from the heart. Everything around him slowly faded away. Long Chen could hear a series of thumping sounds gradually reverberating in his world. These thumping sounds seemed to be coming from his body, but they also seemed to be coming from a very distant place. Bang! Long Chen threw a punch. Bang! Under this rhythm, Long Chen threw another punch. The punch was like a river flowing toward the east, extremely carefree. The shape of the earth gradually took shape. Long Chen could already vaguely feel it, as if he had already touched the earth. In his perception, it was no longer a piece of earth under his feet, but a beating heart. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the sound was made, Long Chen felt a vibration under his feet. This indistinct thing is the pulse of the earth. If I can grasp this pulse in the punching method, I will have the spirit. Long Chen began to not focus on his punching method. He had a strong comprehension ability, and knew that the closeness of the heart was more important for him at this moment. Cultivation was free. Without the restraint of the punching method, Long Chen was like a bird fighting in the sky, soaring to his heart's content. The power of the earth was like supporting the rising air. Only by mastering the air could the bird soar in the sky to its heart's content. And Long Chen to the endless earth was like a bird to the endless air. Now he was a fledgling practicing flying. At first, he only knew how to wave his wings to feel the existence of the air, but now he had already perceived the air. Next, countless practice and comprehension would enable him, a fledgling, to master the law of the air. When he soared in the sky with the wind, that would be the time when he truly reached the earth martial arts realm. The principle was exactly the same. After a round of punching method, Long Chen had a lot of comprehension. He slowly withdrew his fist and exhaled. When he opened his eyes, he found that Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen were looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen looked at each other. Long Yu rarely smiled, but Huang Fu Fengchen gave Long Chen a thumbs up and said, "Your comprehension ability is divine wushu sage. Your punching method just now already has the spirit. As long as you continue on this path, when you reach the end, you will be able to condense your martial soul and reach the earth martial arts realm." I've calculated. Today is the third day. I estimate that you will be able to reach the earth martial arts realm in 3 days. Even Long Yu had to sigh with emotion. At this time, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor had just come out of the true fire of the sun for the 3rd time. They looked at each other and were a little depressed. Chapter 565. Demon Emperor and Martial Emperor started to feel hopeless after failing to get the Red Emperor seal 3 times in a row. Huang Fu Fengchen and Long Yu didn't even dare to try, which comforted them. After all, they couldn't get it, and Long Yu and the others couldn't get it either. Everyone would return empty-handed, and no one had the qualifications to laugh at each other. If either Long Yu or Huang Fu Fengchen obtained the Scarlet Emperor seal, it would be a tragedy for them. But what they didn't know was that it was actually a tragedy for them. They knew that Long Chen had to reach the Earth martial arts realm before he could leave. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen were trying their best to help Long Chen reach the Earth martial arts realm. As soon as they came out, they didn't even think about recovering their genuine core energy. They started to mock Long Chen. Demon Emperor was familiar with Long Chen, so he said, "What's the point of cultivating? If it weren't for the Emperor Flame Bead, he would be a good for nothing. Now that he has the Emperor Flame Bead, he has reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. But with his talent and foundation, it will take 10 years for him to reach the Earth martial arts realm." Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng also said sarcastically, 10 years, 10 years. We don't know where the Fire God land is. If we stay here for 10 years, it would be strange if we didn't die. Anyway, no one can get the Red Emperor seal.
Among the 4 of us, who wants to reach the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, without a great opportunity, who can reach it in 10 years?
So, I think we should forget about the Red Emperor seal. Demon Emperor said, Brother Yang, you mean you want to give up? Isn't that what Brother Jiang thinks? Yang Ningfeng asked. They all knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to obtain the Red King seal. Moreover, the Demon King still had the huge ancient demon area with tens of thousands of people waiting for him. Without the Demon King as a pillar, the ancient demon area would not last long. Therefore, the Demon King was quite worried.
As for martial emperors, he was currently one of the 3 martial emperors. If he were to wait a few years and go out, he was not sure if he would still be considered a top figure.
Let's try one last time. If it doesn't work, we won't be accompanying you anymore, Zhang Wuxie said. Therefore they made one last attempt, and the result was undoubtedly tragic. Among them, the most they could do was not reach the distance of the Crimson Emperor seal. If they did not consider their lives, they could barely reach 50 meters, but once they obtained the Crimson Emperor seal, they would probably not be able to return alive. Long Yu, Huang Fu Fengchen, just wait here for this boy to reach the Earth martial arts realm. Come out after a few years. We won't keep you company, the Demon Emperor said with a sneer. If Patriarch Huang Fu isn't worried about the safety of the clan, there's nothing we can do. Yang Ningfeng also smiled. In other words, if Huang Fu Fengchen didn't go out, the Huang Fu clan would be in trouble. Of course, this wasn't just a threat. The Huang Fu clan and the ancient devil region were nominally subservient to the Wushu alliance, but that wasn't the case. Both of them had their own autonomy. However, if the Huang Fu clan didn't have Huang Fu Fengchen, it would be normal for it to be annexed, just like Yang Ningfeng's wind god religion. After that, Jiang Wuxie and Yang Ningfeng looked at each other, then left through the miniature universe transmitting formation. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen didn't bother to pay attention to them. They were all desperately trying to get the Crimson Emperor seal, so they didn't notice Long Chen's progress. If they had paid attention, they would never have said 10 years. 10 years. Long Chen only needed 3 more days to complete the task. After the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor left, Long Chen could concentrate on his cultivation. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen, who had 2 different styles of the Earth martial arts realm, helped him a lot, so he knew how to learn from others and form his own Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen was immersed in the Earth martial arts fist manual.
He was closely connected to the earth, and as he practiced the fist technique over and over again, he benefited a lot from it, and his progress was rapid.
3 days gradually passed. Under the gratified gazes of Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen, Long Chen's progress was within their expectations, and even exceeded their expectations. It was the 5th day. The pulse of the earth. Although he was standing on the heart of the earth, Long Chen couldn't feel its pulse. This was the most important thing. As long as he could integrate his fist art with the pulse of the earth, he could communicate with the earth and obtain the power of the earth. Then, Long Chen could complete the last step, which was to condense the martial spirit in his sea of consciousness. Of course, the last step was also the most difficult one. How can I feel the pulse of the earth? Long Chen thought hard until he racked his brains. No, what I need is not quick success, but natural and intoxicated. As long as I continue, I can do it. After a long time of silence, Long Chen quickly figured out the key. That's it. He already had the form and spirit. Every time he practiced the fist art, he had reached the same level as Long Yu and the others. He had both the speed of Long Yu and the elegance of Huang Fu Fengchen. Most people live on the earth all their lives. The earth is the real root. At this moment, I am integrated into the earth. The pulse of the earth needed to be experienced. Bang bang bang. These sounds, at a certain moment when Long Chen was intoxicated, rumbled in Long Chen's ears. This was the feeling bang. One punch. With Long Chen's efforts, they gradually matched. The pulse of the earth did not restrict his punches. Long Chen felt that his feet seemed to have grown roots and were firmly rooted in the earth. He felt the power of the earth, absorbed the power of the earth, and slowly grew. Finally, at a certain moment, Long Chen punched the last time. With a loud bang, everything began to fall into place. The khaki-colored liquid flowed from Long Chen's feet into Long Chen's body and instantly turned into a khaki-colored cocoon, completely submerging Long Chen. Endless earth veins spiritual qi completely enveloped Long Chen. Seeing this scene, Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen both laughed. They knew that this was a sign that Long Chen had touched the threshold. When everything was over, Long Chen would definitely reach the earth martial arts realm. He said it would take 10 days, but it only took him 5 days. This guy. A gratified smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Hey, the legendary Ice Beauty actually smiled, and her smile is so beautiful. It's really a pity that she doesn't smile normally. Huang Fu Fengchen said loudly. Long Yu's smile immediately froze. Then, her smile disappeared. She glanced at Huang Fu Fengchen coldly and then paid attention to Long Chen's things. Huang Fu Fengchen cursed in his heart and also paid attention to Long Chen's movements. The mentality of the two of them was completely different. Long Yu rarely smiled, but Huang Fu Fengchen was the kind of person who couldn't live without smiling. At this moment, Long Chen was at a critical moment. I have completely comprehended the gist of trueness of the earth martial arts realm. Of course, it's only the first level. Next, it should be the earth vein spiritual qi entering my body, turning my 18 star rivers into martial veins, and the 9 apertures into martial apertures. The huge earth vein spiritual qi, together with my genuine qi, will be transformed into genuine essence, and then the martial soul will be born. With guidance, Long Chen could clearly understand these steps. Endless earth vein spiritual qi rushed towards Long Chen's body. The cocoon on his body was like a whirlpool, gathering all the nearby earth vein spiritual qi into Long Chen's body. Long Chen was completely submerged in the sea of liquid earth vein spiritual qi. It's starting. Endless earth vein spiritual qi began to flow into his body. This was a power that was many times stronger than his body. The khaki liquid earth vein spiritual qi quickly connected with Long Chen's dragon soul genuine qi. At this moment, Long Chen quickly transformed into the dragon soul. Whoosh! When the two types of energy met, the result was a fusion. The blood-red true energy fused with the liquid spiritual energy of the earth veins, dyeing the liquid spiritual energy of the earth veins from earthen yellow to blood-red, gradually becoming Long Chen's own power. After the earth vein spiritual qi was added to the gaseous dragon soul genuine qi, it fused and transformed into liquid dragon soul genuine qi, which flowed in Long Chen's 18 heavenly rivers and 9 major acupuncture points. The huge power soon exceeded the limits of the heavenly rivers and acupuncture points. Long Chen also felt that it was difficult for him to control such a huge power. At this moment, more power in the dragon soul genuine qi directly fused with the star veins and acupuncture points. Under a formless transformation, the invisible star veins gradually turned into thick blood-red martial veins in Long Chen's body. The acupuncture points, which were originally the size of an egg, expanded rapidly under the assimilation and nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi. They grew to the size of a fist and became sturdier and stronger. Of course, the acupuncture points were still very small on the outside, or even non-existent. The 9 martial apertures and 18 martial veins gradually took shape under the nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi. The 9 martial apertures were stronger, wider, and sturdier than the original 9 acupuncture points. The same went for the martial veins. However, under the nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi, the 18 martial veins that covered Long Chen's body and intertwined in Long Chen's body seemed to have a slight change. Taking a closer look, the 18 martial veins occupying Long Chen's body had faint dragon scale patterns on them. The dragon head, dragon tail, dragon whiskers, everything was vivid and lifelike. Each martial vein was like a blood-red divine dragon entrenched in Long Chen's body. A total of 18 divine dragons turned into martial veins and entrenched in Long Chen's body. This was the influence of the dragon soul genuine qi. The 18 blood-red divine dragons brought a deep shock to Long Chen. He had a premonition that his martial veins were much stronger than others, and there would even be more miraculous changes in the future. The martial vein was something that Long Chen had to maintain in the 3 martial realms. The three martial realms had a total of 27 levels. These 27 levels were much harder to achieve than the four basic martial realms with 36 levels. It also took a lot more time. If Long Chen couldn't break through the God Martial Realm and reach the levels after the God Martial Realm, then the 18 martial veins in the form of divine dragons would accompany him for the rest of his life. Of course, this was only the change of the martial veins. Next, it was time to condense the martial soul. Chapter 566. Even though the 18 martial meridians and 9 martial apertures had been formed, the true origin in his body was still increasing until it was 10 times the original amount. A huge amount of blood-red liquid true origin flowed endlessly in Long Chen's 9 martial apertures and 18 martial meridians like a river. A series of whistling sounds rang out from within Long Chen's body. The true origin of the Earth martial realm was so terrifying. Long Chen could not imagine what kind of changes would occur after he completely grasped this true essence. Among the 9 great martial apertures, the pills on the vortexes were like blood-red burning suns. The illusionary figure of the golden crow still existed within them, but under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the appearance of the golden crow had changed slightly. It was a transformation from a bird to a divine dragon. Under the influence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, even the remnant soul of the golden crow couldn't resist it. A primitive and ancient aura, a bloody and murderous aura, was emitted from Long Chen's body. The true origin in his body had reached the limit as it flowed among the 18 martial meridians and 9 martial apertures. With the dragon soul transformation, the true origin was comparable to the true origin of the second level of the Earth martial realm. Even though he had reached the Earth martial realm, the dragon soul transformation still allowed Long Chen to maintain his superior combat strength. He had never been a match for anyone at the same level as him. When the changes in his body reached the limit, the changes in his sea of consciousness began. At this moment, the mist in his sea of consciousness was moving rapidly. Of course, the mysterious dragon jade and the blood essence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon were in the center of the sea of consciousness, motionless. In the sea of consciousness, the white mist began to condense in the sea of consciousness after a great vibration. The mist was actually the embodiment of Long Chen's consciousness. Now, the consciousness was condensed together. When it was completely condensed, Long Chen's martial soul would take shape. Of course, this was only the Earth martial spirit. In the future, the Heaven martial spirit and the God martial spirit would undergo even greater changes. As time passed, Long Chen was immersed in the profound meaning of the martial realm. His martial soul gradually took shape in his sea of consciousness. This time, there was no accident. What appeared was a fog-like little person. It was not very clear, as if it would dissipate at any time. The martial soul at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm was still quite fragile. When Long Chen's strength and comprehension improved, the martial soul would gradually become stronger and more solid. And now, it was just a very illusory little person. After successfully condensing his martial spirit, Long Chen could feel that he was gradually gaining control over the energy flowing in his body through the first heaven aperture. This kind of perfect control made him quite surprised. At this moment, he felt that he was the little person in his sea of consciousness. Through his eyes, Long Chen was inspecting his own body. This little person had excellent control over the strength of every part of his body. He could even control the vibration of every muscle in his body. The martial soul was Long Chen himself. Through the martial soul, he could more accurately control his own strength and his own body. This kind of excellent control made Long Chen quite surprised. He knew that his Earth martial arts realm seemed to have been completely completed. When he reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he seemed to have been reborn. When he reached the Earth martial arts realm, he felt that he had undergone an even greater transformation. After surpassing the 4 basic realms, Long Chen found that he could finally be regarded as a beginner martial artist. Only when he reached the 3 martial realms could he become a real martial artist. A martial artist's way was martial arts. Now that his martial soul had been formed, everything was coming to an end. Long Chen could also wake up and go out of the distant fire divine realm. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. In Long Chen's sea of consciousness, the illusory little person, which was Long Chen's martial soul, should have appeared in the center of the sea of consciousness. However, the center was occupied by the mysterious dragon jade and the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Obviously, Long Chen's martial soul was not a match for them. But at this moment,
the mysterious dragon jade unexpectedly emitted a force that pulled Long Chen's martial soul toward the center of the Sea of Consciousness until Long Chen's martial soul was suspended above the mysterious dragon jade. This strange situation occurred in the center of Long Chen's Sea of Consciousness. The martial soul was on top, the dragon jade was in the middle, and the blood essence of the ancestral dragon was below. The three were balanced together. Both the martial soul and the blood essence of the ancestral dragon seemed to be restrained by the dragon jade. At this moment, without Long Chen's control, the dragon jade once again emitted an irresistible force that separated a 10,000th of the ancestral dragon's blood essence and merged it with Long Chen's martial soul. This 10,000th did not affect the total amount of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, but it also caused an incredible change to Long Chen's martial soul. It was a complete change in shape. The illusory little person in Long Chen's martial soul turned into an illusory divine dragon. A 10,000th of the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon merged with Long Chen's martial soul under the strange force of the dragon jade. From then on, Long Chen's martial soul was an illusory ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was not as simple as the shape of the martial soul. In fact, the shape of the martial soul represented the shape of the body. When a demonic beast reached the king realm, it would also undergo a transformation. A demonic soul would be formed in their sea of consciousness, and the power in their body would change from demonic force to demonic essence. The appearance of every demonic beast's demonic soul was definitely the same as its body. For example, the demonic soul in the Blackwater mystical snake sea of consciousness would definitely look like the Blackwater mystical snake. Based on Long Chen's situation, although he still maintained his human appearance, his martial soul had already turned into a primordial divine dragon. Perhaps after he truly merged with the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, not only his body, but his soul would also transform into a real ancestral dragon. Of course, this did not mean that Long Chen would become a demonic beast like Xiao Lang. Divine dragons and demonic beasts weren't the same concept. Divine dragons weren't demonic beasts. They were another species that was high and mighty. Instead, they were primordial divine dragons. They were inextricably linked to humans now. Therefore, it didn't mean that Long Chen wasn't a human after transforming into a divine dragon. His martial soul had already turned into a dragon. Although this change did not bring any benefits to Long Chen, it would definitely bring about many miraculous changes in the future. Regarding the shape of the martial soul, Xiao Lang was also surprised. He was a human soul, but he had occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. When he reached the king realm, Long Chen could not figure out whether his sea of consciousness would be a human soul or a demonic soul. When the dragon-shaped martial soul finally took shape, Long Chen's body awakened. The earthy yellow cocoon formed by the spiritual qi of the earth veins slowly disappeared, and Long Chen's appearance appeared in the vision of Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen. Long Yu and Huang Fu Fengchen had an illusion that when the cocoon disappeared, they did not see Long Chen, but a primordial divine dragon. After blinking their eyes, they realized that they had seen wrongly. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the power in his body with his martial soul. The 18 martial veins that looked like divine dragons, and the 9 martial apertures were flowing with the blood-red true origin of the dragon soul. In the 9 martial apertures, the vortexes were spinning, and the blood-red blazing suns were burning brightly. Most of Long Chen's power was stored in the 9 blazing suns. As expected, from the 4 basic realms to the 3 martial realms, there is such a huge transformation. The tyrannical power made Long Chen feel infinite emotions in his heart. He withdrew his power. His martial soul could completely restrain his power, and then control it to the same level as an ordinary person. Of course, the spirit reflected in his eyes and his movements could not be concealed. Seeing that Long Chen had succeeded, Long Yu showed a gratified smile again. Her smile was very rare. After you succeed, the 7 of us will all be in the earth martial arts realm. I'm afraid your strength will be stronger than theirs. In the future, you have to take care of your brothers and sisters, Long Yu said. My cultivation is all because of Big Sister's guidance, and we are all brothers and sisters. If they are in trouble, I will definitely rush to the front. Long Chen said with a smile. Hey, he has just reached the earth martial arts realm, and you want him to do whatever he wants. How boring. Huang Fu Fengchen said with a smile. Long Yu ignored him and said, since we have already broken through to the earth martial arts realm and we can't get the Red Emperor seal, in order to avoid the ambush set up by the Wushu Alliance, we should hurry out. What she said made sense. After Yang Ningfeng went out, he must know that Long Yu would go out eventually. At that time, if he set up an ambush,
Long Yu would definitely not be able to escape. Now that he had just gone out for 2 days, it would be difficult to set up an ambush in 2 days. Moreover, Long Yu was also a little worried about Jiang Wuya and the others. Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengchen nodded. Without saying anything else, they headed towards the miniature universe teleportation formation. This universe teleportation formation actually required a lot of energy to operate. Long Chen used 2 king crystals to finally activate the teleportation formation. This was the second time he used the universe teleportation formation. The first time, the duration was much shorter. However, when they were in the black tunnel, the tearing force was really strong, and most of it came from the inside of his body. Now that Long Chen had the earth martial arts body, he was not afraid of the tearing force. Soon, Long Chen and the others saw the sun outside. They looked around vigilantly and found that they were in the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland, less than 3 miles away from the cloudy sky city. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Huang Fu Fengchen said, "Since we are out, I will take my leave. My friend Long Chen, my daughter still misses you. Remember to come to the Huang Fu clan when you have time." Long Chen was still thinking about the 50,000 heavenly connection pills he owed Huang Fu Qi. He would naturally make a trip to the Huang Fu clan when he had the time. After all, he had already promised the young lady something, and he couldn't go back on his word. Chapter 567. Thus, Long Chen said, "When I have time, I will definitely go there once." This time, not only did Patriarch Huang Fu protect me, he even guided me to enter the martial realm. This great kindness, Long Chen will definitely repay. Huang Fu Fengchen smiled and said, "If you're a man, don't bother about these things. My daughter likes you, so of course I like you too. Helping you a little is nothing. All right, I won't say much. We'll meet again if fate allows it." After speaking, he did not say goodbye to Long Yu and quickly disappeared. Huang Fu Fengchen is a pretty good person. He has a true temperament. Long Yu said with some praise. Indeed not bad. Long Chen looked at his disappearing figure and said, then looked at Long Yu and said, "Big sister, I've already reached the Earth Martial Realm, and the Scarlet Emperor seal has no results. What should we do next?" Long Yu thought for a moment and said, "Let's find them first. There are people from Crimson Soul in Cloud Heaven City. If we find Crimson Soul, we will also have news of the others." Long Chen nodded. There was still a distance of 3 miles from here to Cloud Heaven City. Long Chen and Long Yu headed in the direction of Cloud Heaven City. Long Chen was conflicted in his heart. Should he tell Long Yu about the Scarlet Emperor seal and the Mystic Emperor seal? From the Scarlet Emperor seal, he thought of the 5-colored key, and from the 5-colored key, he thought of the treasures of the 5 emperors. According to the remnant soul of the Scarlet Emperor, the treasures of the 5 emperors were in the Primordial Cemetery. The Primordial Cemetery was Long Chen's first goal when he came to the Wushu Sage dynasty. Now was a good opportunity to inquire about the Primordial Cemetery. After all, Long Yu definitely knew more than others. Thus, while walking, Long Chen asked, "Big sister, can you tell me about the Primordial Cemetery?" Primordial Cemetery. Long Yu was startled and said, "Long Chen, why do you want to know about the Primordial Cemetery?" "I want to go in and have a look if there's a chance in the future," Long Chen said tentatively. Long Yu shook her head helplessly and said, "It's too dangerous. Let me tell you, the Primeval Cemetery was the battlefield of countless experts during the Middle Ages. Countless people died there, and indeed, there were countless treasures left behind. But it's not easy to obtain these treasures. Not to mention the king-level and emperor-level demonic beasts that have already occupied the Primeval Cemetery. When the experts of the ancient era left behind their treasures, they would also leave behind countless traps. The number of people that died in these traps and tests is innumerable. Just like the fire god realm from before, it can already be considered a miracle that you were able to survive those 2 tests. The Primeval Cemetery ought to be considered to be an existence similar to a forbidden area, as dangers and treasures existed at the same time. This was within Long Chen's expectations, but more importantly to Long Chen, it was the passageway that led to the 3 imperial regions. Right now, I definitely do not have the strength to go there. However, if I am fortunate enough to become even stronger, it should not be a problem for me to go there. I wonder, what do I have to do to reach there? Long Chen said sincerely. That's right. Seeing Long Chen being so serious, Long Yu could only answer truthfully. Are you sure you want to go? Every trip to the primordial graveyard will be a reign of terror. Not many people who go there can return. There will definitely be fights over the treasures. The primordial graveyard can be said to be the location where the 9 great sacred dynasties compete. Every time the primordial graveyard opens, the 9 great sacred dynasties will swarm in.
Countless years of accumulated hatred and the temptation of the treasures will cause them to kill until their eyes turn red. Many experts in the 9 great sacred dynasties were actually created by the treasures in the primordial graveyard.
The 9 great dynasties? Not the 10 great dynasties? Long Chen asked doubtfully. Long Yu smiled mockingly and said, "It's the 9 great dynasties, not the 10 great dynasties. Because the divine Wushu sage dynasty is no longer qualified to be a great dynasty. If it wasn't for the 9 great dynasties fulfilling the original covenant, the divine Wushu sage dynasty wouldn't have survived until now." This was a secret that Long Chen had never heard of. He only knew that the divine Wushu sage dynasty's strength was relatively weak compared to the other great dynasties. "Why do you say so?" Long Chen asked. A few thousand years ago, the divine Wushu sage dynasty's strength was similar to the other 10 great dynasties. But as time passed, the divine Wushu sage dynasty became weaker and weaker. The divine martial dynasty informed thousands of small countries and finally attracted the covetous eyes of the other great dynasties. In the end, a cruel war of plunder broke out. Under the attack of the 9 great dynasties, the divine Wushu sage dynasty almost collapsed. Originally, the divine Wushu sage dynasty should have been destroyed. His power should have been divided. The weak would be eliminated. This is actually very normal. But what no one expected was that about 1,000 years ago, a peerless figure appeared in the divine Wushu sage dynasty. His strength reached the sky martial arts realm, or even higher. He challenged all the experts of the 9 great dynasties. Among the 9 great dynasties, no one was a match for him. He was the strongest person in the myriad kingdoms at that time. When talking about this person, Long Yu seemed to be a little excited. "You mean when he challenged the 9 great dynasties, he made a bet. If the 9 great dynasties lost, they could not invade the divine Wushu sage dynasty." Long Chen was very smart. He immediately figured out the key point. Yes, of course, there was a time limit. After the discussion between the two parties, the time limit was 2,000 years. So, under the situation where the other 9 great dynasties kept their promise, although the divine Wushu sage dynasty had declined to the extreme, it still had 1,000 years of peace. However, in terms of strength, compared to the other great dynasties that had experts in the sky martial arts realm, the divine Wushu sage dynasty could not withstand a single blow, Long Yu said. Although Long Chen was not born in that era, he could still feel the peerless talent of the experts of the divine Wushu sage dynasty. Such a figure was naturally worthy of respect. To force the 9 great dynasties to make a bet and fulfill the bet, giving the divine Wushu sage dynasty more than 2,000 years of peace, this person is really. Long Yu nodded, then said with some pride, "This person's surname is Long." Long Chen was speechless. "You guessed correctly. He is our common ancestor. The blood flowing in our bodies is his. It's a pity that after his death, none of us could inherit his mantle and revive the divine Wushu sage dynasty. Moreover, the divine Wushu sage dynasty was occupied by a shameless force like the Wushu alliance," Long Yu said. There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. So it was Long Yu's ancestor. Presumably, the expert who had once defeated all the experts in the myriad kingdoms domain should be a dragon martial artist. Just a red dragon of the lowest level was able to make him stand at the peak of the billions of people in the myriad kingdoms domain. It could be seen how heaven-defying a dragon martial artist was. No wonder the strength of the divine Wushu sage dynasty was so weak, but it could still exist. From another perspective, it seemed that the strength of the 7 great dynasties' 9 great dynasties was very terrifying. Presumably, a martial emperor in the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm was just a small character there. "So, Long Chen, do you know the horror of the other holy dynasties? If you want to go to the primordial cemetery, your opponents will not be us, but the people of the other holy dynasties. You come from the divine Wushu sage dynasty. You are alone, while the others are in groups of hundreds or thousands. Among them, there are as many people in the earth martial arts realm as dogs, and there are even experts in the sky martial arts realm. How can you compete with them?" Long Yu asked. "I am alone. Big sister, you should first tell me the method to enter the primordial cemetery. Without strength, of course I won't rashly go in." Long Chen didn't quite understand this sentence. Long Yu nodded and said, "All right. Actually, it seems that every once in a while, the primordial cemetery will open. In the 9 great dynasties, this is a very sensational thing. But the divine Wushu Sage dynasty doesn't make any noise. Do you know why? Of course I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. The primeval cemetery is under the control of an invisible hand. Every time the primeval cemetery opens, that invisible hand will give the various sacred dynasties a command token. Those who possess this command token will be able to be sucked into the primeval cemetery on the day the primeval cemetery opens. This command token is called the primeval tomb command. Will the divine Wushu Sage dynasty be given this token? Long Chen asked in shock. He wasn't shocked by the token, but by the invisible hand. What invisible hand? From his point of view, it should be an even more powerful expert. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the majority of people didn't know of the existence of the imperial domain. They thought that the 10 great dynasties and the 3 great martial realms were the pinnacle, so they couldn't understand the experts, and called it the invisible hand. But Long Chen guessed that this invisible hand might be an expert from the imperial domain, and was managing the primordial cemetery. Of course, it was only a guess. His current strength wasn't strong, and this wasn't a problem he was concerned about. What he cared about more was whether the divine Wushu Sage dynasty would be given this primordial cemetery token. Yes, the other holy dynasties will give 500 to a few thousand primordial cemetery tokens according to the difference in strength of each holy dynasty. As for the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, they will symbolically give 1. This can be considered a humiliation for the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. In the small countries under the jurisdiction of the other holy dynasties, if there are outstanding experts, they will also be given many primordial cemetery tokens. Long Yu said indifferently. 1. Long Chen felt dizzy. The divine Wushu Sage dynasty was really weak to the max. This caused Long Chen to want to fight for this primordial cemetery token. The primordial cemetery opens once every 10 years or so. The last time it opened, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji's master obtained the primordial cemetery token, and then never came back. I remember that the last time, it was also the expert of the Wushu Alliance who obtained the primordial cemetery token, but he still didn't come back. The primordial cemetery is simply the nightmare of the experts of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Yu looked at Long Chen, her eyelashes lightly trembling. She wanted to use this fact to make Long Chen give up. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't give up, so he asked, "How many years ago was the last time the primordial cemetery opened?" Long Yu smiled bitterly. "Just right, 10 years ago. I wonder if Zhao Wuji will go and obtain the primordial cemetery token this time. In any case, I'm not interested." "Where do I fight for the primordial cemetery token?" Long Chen asked the last question. "This. Not every time, right?" Long Yu said. Chapter 568. Knowing so much, Long Chen was satisfied. Although there was only 1 ancient tomb medallion, at least he could fight for it. There was still hope. If he really failed, Long Chen decided to try the other sacred dynasties. Of course, there were countless experts in the other sacred dynasties. Obtaining an ancient tomb medallion might be even more difficult. The difference between the Wushu Sage dynasty and the other dynasties could be seen from the number of ancient tomb tokens. It was not an exaggeration for Long Yu to call the 10 dynasties the 9 dynasties. From the number of ancient tomb tokens, there would definitely be tens of thousands of people entering the ancient cemetery to fight for the treasures. Long Chen's ultimate goal was to pass through the ancient cemetery, so he did not have much conflict with others. Of course, if he had the strength and the treasures were right in front of him, he did not mind fighting for them. After all, one of the keys to the treasures of the 5 emperors, the 5-colored key, was in Long Chen's great void realm. 5-colored key. There are a total of 5. Now that the 5-colored key has appeared, doesn't it mean that the ancient cemetery is about to open? It's most likely so. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact location of the ancient tomb token. Otherwise, I would definitely go there and guard it. Long Chen thought to himself. Soon, they arrived at Cloudy Sky City. Long Chen remembered the matter of the primordial cemetery, and then together with Long Yu, he summoned the people from Crimson Soul. After waiting in the pavilion from before, a thin black-clothed man quickly appeared. As soon as he came, Long Yu asked, "How are the others? Where are they?" The man looked at Long Yu with reverence. He said, "Originally,
The Lord and the others were still waiting for you two in a hidden place in Cloudy Sky City. However, something happened a few days ago, and they rushed to the war people.
War people, what happened?
Long Yu asked. I heard that the war emperor of the war people was seriously injured for no reason and his life is in danger.
The Wushu Alliance is going to act against the war people. Lord Lei Jun must go back. The other lords also followed and sent me here to wait for you too.
The man in black said. That old fellow is heavily injured.
It was the people from the Wushu Alliance who did it, right?
Long Yu frowned.
Apart from the people of the Wushu Alliance, no one can injure him. The one who did this should be Zhao Danchen, one of the 3 martial emperors. 2 days ago, Yang Ningfeng came out of Dreamy Cloud Swampland and rushed to the war people. I reckon that the 2 martial emperors will join forces to completely defeat the war people and make them surrender. Although that old war emperor is old, his strength is still there. For Zhao Danchen to be able to defeat him, his cultivation is truly unbelievable.
I'm afraid even I am not a match for him.
Long Yu shook his head helplessly. Long Chen said, the war people are the only great power that has not submitted to the Wushu Alliance. This time, the Wushu Alliance will definitely go all out against the war people, and the war people will definitely rather die than submit. If second brother and the others go over, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop the Wushu Alliance. Long Yu nodded his head and said, you're right, the Wushu Alliance does not make a move, but once they make a move, it will be extremely terrifying.
If the old war emperor is heavily injured, then the 2 martial emperors will join forces, and no one in the war people will be a match for them. As they spoke, they prepared to get up and rush to the war people.
Lord Dragon Emperor, there's one more important matter.
The Lord ordered me to wait for you to come out and inform you.
When he said that, the black-clothed man was a little nervous. What is it? Long Yu had a bad premonition. About 10 days ago, we found out that your brother Long Chen has been captured by the martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance and imprisoned in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land of the Wushu Alliance. Right now, we don't know if he's alive or dead. The black-clothed man said.
What?
With a pop sound, the stone table was directly smashed by Long Yu. She stood up with a whoosh sound, and an ice-cold killing intent flowed out from her eyes. Long Chen instantly felt that even he was surrounded by a dense killing intent. Life and death unknown. Long Yu clenched her fists tightly, making crackling sounds. It could be seen how angry she was at this moment. That Long Chen was her biological brother. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, their blood relationship was an indisputable fact. She was silent. 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Long Chen had never heard of this place, so he asked the black-clothed man, what kind of place is the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land? This is a small universe world of the Wushu Alliance, located in the Martial Emperor City. It is a place where the Wushu Alliance imprisons prisoners. According to the legend, no one can enter the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land and come out, so no one knows what is in it.
I'm afraid only the Martial Emperor himself knows.
The black-clothed man said with some anxiety. Long Chen also frowned. It's fate that they share the same name. One of the 2 great geniuses, at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, is imprisoned in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Long Yu will definitely not be at ease, and the war people also seem to need her. She is not willing to abandon her brothers and sisters, and even more unwilling to abandon her biological brother. Long Chen knew Long Yu was struggling. So he said decisively, Sister, if you are worried about your brother, go to the Wushu Alliance to inquire about the news. If possible, save him. I will go to the war people.
Now my strength is improving very fast, and I should be able to fight with the warriors at the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm.
On one hand, it was her brothers and sisters, and on the other hand, it was her biological brother. Long Yu's heart was quite tangled. Hearing Long Chen's words after a long time, she exhaled and said helplessly, Long Chen, I owe my brother a lot since he was a child. This time he is in trouble, I will definitely go to save him. When you arrive at the war people, say sorry to the other brothers and sisters. I will definitely solve the problem as soon as possible and then go to the war people. Long Chen understood her. Family love was always the most inseparable, so he nodded and said, Go. You can rest assured and leave the war people to me. Long Yu basically knew Long Chen's strength very well. She knew that Long Chen was a trustworthy person, so she said, Remember, you can't be impulsive in everything. A man must be able to afford to lose in order to have a chance to make a comeback. Long Chen understands. Long Chen nodded. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Since she had already made up her mind, Long Yu stopped being wishy-washy. She sent the black-clothed man away, then took out a hardcover golden book from her universe pouch and passed it to Long Chen. Long Chen took a look. On the cover of the book was a lifelike red dragon. The brightest part was obviously its claws. This is the highest secret technique passed down in my Long family, the soul-dispersing dragon claw. It's a mid-king level battle skill. You are a descendant of my Long family, so today, I will pass this soul-dispersing dragon claw to you. Once you have descendants, you can pass it down. Do not pass it down to outsiders, Long Yu said sternly. She really treated Long Chen as her younger brother. Long Chen felt rather conflicted. He knew that he was definitely not a descendant of the Long family, but after thinking about it, what he needed the most was this offensive battle skill, and he definitely would not pass it down to outsiders. As a result, he nodded and agreed to Long Yu's words. There's no time to lose. Let's split up, Long Yu said after seeing Long Chen put away the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Just like that, the two of them parted. After saying goodbye to Long Yu, Long Chen set out on the road to the war people in the north alone. Because Xiao Lang was still in a deep sleep, Long Chen did not have a mount. However, he had entered the earth martial arts realm, so he could directly absorb the energy from the veins of the earth and convert it into dragon soul true essence. As a result, he could maintain the speed of a demonic beast of the 8th level of the heaven stage. In the process of rushing, Long Chen merged with the earth. He had completed 2 things in total. The first thing was to continue the cultivation of the earth martial arts realm, which was the evolution of the earth martial arts fist manual. After completing the first level of the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen began to learn the fist techniques of the second level of the earth martial arts realm. With the foundation and his exceptional talent, his progress was very fast. The first heaven aperture was directly in the sea of consciousness and his martial soul was the dragon soul. With such talent, how could his comprehension ability be bad? It only took Long Chen a few days to directly understand the second level of the earth martial arts fist manual. Next, he only needed to practice the same as before, and he would be able to step into the second level of the earth martial arts realm after a period of time. Of course, how long it would take would depend on the specific speed of his comprehension. As he hurried along, he cultivated. Even if he could fly at this time, Long Chen still had his feet on the ground. He stepped on the ground and firmly felt the power and pulse of the earth, which would be the source of his strength. Another important thing was to practice the soul-dispersing dragon claw, a middle king level combat skill, which was broad, profound, magnificent, and domineering. Long Chen's fighting style was closer to Long Yu's, so the soul-dispersing dragon claw was undoubtedly very suitable for him. Soul-dispersing. This was the first time that Long Chen had learned the claw method, but after he learned it, he understood that in the state of the dragon soul transformation, the claw method was the most suitable for him. He was not a martial artist, so when using swords, sabers, and other weapons, he was slightly inferior to others. The most suitable weapons for him were still fists, seals, fingers, and claws. After the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen had incomparably hard claws, but he had never used them. When he encountered the soul-dispersing dragon claw, he was destined to shine endlessly. The claws were almost the toughest part of his body after the dragon soul transformation. Long Chen already had the elementary king-level body refining combat skill. Since he no longer had the phantom doppelganger, Long Chen had used the heaven punishment sword formation for a long time, but Long Chen could no longer use the heaven-level combat skill. The soul-dispersing dragon claw came at the right time. In particular, with the addition of the flame power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, the soul-dispersing dragon claw would be extremely powerful. When practicing the soul-dispersing dragon claw, Long Chen had always been in the state of the dragon soul. In this way, he could feel the fierceness and terror of the claw method. The claw method was more suitable for close combat. Long Chen had just reached the earth martial arts realm, so the soul-dispersing dragon claw was very suitable for him. During the journey, Long Chen walked through mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and other uninhabited places. Like a savage, he ran barefoot on the ground and practiced the fist method and the soul-dispersing dragon claw from time to time. As an ancestral dragon warrior, his talent had already reached a nature-defying level. No matter how obscure the secret manual was, it didn't take him long to directly master it. He had accumulated a lot of experience. Chapter 569. The soul-dispersing dragon claw contained the attacking profundities of the martial realm. By using the soul-dispersing dragon claw to experience the martial realm, Long Chen gained a lot. When he reached the martial realm, he felt that the path of martial arts was endless. What he had experienced so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip of the iceberg alone was enough to benefit him greatly. Long Chen didn't know where the war people were. He only knew the direction, which was to the north. If he followed this direction and asked around, he would definitely be able to reach the war people. This was because the Wushu alliance might have already attacked the war people. Long Chen was worried about the safety of Jiang Wuya and the others, so he was already hurrying on his way while practicing the soul-dispersing dragon claw. A blood-red figure was heading north. The territory of the Wushu Sage Empire was dozens of times larger than the Songyang Kingdom. Long Chen's speed was much faster. From the south to the north, it had already taken him 10 days. However, he estimated that he would still need about 5 days to reach the war people in the north. During these 10 days, Long Chen was completely immersed in practicing the soul-dispersing dragon claw. There was a basic killing combo technique in the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Long Chen was already very familiar with it. In addition to this killing combo technique, there were 2 other powerful attacks. The 5 dragons splitting the sky that Long Yu had used previously was one of them. These 2 attacks were the real soul-dispersing dragon claw attack. Of course, the close combat killing technique was also quite good. During the journey, Long Chen also caught some demonic beasts from time to practice. Of course, ordinary demonic beasts couldn't withstand his current attacks. Even if Long Chen didn't use the dragon soul transformation, a first-grade king-level demonic beast wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. As expected of the Long Yu clan's inherited attack technique, this soul-dispersing dragon claw is many times stronger than the soul-dispersing eagle claw used by the eagle martial king. Long Chen sighed with emotion. After obtaining the remnant soul of the golden crow, reaching the earth martial arts realm, and learning the soul-crusher dragon claw, his strength had improved tremendously. He had truly joined the ranks of the experts in the Wushu Sage dynasty. The current Long Chen was no longer the same Long Chen who had just arrived at the Wushu Sage Empire and was being hunted down because of his name. The formidable dragon soul primary force surged like a surging river, while the whirlpools contained a tremendous amount of energy, like an ocean, while the 9 blazing red suns were extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Long Chen dashed into a dense forest. As for the wind, his shadow had already disappeared. Countless threads were formed in the dense forest. When Long Chen came out from the other end of the forest, the dense trees had all turned into powder. The forest had been razed to the ground in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At least I've mastered the close combat technique. As for the other 2 techniques, Long Chen laughed confidently and continued on his way. This dense forest was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The mountains were verdant and the waters were clear. The scenery was quite pleasant, as if it was a paradise on earth. As Long Chen walked, a clean road suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were many demonic beasts carrying gorgeous carriages galloping on the road. What is this place? Long Chen looked to his left and right. On the left side of the road was the deepest part of the forest. The place was filled with clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Red bricks and green tiles could be vaguely seen in the paradise. It was a huge and magnificent building. Long Chen estimated that it could accommodate at least 10,000 people. At that moment, there were many people going in and out of the building. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone saying that it was the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan is actually here. Long Chen was a little surprised. Back at the dreamy cloud swampland, Huangfu Fengchen had just left, and Long Chen had followed him closely. Of course, Huangfu Fengchen's speed was much faster, so he might have returned a few days ago. It was night time, but the Huangfu clan was still brightly lit, like a bright pearl in the night sky. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll go in and see Chi-Chi. After this, I don't know when I'll have time to come again. I owe her 50,000 supreme pills. If I don't pay her back now, I won't have time to pay her back when I'm looking for the ancient tomb token. It won't take too long anyway. With that thought, Long Chen walked in the direction of the Huangfu clan. Of course, he had to pay attention to his appearance when visiting. Before that, Long Chen took a moment to organize himself. Although the Huangfu clan was a force of the same size as the ancient demon region, it was still set up according to the structure of a clan. Long Chen estimated that it was similar to the Lingwu family. Of course, the Huangfu clan only had one master, while the Lingwu clan was made up of 4 clans. After arriving at the majestic gate of the Huangfu clan, Long Chen noticed that the other people who entered all had a token, and there were also members of the Huangfu clan guarding the gate. Long Chen stood outside, and soon, someone noticed him. A middle-aged man walked up and looked at Long Chen for a while, then asked, "Who are you? Why are you loitering in front of the Huangfu clan's gate?" "I'm Long Chen. I'm here to see the master of the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Fengchen. Please inform him." Long Chen nodded. "Long Chen." The middle-aged man's expression changed, then he asked, "Which Long Chen?" His question meant that Long Chen's name had spread far and wide. Long Chen used to have one, but now Long Chen had 2. Long Chen was helpless about his identity, so he said, "I'm not on the Wushu Alliance's bounty list, and I'm good friends with Miss Huangfu Qi. I'm here to see her." The middle-aged man said, "Not on the bounty list. There are 2 Long Chens on the Wushu Alliance's bounty list. But you said you're good friends with Miss Huangfu Qi, so I know who you are. You must be the Long Chen from the ancient demon region." "That's me." Long Chen still didn't know why he appeared on the Wushu Alliance's bounty list. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see the master." Maybe it was because of Huangfu Fengchen's influence, but Long Chen felt that the people of the Huangfu clan were casual and talkative. They didn't have many rules, which was quite good. Along the way, the middle-aged man and Long Chen chatted a lot. Long Chen also learned that this middle-aged man was 1 generation younger than Huangfu Fengchen. His name was Huangfu Song. The Huangfu clan was quite elegant and natural. Compared to the ancient demon region, which was a desolate place, it was many times better. "The master just came back the day before yesterday. He should be in his study now." "I'll take you to his study," Huangfu Song said. "Thank you." Long Chen nodded. Along a small path, they soon arrived at their destination. In front of them was an antique building. After a long time, Long Chen saw Huangfu Fengchen appear at the door and greet Long Chen. Long Chen could hear his laughter from afar. "Young friend Long Chen, I just asked you to come to my Huangfu clan. Why did you come? You really surprised me." Huangfu Fengchen was also quite surprised that Long Chen would come here. Long Chen smiled. He and Huangfu Fengchen were already quite familiar with each other in the Leaf Fire Divine Realm, so he said, "I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see Xueqi." "So you're lusting after my daughter's beauty. Okay, Huangfu Song, go to the side hall and prepare a banquet for me. I'll bring young friend Long Chen there." Huangfu Song hurriedly left to prepare. Under Huangfu Fengchen's lead, Long Chen chatted with him as they walked to the side hall. "I've heard about the war people. You must be on your way to the war people in the north and happen to pass by here," Huangfu Fengchen said. Long Chen nodded. "I didn't know that the Huangfu clan was here. I heard people talking about it when I passed by, so I came in." "Why don't I see that violent woman, Long Yu?" Huangfu Fengchen asked. Long Chen said seriously, her brother was imprisoned in the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land by the Martial Emperor, so she went there first. "What?" Huangfu Fengchen's expression changed. "Long Yu is too impulsive. Is the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land a place where she can enter casually? I think she's done for this time." Even Huangfu Fengchen said so. The 9th Nether Morning Soul Land must be quite terrifying. Long Chen frowned. At this moment, the war people should need him, but he was worried about Long Yu. His brothers and sisters were in trouble, but he was still not strong enough. What should he do? Long Chen didn't have a plan. "Long Yu can only pray for herself. I can't help you with the war people." "Long Chen, to be honest, if my Huangfu clan didn't usually keep the peace and not oppose the Wushu Alliance, we wouldn't have survived until today. The lives of tens of thousands of people are in my hands. I can't help with the war people." Huangfu Fengchen stopped and said with a conflicted expression. He mistakenly thought that Long Chen came here to ask for his help. Long Chen knew what he was doing. The Huangfu clan had already submitted to the Wushu Alliance. If he helped the war people to deal with the Wushu Alliance at this time, it would be an open break with the Wushu Alliance. This concerned the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Huangfu clan. Of course, Huangfu Fengchen couldn't do that. Therefore, he had no intention of asking Huangfu Fengchen for help. He said, "Patriarch, you're too serious. I just came to see Xueqi." Back in the ancient demon region, I owed her 50,000 supreme heaven pills. If I don't return it now, I don't know if I'll have the chance to do so in the future. After hearing Long Chen's words, Huang Fu Fengchen heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "I'm really sorry that I couldn't help you. But since you're here, I have to treat you well, lest that Long you bitch says I'm stingy." Ha! Under Huang Fu Fengchen's lead, Long Chen came to the side hall. Huang Fu Fengchen sat in the seat of honor, while Long Chen sat on the right. The table was already filled with food. Long Chen had just sat down when a yellow whirlwind rushed towards him from outside the door. "Big brother!" Huang Fuqi pounced on Long Chen. Chapter 570. Huang Fuqi certainly wouldn't let Long Chen off. She pinched Long Chen's face with her chubby little hands and shouted, "Big brother, it's all your fault. You only came to find me now. You don't know how bored I was at home. This old fart won't let me go out." Huang Fuqi looked at Huang Fu Fengchen angrily as she spoke. Old fart? Long Chen was quite speechless to hear her scolding her father at such a young age. Huang Fu Fengchen laughed dryly as if he didn't hear it. He then toasted Long Chen as the host. Long Chen chatted with Huang Fu Fengchen while enduring Huang Fuqi's torture. Finally, the little girl stopped. She looked at Long Chen for a while and asked, "Big brother, where are the puppies?" Xiao Lang was actually Huang Fuqi's favorite. She wanted Long Chen to come, but she actually wanted Xiao Lang the most. "Baby girl, didn't I find tens of thousands of dogs for you? I have every breed. Why do you still want other dogs?" Huang Fu Fengchen said speechlessly. "I don't care. I want Big Brother's dogs." Huang Fuqi bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengchen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Huang Fuqi could be considered a little mischievous. Huang Fu Fengchen waved his hand and said to Huang Fu Song, who was standing next to him, "Go and prepare some programs. I want to drink with little friend Long Chen." Huang Fu Song responded and quickly went out. After a while Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengchen were chatting, a group of beautiful women dressed in gorgeous clothes began to dance in front of Long Chen. There were also many musicians playing music at the side to add to the fun. It seemed that Huang Fu Fengchen's life was quite interesting. Among the group of beautiful women, there was a dancer with outstanding appearance and dancing skills. As she danced, her sleeve swept across Long Chen's face and she smiled sweetly. It was extremely moving. "Little friend Long Chen, what do you think of this dancer?" Huang Fu Fengchen smiled. "Outstanding beauty," Long Chen replied politely. "Haha, she's my big brother's adopted daughter. She's already engaged to my nephew. I believe that they'll be getting married soon." Huang Fu Fengchen said with a smile. He was just casually mentioning this matter, and it had nothing to do with Long Chen. After Long Chen saw Huang Fuqi, he was already prepared to leave, so he immediately said, "Chi-Chi, I'll return the 50,000 supreme pills to you now." "No," Huang Fuqi quickly said. "Why not?" Long Chen asked. "Of course not," Huang Fuqi said rudely. "If I want it, you won't come again. Also, I won't let you leave tonight." She grasped Long Chen's hand tightly. Long Chen was also a little helpless. "Little friend Long Chen, you've traveled such a long way, so a little more time won't make much of a difference. Since you're here, you should rest well tonight and leave tomorrow," Huang Fu Fengchen said. Long Chen thought about it and Huang Fuqi's request for him to stay, then said, "All right, then I'll respectfully accept." At this moment, the dancer finished her dance and gradually retreated. As she retreated, another two people walked in from the main door. The beautiful dancer in the lead, who was also Huang Fu Fengchen's big brother's daughter-in-law, exchanged a glance with the two people before leaving with her head lowered. Long Chen's eyes were attracted by the two people. One of them looked very similar to Huang Fu Fengchen, but he was a little older, and his hair had already turned white. Behind him was a young man who was about the same age as Long Chen. He grew up in such a big family, so of course his appearance was similar. He was dressed in luxurious light yellow satin, and his chin was slightly raised, his face full of arrogance. Although Long Chen couldn't directly determine the strength of these two people, he could at least guess that the older man who looked like Huang Fu Fengchen must be Huang Fu Fengchen's big brother, whose strength was already at the second level of the earth martial arts realm. The young man should be the former's son, whose strength should be at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. This young man could be considered an expert at Jiang Wushang's level. Although compared to Zhao Danchen, he was far inferior. Among the younger generation, this young man and Jiang Wushang were still quite strong. As soon as the two of them came, Huangfu Fengchen introduced them to Long Chen. This is my big brother, Huangfu Fengyun. This is my big brother's son, also a famous young talent of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Yu. Hearing Huangfu Fengchen introduce himself to a young man, Huangfu Fengyun and Huangfu Yu both looked at Long Chen. They could easily feel that Long Chen should be an expert of the earth martial arts realm. Especially Huangfu Yu. After seeing Long Chen, his eyes narrowed. Master, may I ask who this young talent is? Asked Huangfu Fengyun. The one who killed the Xikong sword saint and made a name for himself in the dreamy cloud lake, Long Chen. He is a rare young talent, said Huangfu Fengchen proudly, as if he had cultivated Long Chen. The one who killed the Xikong sword saint. They had all heard of this rumor, but they had treated it as a joke. Everyone knew that the main contributor to that battle was Jian Chen. Fishing for fame? What kind of talent is that? Huangfu Yu muttered a few words after hearing this, then the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Long Chen heard it. Except for Huangfu Qi, everyone else heard it. But Long Chen didn't care. Long Chen had seen many people like Huangfu Yu. He was used to being the tyrant of the younger generation in the Huangfu family, so he naturally didn't care about many people. After getting to know Long Chen, Huangfu Fengyun went to the main topic. He had come to find Huangfu Fengchen for something. Big brother, if you have something to say, just say it, said Huangfu Fengchen. It's like this. Huangfu Fengyun pulled Huangfu Yu to the front and said, Little Yu has more or less mastered the Overlord Spear art. With his extraordinary talent, he should be able to cultivate the Willow Catkin Wind Steps now. The Overlord Spear art and the Willow Catkin Wind Steps were the two ultimate skills of the Huangfu family. A body technique and an attack, a perfect combination that could display a powerful battle strength. A mid-king class battle skill, the Overlord Spear art. This Huangfu Yu has already mastered it. Long Chen was still a bit surprised. It seemed that Huangfu Yu wasn't weak. Long Chen looked at Huangfu Fengchen to see what his decision would be. He knew a thing or two about the Huangfu family. It seemed that in the early years, Huangfu Fengyun had been the successor to the position of patriarch, but Huangfu Fengchen had risen quickly and surpassed his elder brother in cultivation. That was why he had inherited the position of patriarch. Although the two didn't say it out loud, there was still some conflict between them. In the next generation, Huangfu Fengyun would definitely have many children, but Huangfu Fengchen only had Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was only 10 years old, and she was a girl. She probably wouldn't be able to compete with Huangfu Yu for the position of patriarch. But presumably, with Huangfu Fengchen's personality, he wouldn't care much about the position of patriarch. At that moment, Huangfu Fengchen listened to his elder brother and looked at Huangfu Yu. He said, Little Yu, the Overlord Spear art has a total of 3 moves. Which move have you mastered? Huangfu Yu said proudly, Patriarch, I've mastered the first move. I'm afraid I'm almost at the second move. Huangfu Fengchen frowned and said, You haven't mastered the Overlord Spear art and you're already practicing the Willow Catkin Wind Steps? It's too early. Wait until you've mastered the third move or reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Huangfu Fengyun said, Patriarch, the third move of the Overlord Spear art and the second level of the Earth martial arts realm are actually easy to master. According to what you've said, I'm afraid Little Yu won't be able to master the Willow Catkin Wind Steps even after 10 years. If that's really the case, then it can only mean that his talent is too poor. Big brother, you don't understand this logic. The Willow Catkin Wind Steps will affect his future progress. Huangfu Fengchen said very sincerely. Master, you're afraid that Qi won't be able to catch up to me in the future, right? Said Huangfu Yu in a strange tone. Huangfu Fengchen smiled and said, Little Yu, it seems that these past few years, your cultivation hasn't been rising fast. You've become more and more arrogant. You've been staying in the Huangfu clan and looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many heroes in the world who are better than you. There are many. Is it this Long Chen who killed Sword Saint Xikong? Huangfu Yu muttered and pointed at Long Chen. His eyes were full of disdain. Huangfu Yu had been spoiled since he was young. Although his strength was at Jiang Wushang's level, at least in terms of temperament, he was far inferior to Jiang Wushang. When Huangfu Yu targeted Long Chen, Huangfu Fengchen smiled again and said, Fine, if I don't make you give up today, you won't understand. If you can defeat Long Chen, I'll give you the Willow Catkin wind steps with both hands. How about it? Without waiting for Huang Fuyu to agree, Huang Fu Fengchen said to Long Chen, Boy, I helped you reach the Earth Martial Arts realm. Help me with this favor. Long Chen also understood that if he didn't let Huang Fuyu realize the power of others, the father and son would not let the matter rest today. He owed Huang Fu Fengchen a favor, and he had just reached the Earth Martial Arts realm. He also wanted to test his strength, so he said, Of course I'll help. I just don't know if young Master Huang Fuyu thinks I can be your opponent. Huang Fuyu glanced at him and said to Huang Fu Fengchen, Master, just him? You should have said so earlier. We didn't have to waste so much time talking. This Huang Fuyu was really arrogant. Long Chen stood up. He didn't need to transform to deal with Huang Fuyu. This time, he could also test his strength a little. Seeing that they were all ready, Huang Fu Fengchen retreated to the side. Son, use the Overlord Spear technique. You can't be careless, Huang Fu Fengchen reminded. I know. I'm old, so I'm long-winded, Huang Fuyu said lazily. Huang Fuyu said lazily. He narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin to look at Long Chen. Then, he took out a golden spear from his cosmos sack. This spear seemed to be made of gold, but the material it was made of was far superior to gold. The body of the spear was covered with beautiful snake patterns, and the spearhead was sharp, bursting with a dazzling cold light. King Lo Tier, Golden Battle God Spears. Chapter 571. Looking at the colorful golden battle god spear, Long Chen frowned slightly before relaxing. This was because the spear was indeed very powerful. It was at the beginner king level, but the person who used it was rather ordinary to the current Long Chen. Yeah, I can watch Big Brother beat up bad guys again. Big Brother Yu is a big bad guy. He always bullies others and teases girls. Humph, Chi-Chi has long wanted to beat you up, Huang Fu-Chi shouted indignantly. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed like Huang Fu-Chi didn't like this cousin of hers either. In that case, Long Chen didn't need to stand on ceremony. The side hall was very large. The empty space in the middle was enough for Long Chen and Huang Fu-Chi to fight. At that moment, Huang Fu-Yu and Long Chen only needed to stand there and face each other. Huang Fu-Yu's gaze went past Long Chen and looked at Huang Fu Fengchen. He said, Family head, you have to keep your word. If you defeat him, you can give me the Catkin wind steps. A gentleman keeps his word, Huang Fu Fengchen said. This way, Huang Fu-Yu was satisfied. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Then, he raised the golden battle god spear in his hand and dropped it to the ground. With a clang, a sharp friction sound attacked Long Chen. Brat, to be able to come to my Huang Fu clan and spar with me, the number one of the younger generation of the Huang Fu clan, you can consider yourself lucky. Show me all the tricks you have. I really want to see what kind of ability you have after being boasted about so much. Is that so? Long Chen smiled and said, In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. How can you not be a guest? Huang Fu-Yu laughed. Halfway through his laughter, he suddenly realized that Long Chen had already turned into a shadow and appeared in front of him in an instant. So fast. After witnessing Long Chen's speed, Huang Fu-Yu didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated and stabbed forward with the golden battle god spear in his hand like a swimming dragon. Swoosh! With a whistling sound, that sharp edge, under the strong support of an expert in the Earth Martial Arts realm, instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. The Earth Martial Arts realm could use power to a rather exquisite degree. The quintessential essence of the Earth Martial Arts realm was completely used on the golden war god spear. The power that Huang Fu-Yu erupted with was still very strong. Wherever the golden battle god spear's tip passed, the air produced explosions. Even space distorted. Long Chen heard buzzing sounds coming from ahead. It was obvious that although Huang Fu-Yu was arrogant, he was still capable. Is that all? Long Chen smiled. The other party came quickly, but he dodged quickly as well. He instantly passed the golden battle god spear. At the same time, he was even faster. He extended a hand and grabbed the golden battle god spear before Huang Fu-Yu could retract it. Dong dong. Huang Fu-Yu's expression darkened. He held the spear with both hands and hurriedly twisted it. The strength of his hands was naturally greater than the strength of Long Chen's single hand. However, at that moment, Long Chen smiled and said, Idiot, Who wants your spear? When Huang Fuyu tried his best to twist it, Long Chen immediately let go. This caused Huang Fuyu's immense strength to not be resisted by Long Chen. He immediately staggered and almost lost his footing. Close combat was a test of one's temperament. After experiencing so many battles, Long Chen's temperament had long been tempered to a rather valiant level. When his opponent momentarily lost his composure, he suddenly pressed forward and threw a punch at Huang Fuyu's face. As the fist wind whistled, a faint blood-red flame suddenly appeared on Long Chen's fist. What is this? Huang Fuyu hurriedly retreated again, his expression rather horrified. It was just a simple punch from Long Chen. In Huang Fuyu's opinion, Long Chen was like a golden bird pouncing at him. The scorching heat was simply irresistible. Rather terrifying. Huang Fuyu realized this. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Long Chen. Of course, he didn't overestimate him either. As he turned around, the golden battle god spear in his hand rapidly spun. With the support of his immense quintessential essence, it instantly transformed into a golden shield that blocked in front of Long Chen. Golden battle god shield. It was obvious that this was a combat skill, and it was a relatively rare defensive combat skill. From this combat skill, Long Chen recalled the 9 Revolutions fire shield. Huang Fuyu was clearly using the golden battle god shield to deal with Long Chen's punch. However, just as it approached, Long Chen suddenly changed his fist. His hand quickly spun and danced. Soon, a huge blood-red flame shield appeared in his hand. The 9 Revolutions fire shield was still the original 9 Revolutions fire shield, but this time, Long Chen had used the flames of the Golden Crow Remnant Soul. The blood-red shield was countless times stronger than Long Chen's original 9 Revolutions fire shield. Of course, combat skills were limited by levels. Even the Golden Crow Remnant Soul might not be able to produce much offensive power. Long Chen still wanted to use the Divine Fire Avatar, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much Golden Crow Fire. This time, the 9 Revolutions fire shield was completely used by Long Chen as an attack. It collided with the Golden Battle God Shield's attack. Long Chen attacked while Huang Fuyu defended. It was obvious who was stronger. Long Chen sent Huang Fuyu flying with a huge impact, causing him to exclaim. He hurriedly rolled on the ground before standing up in a sorry state. As for Long Chen, he only took a few steps back. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Huang Fuqi, who was watching from the side, laughed out loud. He opened his mouth wide and chuckled. Lazy donkey rolling. Lazy donkey rolling. Apart from Huang Fuyu's father, Huang Fu Fengyun, the others couldn't help but laugh. Huang Fuyu and Huang Fu Fengchen had dark expressions. Little you, don't underestimate him. He isn't stronger than you, but he has more means than you. Huang Fu Fengyun hurriedly cheered his son on. Of course, he could tell that Long Chen was probably more terrifying. However, in order to encourage his son and prevent him from being discouraged, he could only say that. Of course, Huang Fuyu wouldn't be frightened by Long Chen. Long Chen's punch was a complete humiliation to him. Over the years, Long Chen had never been defeated by a move from his peers. How could there be a day when he was easily beaten to the point of rolling on the ground? You're courting death. Huang Fuyu was completely infuriated this time. When he saw Long Chen's playful smile, he flew into a rage and roared. Insignificant tricks. They aren't even considered combat skills. I'll let you have a taste of my Huang Fu family's overlord spear art now. After roaring, the golden battle god spear in his hand danced rapidly. Huang Fuyu's movements were extremely fast. In an instant, ordinary people couldn't see his movements clearly. They only felt that he was no longer brandishing a spear, but a golden beam of light. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt a tremendous pressure. At that moment, Huang Fuyu moved and shot towards Long Chen. The originally tiny golden beam of light suddenly expanded several times. It was like a golden pillar of light that instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. Overlord Spear Art. Sun-Piercing Rainbow. The Overlord Spear Art was indeed worthy of being the Huang Fu family's most famous offensive combat skill. When Huang Fuyu executed it, it really had the momentum of a sun-piercing rainbow. Long Chen could sense that the entire side hall was trembling slightly due to the massive aura of his attack. Terrifying. However, how could Long Chen be afraid? Seeing the golden battle god spear attack him, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a sinister smile.
He opened his palm and transformed it into a claw. Then, blood-red flames burned in the middle of the claw. Huang Fu Yu, coupled with the Overlord's spear art, was indeed several times stronger than the Eagle Martial King. However, Long Chen had been able to kill the Eagle Martial King with the Golden Crow Remnant Soul when he was at the 9th firmament of the Heaven Ascension Realm, let alone now. With a whoosh, when Huang Fu Yu executed the Overlord's spear art sun-piercing rainbow, Long Chen also moved. In the beginning, he was like a coiled dragon, but at that moment, the divine dragon moved. Long Chen suddenly transformed into a blood-red dragon-shaped phantom that charged at Huang Fu Yu. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded in the side hall. The blood-red divine dragon phantom immediately pounced on the golden battle god spear. The point of contact burned with blood-red flames. Terrifying and sharp sounds of friction rang out in the side hall. In the end, even Huang Fu Qi frowned and covered her ears. In front of her eyes, there were golden spear shadows and blood-red claw shadows. Those claw shadows were actually produced by the phantom of the divine dragon in front of her. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Seeing this scene, Huang Fu Fengchen was stunned. He carefully recalled, previously in the Fire Divine Realm, Long Chen clearly didn't know how to use the soul-dispersing dragon claw. In other words, Long Yu only taught him the soul-dispersing dragon claw after he left the Fire Divine Realm. It's only been 10 days, and he actually learned it. There was no need to say how shocked Huang Fu Fengchen was. Genius. A peerless genius. He only used 5 days to break through to the Earth Martial Arts realm. Others would need several months or even a year to learn the soul-dispersing dragon claw, but he only needed 10 days to learn it. Compared to such a genius, Xiao Yu is simply a grain of rice. Even that whatever Zhao Danchen is not as monstrous as Long Chen. Long Chen is a member of the Long Yu family. Long Yu's ancestor was the savior of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Back then, my Huang Fu family also received the grace of her ancestor. The ancestor of the Long family is the strongest existence in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty since ancient times. Could it be that this Long Chen wants to recreate the glory of the Long family? Huang Fu Fengchen thought quickly in his heart. While he was thinking about this, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. This was the first time that Long Chen used the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Furthermore, he hadn't used the dragon soul transformation yet. He only used the soul-dispersing dragon claw in close combat. Even without the dragon soul transformation, his spiritual energy was more than 5 times that of Huang Fu Yu. Coupled with the remnant soul of the Golden Crow, how could a dabbler like Huang Fu Yu be a match for him? Chapter 572. Boom. With a loud sound, a golden beam of light shot out of the room and crashed into the door, instantly slanting the side hall's door. Ah! A scream came from outside the door. Clearly, someone had been peeking outside but had been frightened by the strange situation. After making a sound, that person could not hide, so she walked out and looked awkwardly at the crowd. It was the dancer who had led the group, Huang Fu Yu's fiancé. She had not retreated, but had watched the situation from the door. Perhaps she was very concerned about whether Huang Fu Yu could obtain the Catkin Wind steps. The golden beam of light that had crashed into the door was the Golden God of War spear. With a clang, the Golden God of War spear fell to the ground, causing sparks to fly. When they looked at the scene, not only the dancer, but the others also had unnatural expressions. In their field of vision, Long Chen and Huang Fu Yu stood face to face. Huang Fu Yu's face was pale, and he was too frightened. Meanwhile, Long Chen's hand was strangling Huang Fu Yu's neck. Victory and defeat were already very obvious. Huang Fu Yu's Golden God of War spear had been sent flying by Long Chen. Long Chen had used his claws. With one look, he knew that he had shown mercy when he was about to kill Huang Fu Yu. Otherwise, he might have broken Huang Fu Yu's neck. Without a doubt, Long Chen had won. This was within Huang Fu Fengchen's expectations. Long Chen had not reached the Earth Martial Arts realm, but he could defeat Jiang Wushang, who was about the same level as Huang Fu Yu. Now that he was in the Earth Martial Arts realm, he could naturally do so. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Long Chen had solved a big problem for him this time. Huang Fu Qi was so happy that she jumped up and shouted, "Haha, the big bad guy has finally lost, right? I told you long ago that my big brother is very powerful. If you bully the servant girls again, Big Brother will come and smack your big ass." Smack 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 smack. Huang Fuqi's words made Huang Fuyu's face darken. He looked in disbelief at the youth who was looking at him playfully. He had long been humiliated. Impossible. Huang Fuyu used his hand to knock away Long Chen's arm. He wasn't willing to lose to Long Chen just like that, so he threw a punch at Long Chen. Who knew that Long Chen would be one step faster than him? He sent Huang Fuyu flying with a kick. Huang Fuyu rolled on the ground a few times, looking even more pathetic. Huang Fuyu. The dancer who was peeping hurriedly helped Huang Fuyu up. At this moment, Huang Fuyu's face was dark. He didn't appreciate the gesture and pushed the dancer away. Scram. The dancer then retreated, her expression somewhat unsightly. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengchen wasn't in a good mood. He said coldly, "Little you, as a man, you have to admit defeat when you lose. Don't let outsiders look down on the men of my Huang Fu family. Don't let them think that we don't have any bearing. We are men who can afford to lose. Don't embarrass me." Huang Fu Fengchen was usually very casual, but at this moment, his cold voice made Huang Fuyu's hair stand on end. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. His father, Huang Fu Fengyun, said, "Little you has lost. As expected, there is always a higher mountain. There is nothing we can say. Little you, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here." Huang Fuyu had been embarrassed, and he had also been embarrassed, so he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. "Wait." Huang Fu Fengchen paused, then said, "Big brother, I didn't make things difficult for little you. Can't you see that he hasn't even truly mastered the Overlord Spear Art's Sunpiercer Rainbow? How can he talk about the second and third moves? Wait until he has mastered the second move, then you can bring him to practice the Catkin Wind Step." "Many thanks, Patriarch." Huang Fu Fengyun nodded. His face was expressionless. He coldly looked at Long Chen and said, "You are indeed a young genius. I admire you, admire you." After saying that, he left with his son. Huang Fuyu looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze and finally left. In his opinion, the reason why he couldn't obtain the Catkin Wind Step today was all because of Long Chen. After they left, the dancer also said, "Patriarch, Wu Er will also take her leave." After she left, Huang Fu Fengchen didn't care about his image. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Little guy, you're not bad. It's only been 10 days, and you've already learned that woman Long Yu's signature move." Long Chen nodded and said, "I only know a little bit. Today is the first time I've used it, so there are still many areas that I'm lacking. To be able to stop at the last moment and control it freely is already quite good. I, Huang Fu Fengchen, admire you. TSK, what should I do? I want you to be my son-in-law more and more. It's a pity that Xueqi was born a few years earlier." Huang Fu Fengchen laughed disrespectfully. Long Chen could only let out a hollow laugh. "Daddy, do you want me to marry Big Brother? If I get married, does that mean I won't have to stay in this damned place? Then I want to marry." When Huang Fuqi heard this, her big eyes rolled around. "I want to marry." Huang Fu Fengchen was just joking before, but Huang Fuqi almost fainted from anger. Long Chen said, "Xueqi, this time, I still have something important to do. This is a matter of life and death. I can't stay here for too long. I don't want to. It's dark now. You said you'd leave tomorrow." Huang Fuqi hurriedly ran over and pulled on Long Chen's sleeve. Huang Fu Fengchen laughed and said, "In that case, Xueqi, accompany Long Chen and have a good tour of my Huang Fu family. However, you haven't cultivated today. If you don't complete the mission, you'll be grounded for a month." All right, I'll play with Big Brother and then send him to the guest room. After that, I'll go back and cultivate." After Huang Fuqi finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled Long Chen out. Long Chen quite doted on this child. Since he was already here, he might as well accompany her for a night. In any case, he wasn't at Long Yu's level when it came to matters of war people, so there was no need to be too anxious. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have cultivated on the road. Following Huang Fuqi, Long Chen spent more than 4 hours touring the entire Huang Fu family. The Huang Fu family was almost like a palace. Compared to the ancient demon region, it was simply a paradise. Although it was night, there were many beautiful scenery. It wasn't until late at night that Huang Fuqi brought Long Chen to the guest room. She said, "Big Brother, I have to cultivate for 4 hours every day. I have to go back today, but you're not allowed to leave.
Tomorrow morning, I'll come find you. Originally, Huang Fuqi wanted Long Chen to go to her room to accompany her, but men and women shouldn't touch each other, so Long Chen didn't agree. After that, Huang Fuqi skipped back. This guest room was very luxurious. Just as Long Chen was about to close the door, he suddenly saw the dancer called Wu Er in the distance. She had a sad expression on her face as she walked past his door. This seems to be Chi-Chi's uncle's adopted daughter. She can be considered Chi-Chi's cousin. Long Chen's heart moved slightly, but he didn't think too much about it. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw Huang Fuyu come out from the shadows and follow Wu Er. Huang Fuyu's expression seemed to be quite hazy. They seemed to be engaged. I don't think it has anything to do with me. Long Chen was startled for a moment, but the two of them had already walked far away. Long Chen could see Wu Er's residence. There was a clear lake in front of him, and her residence was on the opposite side of the lake. It was a very beautiful stilted building. Long Chen closed the door to his room and began to cultivate. Kitten, how is Xiaolang now? He's in the process of transforming. I think in a few days, he'll be able to become a king-level demonic beast and take human form, Kitten said lazily. Thinking about how he would be able to have Xiaolang stand by his side in human form in a few days, Long Chen was a bit excited. When I was in Baiyang town, little she also saw the wolf cub. I wonder if she will be surprised when I go to look for her with the wolf cub. Hee. Long Chen thought happily. After thinking about it, he began to cultivate. In today's battle, his opponents weren't weak, so Long Chen had a better understanding of the Scatter Soul's Dragon Claw. That night, his main focus of cultivation was still the Scatter Soul's Dragon Claw. He was already quite proficient in that close combat technique. Long Chen could also use the stronger 5 Dragons Sky Shattering technique. Dragon Soul Transformation and 5 Dragons Shattering the Heavens were Long Chen's strongest forms. The night passed quietly. 4 hours later, Huang Fuqi suddenly opened the door. Her face was a bit pale as she shouted, Big brother, something big happened. What happened? Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he recovered from his cultivation state. Sister Wu Er was killed last night, Huang Fuqi said sadly. Long Chen's expression changed. Sister Wu Er used to be a dancer, but she's only at the 2nd level of the Reaching Heaven state. I don't know who could be so cruel. If I find out, I'll skin him alive, Huang Fuqi said, tears rolling down her face. Long Chen bit his lips and comforted Huang Fuqi. Chi, let's go and see what's going on. Yes, my father is cultivating in seclusion. He doesn't know yet. I heard it when I was here. Let's go. Huang Fuqi hurriedly pulled Long Chen out of the guest room. They went around the lake in front of them. Looking at the stilt house that was already crowded with people, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He vaguely recalled what had happened last night and felt that something was wrong. That girl, who would kill her? Could it be? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Soon, he and Huang Fuqi arrived at the scene. Many people of the Huangfu clan had gathered in front of the stilt house and were discussing. How could such a good girl suddenly die? Someone must have plotted against her. Miss Wu Er is an outstanding beauty, and she's young Master Yu's fiancée. How could she be killed in the clan? Who would have the guts to do so? I can't figure it out. Weren't they preparing for the wedding? I think young Master Yu is going crazy. His fiancée is gone. Who do you think it is? Miss Wu Er has been in the Huangfu clan for half a year and nothing happened. How could she be killed today? We must find out who the murderer is and tear him to pieces. Chapter 573. Who could the murderer be? Everyone was guessing. After all, there were many people in the Huangfu clan who could kill Miss Wu Er without anyone noticing. At this time, the crowd parted to form a path. 2 figures rushed out, and the one in front was Huang Fuyu. His face was pale, and there were tears in his eyes. He looked sorrowful. Everyone felt pity for him when they saw him in such pain. After all, Miss Wu Er was Huang Fuyu's fiancée. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they definitely had deep feelings for each other. At this moment, Huang Fuyu roared Wu Er's name and staggered into the building. His father, Huang Fu Fengyun, also had an ugly expression on his face as he hurriedly followed behind him. The others saw that they had already entered. Within the family, those with higher status could also enter. Big brother, Let's go in and take a look. With Huang Fuqi leading the way, no one stopped Long Chen, even though Long Chen was just an outsider. Just like that, there were more than 20 people who entered. Long Chen didn't say anything. He stared at Huang Fuyu in front of him. Huang Fuyu's current behavior puzzled Long Chen. He could roughly guess the truth, but if that was the case, why would Huang Fuyu act like this? Could it be that he was pretending? Did he have some ulterior motive? Very soon, everyone entered Wu Er's boudoir. Along the way, there were Huang Fu clan's guards, and they firmly controlled the scene. At the door of Wu Er's room, a middle-aged man said to Huang Fuyu, "Young Master Yu, after discovering the accident, we didn't touch anything inside. Investigate. We must find out who the murderer is. I, Huang Fuyu, will definitely turn his bones into ashes. I will definitely. I will let him experience the most terrifying torture," Huang Fuyu said with a sinister expression. Beside him, Huang Fu Fengyun ordered with an ugly expression, "Huang Fuyong, who was the first to discover Wu Er's death?" "It's Wu Er's servant girl. She found it 15 minutes ago. I heard her calling, so I rushed here. Xueqi, come here." Huang Fuyong called a girl dressed like a servant girl over. Before Huang Fu Fengyun could say anything, Huang Fuyu had already rushed into the room. Huang Fu Fengyun's expression was filled with pain as he said, "Let's talk inside. I want to see who it is that dares to kill a member of my Huang Fu clan in our territory." Everyone rushed in like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, Wu Er's room was big enough, so everyone had enough space to stand. At this time, more than 20 people with relatively high status were surrounding her, and there were even 1 or 2 warriors in the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen also followed Huang Fuqi in. Huang Fuqi could be considered the little devil of the Huang Fu family. She hurriedly shouted for everyone to make way, and the others couldn't stop her. They all moved aside, allowing Huang Fuqi to pull Long Chen to the front. Wu Er! Suddenly, there was a painful scream. At this time, Huang Fuyu was already in tears as he threw himself at Wu Er's corpse. Long Chen looked over and saw that there was a pale woman kneeling on the ground. Her arms and head were on the edge of the bed, and there was a deep red mark on her neck. It was obvious that she had been strangled to death. Most importantly, Wu Er's clothes were messy, and her snow-white skin could be seen. It was obvious that before she died, someone had violated her, but she had sworn to resist. That was why she had died. Someone wanted her, but she didn't allow it, and then she killed him. Long Chen's mind was a bit muddled. He looked at Huang Fuyu, who was currently throwing himself at Wu Er's corpse. Huang Fu Fengyun stopped him and said, "Little Yu, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything rash. First, let's see if the murderer left any clues." "Father, we must find that murderer. We must. He dared to lay his hands on my woman." Luckily, Wu Er was chaste and fought back with all her might, so he didn't succeed. "I didn't think that she would lose her life because of this. We must skin that thief alive," Huang Fuyu roared with a sinister expression. At this time, his ferocious gaze actually swept past Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. He began to analyze carefully. "Last night, I saw Huang Fuyu following Wu Er. At that time, his expression didn't seem right. Clearly, they had an argument. Before, I thought that Huang Fuyu was the murderer, but now it seems that the murderer really did want to get close to Wu Er, but she resisted. If they were engaged, why would Wu Er resist and even be killed for resisting?" This was a question that Long Chen didn't understand, but when Huang Fuyu's gaze swept past him, he suddenly understood. He had inadvertently seen Huang Fuyu's murderous intent towards him. Long Chen instinctively knew that Huang Fuyu's target was actually him. He began to carefully recall what happened in the side chamber. In the side chamber, Huang Fuyu had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, so he must have held a grudge against him. Back then Wu Er also saw him lose. This Huang Fuyu was arrogant and had such a bad temper. He might have had some conflict with Miss Wu Er. Their engagement was probably forced by the Huang Fu family. If that's the case, Miss Wu Er might not like Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was defeated yesterday, so he was naturally in a bad mood. The two of them must have had an argument, and then Huang Fuyu wanted to use force, but the other party wouldn't allow it. If she wasn't careful, Huang Fuyu might have killed her. After killing her, Huang Fuyu was thinking about how to cover it up. Then, he thought of me and wanted to use this to frame me. If that was the case, Wu Er's death had a lot to do with Long Chen's arrival.
Of course, with their personalities, if they continued to interact with each other, there would be such a conflict sooner or later.
As soon as Long Chen figured this out, Huang Fuyu flew into a rage. As Huang Fu Fengyun pulled him, he rushed to Wu Er's side and cried bitterly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Wu Er's tightly clenched hand. "What is this?" As he spoke, he took out the item.
It was a piece of cloth that seemed to have been torn from the bed.
When Wu Er died, she held onto this thing so tightly.
"She must have wanted to tell us something," Huang Fuyu said agitatedly.
Huang Fuyu said excitedly.
He unfolded the cloth, and a golden divine dragon was embroidered on it.
"Dragon? Why is it a dragon?" Huang Fuyu was startled. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun's face darkened.
He took the cloth and looked at it carefully. When he raised his head, his eyes seemed to have turned into two sharp swords that shot towards Long Chen.
"Dragon. Dragon. Long Chen, this is clearly referring to you."
Wu Er still held onto this thing in her hand before she died.
"She's trying to tell us that you're the murderer, right?" Huang Fu Fengyun's words caused a huge uproar in the room. Those who were still beside Long Chen retreated and surrounded Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen cautiously.
Their eyes were filled with hatred. They had all heard about Long Chen's background, especially the fact that Long Chen had defeated the #1 genius of the Huang Fu clan in the side chamber.
At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun's face turned ashen. He laughed coldly. "Bastard! You think you can do this without anyone knowing? Who would have thought that Wu Er would use this method to warn us before she died?
Wu Er was alive and well all this time.
She even danced for you last night. You must have been infatuated with her beauty."
"You brat, you bastard. You actually dared to do such a thing in my Huang Fu clan."
"So it's you, bastard. Even if I, Huang Fuyu, lose my life today, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces and make you unable to reincarnate." Huang Fuyu's expression turned crazy. He wanted to pounce on Long Chen, but Huang Fu Fengyun knew that he wasn't Long Chen's match, so he hastily stopped him. Before Long Chen could say anything, Huang Fuqi, who was standing next to him, anxiously said, "Nonsense. My big brother isn't that kind of person. Furthermore, he was with Xueqi the entire time last night. He only went back late at night. I've been here for 4 hours now." 4 hours isn't enough for him to commit crimes? His residence is only a lake away from here. With his strength he can easily come over. "Bastard!" A powerful aura erupted from Huang Fu Fengyun's body as he approached Long Chen step by step. "Today, I'll send you to hell on behalf of my son and my poor daughter-in-law." Long Chen had been calm the entire time. After Huang Fu Fengyun finished speaking, he indifferently said, "It's just a piece of cloth. Anyone who wants to frame me can just tear it off and place it in the hands of the deceased. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. It's just that the Huang Fu clan's intelligence is only at this level." Long Chen knew who the culprit was. He looked at Huang Fuyu and said, "You can fool everyone, but you can't fool me. This is the first time I, Long Chen, have seen such a deranged person like you. You acted very well, I admire you." The entire Huang Fu clan, with the exception of Huang Fuqi, hated Long Chen. They were all prepared to make a move. Trying to explain to them was futile, so Long Chen didn't want to waste any effort. In fact, he wasn't afraid of this trouble at all because he knew that the strongest person in the Huang Fu clan hadn't arrived yet. Huang Fu Fengchen only needed to know who the culprit was. "What do you mean? After being exposed, you still want to quibble? You killed an important member of the Huang Fu clan. Today, I don't care whether you're the master's guest or not. You must pay with your life. Go to hell." After saying that, Huang Fu Fengyun's strength at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm exploded. Huang Fu Fengyun was one of the 2 masters at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm in the Huang Fu clan. He was one of the famous masters in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. In the Huang Fu clan, he was second only to the master of the Huang Fu clan. He had a very high reputation, so no one thought it would be a problem for him to catch a kid. After all, they weren't even at the same level in terms of seniority. "If you dare touch my big brother, I won't call you uncle anymore," Huang Fuqi said angrily. Chapter 574. Huang Fu Fengyun usually spoiled Huang Fuqi, but now she was not even worth a fart. Huang Fu Fengyun ignored her and directly pounced on Long Chen. The punch of the Earth martial arts realm set off a huge wave in the room. He doesn't even care about Huang Fu-Chi's safety. How hateful. Long Chen sighed with emotion. He hurriedly pulled Huang Fu-Chi into his arms. Then, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and retreated. He crashed into a wall and rushed outside. Go after him. Don't let him escape. Huang Fu-Yu followed his father closely. He called the others and rushed towards Long Chen. At this time, the people outside were guessing the situation inside. They didn't expect that a wall would suddenly explode. Long Chen ran out with Huang Fu-Chi. A moment later, the others, led by Huang Fu-Feng-Yun, also came out. Quick, stop this bastard. He killed Miss Wu-A. It was unknown who had shouted, but the crowd waiting outside immediately knew what was going on. Thus, they all glared at Long Chen with righteous indignation. Long Chen had just jumped down from the sky. He placed the panicking Huang Fu-Chi on the ground and said to her, Chi-Chi, don't worry about me. Your uncle can't beat me. Go and get your father to judge for me. Huang Fu-Chi nodded heavily. Huang Fu-Feng-Yun's actions had truly frightened her. She was absolutely certain that Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. Hence, she hurriedly ran towards Huang Fu-Feng-Chen's location. At this time, Huang Fu-Feng-Yun and the others came out of the attic. A large group of people quickly surrounded Long Chen. There were 5 warriors in the Earth martial arts realm. Among them was Huang Fu-Yu and Huang Fu-Feng-Yun, whose faces were full of hatred. Long Chen, you bastard! I'll kill you today as a sacrifice for Wu-Er's soul in heaven. Huang Fu-Yu roared madly, his lungs almost bursting out of his throat. You guys, help me stop Xiao Yu. I'll deal with this bastard. The rest of you, get out of the way. Huang Fu-Feng-Yun said with a pale face. Under his command, everyone retreated behind Huang Fu-Feng-Yun, while the other 3 warriors at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm hurriedly pulled Huang Fu-Yu back. Even so, Huang Fu-Yu was still struggling with all his might. He stared at Long Chen with his beastly eyes and kept making heart-wrenching roars. His performance was really good. This Huang Fu-Yu could even become an opera singer. Long Chen smiled helplessly. Unless Huang Fu-Feng-Chen arrived, today's battle was unavoidable. Long Chen was looking forward to seeing a warrior at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Ever since he absorbed the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, Long Chen had a strong desire to fight. Fighting could make his blood boil, and it was a very exciting experience for him. Xiao Yu, lend me the golden warlord spear. Huang Fu-Feng-Yun was a peerless master. The golden warlord spear originally belonged to him, but he hadn't used it for many years, so he passed it on to Huang Fu-Yu, hoping that Huang Fu-Yu could live up to his expectations. He didn't expect that Huang Fu-Yu would get the golden warlord spear, but it was still in the hands of Long Chen. Father, you must kill this bastard for me. Huang Fu-Yu instantly threw the golden warlord spear to his father and shouted, Don't worry. If he doesn't die, I'll be ashamed to face the ancestors of the Huang Fu family. Huang Fu-Feng-Yun took the golden warlord spear and waved it slightly, rolling up golden waves. With a whoosh, Huang Fu-Feng-Yun turned into a golden whirlwind and rushed toward Long Chen. The golden spear shadow shrouded Long Chen in an instant. No wonder he was a warrior at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm who was only a few decades old. Just this move alone was more than 10 times stronger than Huang Fu-Yu. This was a real master who had been through hardships. Huang Fu-Feng-Yun's battle experience was even more than Huang Fu-Yu's. Their combat effectiveness was not at the same level at all. Puff! Long Chen couldn't withstand the golden shadow of the spear for a moment. He was hit in the arm and flew backward, directly collapsing a big tree. The huge force directly shook Long Chen into the vast lake. Splash! Long Chen fell into the lake, causing a large splash. He killed him. The crowd cheered. In their opinion, Huang Fu-Feng-Yun was already a legendary figure in the Huang Fu family. It was really normal for him to kill a junior with one move. This Long Chen is really crazy. Does he really think that the Huang Fu family is so easy to bully? How dare he have designs on our Huang Fu family? He is too bold. He doesn't take our Huang Fu family seriously. It's too easy for him to die like this. Miss Wu-Er is an outstanding beauty. I didn't expect that she would die in his hands. It's really a pity. In my opinion, we can't let this bastard die so easily. The crowd shouted one after another. What are you shouting for? He's not dead, an expert in the earth martial arts realm, told them. When Long Chen fell into the water, Huang Fu Fengyun soared into the sky and directly landed on the surface of the lake. The tip of his feet was half a meter away from the water. Get out! The golden war god's spear suddenly slashed on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the surface of the lake shook violently. The originally calm lake was actually split in half and swept to the side. The place that was hit by the golden war god's spear even revealed the muddy bottom of the lake. At this moment, everyone could see Long Chen, who was at the bottom of the lake, quickly rising up and standing in front of Huang Fu Fengyun. However, Long Chen's current appearance was completely different. His entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales, and sharp bone spurs covered his entire body. Especially his pair of sharp claws, which were 5 centimeters long on average. They were like 10 sharp blood-red blades that extended from Long Chen's thick and powerful fingers, filled with a soul-stirring deterrent force. It could be said that the most terrifying part of Long Chen's body was that pair of claws. Long Chen's current appearance caused those who had originally thought that he was already dead to be taken aback. Not only is Long Chen fine, but he also looks much stronger, the crowd thought in shock. Long Chen understood that he was definitely no match for Huang Fu Fengyun if he didn't transform with his dragon soul. Therefore he transformed. This was his strongest state. The blood-red golden crow fire covered his body in a thin layer. In Long Chen's body, the flames and quintessential essence had completely fused together. It was as perfect as it could be. Such a combination was simply rare. At that moment, Long Chen also made Huang Fu Fengyun frown. He waved the golden war god's spear in his hand and sneered. Insignificant tricks. With a whistling sound, Huang Fu Fengyun soared into the sky above the lake. The golden war god's spear in his hand transformed into a golden phantom that attacked Long Chen. At that moment, the lake's surface had gradually calmed down. Long Chen wasn't proficient in aerial combat, so he stepped on the lake's surface. Of course, this didn't affect his combat strength. Huang Fu Fengyun's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his golden war god's spear lashed at Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had been sent flying like this. The golden phantom was like a snake as it swept towards Long Chen's neck. Everyone was imagining the scene of Long Chen's head being sent flying, but unfortunately, what they saw was clang. An intense spark erupted as the golden war god's spear struck Long Chen's arm. Long Chen used his arm to block the golden war god's spear. The golden war god's spear that had sent him flying actually couldn't move him. Is that all you have? Huang Fu Fengyun, it seems like you're already old. Long Chen let out a hearty laugh. He changed his gesture and directly used his arm to knock Huang Fu Fengyun's golden war god's spear away. At the same time, his other arm instantly dug towards Huang Fu Fengyun's heart. Bastard, you're courting death. Huang Fu Fengyun was extremely shocked. When Long Chen attacked him, he had left with a whoosh. This time, it was Long Chen who chased him. The mighty Huang Fu Fengyun is actually fleeing? Long Chen sneered. It wasn't that Huang Fu Fengyun wanted to flee, but whether it was Long Chen's offense or defense, they had reached a heaven-defying level. At that moment, Huang Fu Fengyun's heart was filled with shock. This kid really is extraordinary. It's rumored that he once assisted Jian Chen in defeating Sword Saint Sikong. That should be true. I can't be careless this time and fail miserably. I'll lose my reputation for the rest of my life. That was why Huang Fu Fengyun was so cautious. Even when Long Chen mocked him, he ignored it. He could tell that Long Chen was more skilled in close combat than him, so he needed to keep a distance between them so that the golden war god spear could be used. With Huang Fu Fengyun's strength, this was very easy to achieve. Whoosh! The golden war god's spear danced wildly and easily knocked Long Chen away. Is that all? Long Chen sneered. He only had one way to deal with Huang Fu Fengyun, and that was to forcefully attack. Whoosh! Everyone broke into an uproar because they saw Long Chen's claws burn with scarlet-red flames. Within the flames, there were actually several blood-red dragon figures. They swam and revolved, producing primordial dragon roars. This was the effect of the soul-dispersing dragon claw with the flames of the golden crow. Whoosh! Long Chen laughed heartily. He turned into a blood-red shadow and charged towards his opponent. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Many experts recognized the name of the battle skill. In Long Chen's hands, the soul-dispersing dragon claw had a different feel to it. How can a mere trick compare to my Huang Fu Overlord spear technique? Huang Fu Fengyun laughed wildly.
The golden war god's spear in his hand danced wildly, and a sun-piercing rainbow shot out. It was early in the morning, and the sun had just risen from the east. The fiery red sun was behind Long Chen. The golden war god's spear suddenly turned into a long pillar of light that contained countless spear shadows. It shot towards Long Chen.
Chapter 575.
Facing this attack that was at least 10 times stronger than Huangfu Fengyun's, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. His aura rapidly increased, and the flame and divine dragon in his hand suddenly expanded. Under Long Chen's control, it suddenly turned into a flaming blood dragon that charged towards Huangfu Fengyun. This soul-dispersing dragon claw was a close-range combo. As long as Long Chen broke through Huangfu Fengyun's attack and got close to him, Huangfu Fengyun would definitely lose under Long Chen's ferocious attack. Boom! The huge attacks collided with each other on the lake's surface. For a moment, the water on the lake's surface exploded in all directions, and a bottomless pit appeared in the middle of the lake.
81 claws. Let's see how you can dodge this.
Although Huangfu Fengyun's sun-piercing rainbow was incomparably powerful, Long Chen's soul-crusher dragon claw was even more powerful. After his dragon soul transformation, his quintessential essence had skyrocketed to the same level as Huangfu Fengchen. Coupled with the golden crow fire in his quintessential essence, his attack was definitely more terrifying than Huangfu Fengyun's. Ever since Long Chen had integrated with the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood, he had been fighting for a living. This kind of close-range combat was his forte. Long Chen seemed to have found what he liked the most, so he was exceptionally carefree when fighting. Rumble! A series of explosions resounded, and a large pit exploded on the lake's surface, which was then filled by the lake's water. Bastard, you're courting death. At that moment, Long Chen had already used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw to break through the sun-piercing rainbow and pounce towards Huangfu Fengyun. Huangfu Fengyun cried out in alarm, and hurriedly pulled back the Golden Battle God Spear and suddenly spun it. Golden Battle God Shield. With a loud shout, a golden vortex appeared in Huangfu Fengyun's hand, blocking Long Chen's path. You want to block me with just this? Long Chen's laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. Although the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet, everyone was extremely shocked. Before the battle, they didn't believe that Long Chen was strong enough to fight against Huangfu Fengyun. Everyone watched helplessly as the blood-red divine dragon, Long Chen, pounced in front of Huangfu Fengyun's golden battle god shield. Then, everyone heard the sharp sound of friction as terrifying attacks struck the golden battle god shield. They were all Long Chen's blade-like claws. The soul-dispersing dragon claw made Long Chen's claws basically equivalent to weapons of the same level. In other words, the strength of Long Chen's claws could match the golden battle god spear. After all, his body was a low-level king-level true martial fiend body. Boom! With a loud explosion, Huangfu Fengyun was blasted into the lake by Long Chen's powerful attack. The lake water surged and Huangfu Fengyun was instantly submerged in the lake water. Compared to the previous scene, this scene was the complete opposite. Everyone's expressions were already lifeless. They had been filled with hatred before, but now they were completely filled with shock, especially Huangfu Yu. His expression could only be described as shit. Impossible. Impossible. How can Long Chen be so powerful? Impossible. To be honest, today's matter was indeed similar to what Long Chen had expected. Huangfu Yu was the murderer who killed Wu Er, and he had framed Long Chen. He originally thought that Huangfu Fengyun would kill Long Chen with lightning speed, and then everything would be over. Who knew that such a thing would happen in the end? Huangfu Fengyun was now at a disadvantage. Dad, use all your strength. Don't underestimate him. Huangfu Yu roared. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Now, he was praying that Huangfu Fengyun could kill Long Chen before Huangfu Fengchen arrived. Otherwise, when Huangfu Fengchen arrived, it would not be so easy to kill Long Chen. After all, it could be seen that Huangfu Fengchen was very optimistic about Long Chen. Huangfu Yu was afraid that Long Chen would expose him. He knew that Long Chen knew the truth. He knew his relationship with Wu Er. In fact, it was similar to what Long Chen had guessed. Huangfu Yu lost to Long Chen and lost face. In a moment of anger, he vented his anger on Wu Er. That Wu Er must also be a little angry. At this time, when Huangfu Yu violently wanted to sleep with her, how could she be willing?
In a moment of anger, Huang Fu couldn't control his strength and directly strangled Wu Er to death. In a moment of fear, he suddenly had an idea. When he saw the divine dragon embroidery on the bedding, he wanted to frame this matter to Long Chen, killing two birds with one stone. This was a very good plan. He even went to find Huang Fu Fengyun early in the morning to take a walk. That was why he was able to rush here in such a short time. With Huang Fu Fengyun's help, Long Chen would definitely not die. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not die. Whoosh! At this moment, the miserable Huang Fu Fengyun suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake. At this moment, his face was ashen, and his body was trembling with anger. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. You're the first opponent I've faced in the past 10 years that I've used all of my strength. Huang Fu Fengyun roared. His body suddenly changed in mid-air. Why does he seem to be weightless? So fast. Long Chen was startled. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun was floating in mid-air, moving with the wind. One moment he was here, the next moment he was there. It was impossible to know his movements and position. Unpredictable. Moving with the wind. This should be the Willow Catkin wind step. Long Chen was a little surprised. My Huang Fu clan's Willow Catkin wind step, combined with the second move of my Overlord Spear art. I don't believe that you can still survive. Huang Fu Fengyun's laughter could be vaguely heard. Although the Willow Catkin wind step looked elegant, it was actually full of killing intent. Indeed, a powerful movement combat skill. Long Chen nodded to himself. Whoosh! The wind gently danced, and with the momentum of the wind, Long Chen opened his eyes and threw the soul-dispersing dragon claw behind him. He was very fast, and the soul-devouring demon eyes allowed him to find his opponent's position. Therefore, Long Chen's first move was the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Chi. What shocked Long Chen was that the soul-dispersing dragon claw, which was full of killing intent, couldn't hit his opponent at all. His opponent was like a feather, very light. The moment Long Chen's attack reached him, his opponent was blown away. I can't even hit my opponent. How am I supposed to fight? Long Chen stopped. He was very smart, so he didn't move. In fact, Huang Fu Fengyun was in a hurry to kill Long Chen, and Long Chen was stalling for time to wait for Huang Fu Fengyun to arrive. Why would Long Chen take the initiative to attack? Although the Willow Catkin wind step was heaven-defying, it was a martial art that could only be used for dodging. If Long Chen didn't attack, it would be useless. Seeing Long Chen not moving and instead looking at them with a smile, Huang Fu Fengyun and Huang Fu Yu realized this. Huang Fu Yu anxiously shouted, "Father, don't use the Willow Catkin wind step anymore. Kill him quickly." All right. Huang Fu Fengyun also knew that this wouldn't do. Hence, at that moment, he stopped using the Willow Catkin wind step. With the golden battle god spear in hand, he charged at Long Chen with a whoosh. Bastard, you didn't expect me to have an even stronger move, did you? Huang Fu Fengyun's laughter sounded from behind Long Chen. At that moment, Huang Fu Fengyun soared into the sky and quickly arrived above Long Chen. The golden battle god's spear in his hand was like a rod as he held it high. When rainbow pierces the sun, the golden battle god's spear attacked from below. This time, Huang Fu Fengyun stood at the position of the sun. Quintessential essence surged wildly on his body as it gathered in the spear in his hand. The terrifying aura pressed down on the surface of the lake by a meter. Is he very strong? Long Chen smiled gently. Huang Fu Fengyun had it, but so did he. It would be clear who was stronger in a while. You're behaving atrociously in my Huang Fu family. Even if you're a rare genius, go to hell. Huang Fu Fengyun roared. Long Chen looked up and saw that Huang Fu Fengyun was already covered in golden light. Boom. A golden light, which was actually the golden battle god spear itself, slashed at Long Chen. Overlord spear technique. Cosmic shatter. With a loud explosion, the water in the entire lake exploded. The water splashed all over the sky and drowned Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengyun. Under such a terrifying attack, Long Chen believed that if Long Chen didn't die, he would truly be a heaven-defying genius. After all, this was the strongest attack of a warrior in the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. Rumble. The golden spear slashed down. The name of this move was Cosmic Shatter. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was still absolutely terrifying. If Long Chen was the Cosmic Shatter, Long Chen would also be destroyed. Boom. There was another explosion. Is Long Chen dead? Many people asked. No, look. Right at this moment, a blood-red flame suddenly appeared in the lake. Within the flame, 5 huge dragon shadows soared into the sky and charged towards Huangfu Fengyun. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. 5 dragons destroying the sky. Rumble. The 5 dragons roared ferociously and instantly broke through Huangfu Fengyun's attack. The 5 dragons were about to entangle Huangfu Fengyun and tear him to pieces. The 5 dragons were actually Long Chen's claw shadows. He had used the 5 dragons destroying the sky with one hand, so there were only 5 claw marks. Otherwise there would have been 10. What? Huangfu Fengyun's face turned pale. He really couldn't figure out why his powerful attack had been broken by Long Chen just like that. After the golden battle god's spear touched Long Chen's claws, it was sent flying into the sky. As for the 5 dragons cleaving the heavens, it trapped him. At that moment, Huangfu Fengyun felt that he was about to die. It was the first time in decades that he had felt so close to death. This death was actually bestowed upon him by a young man who was not even 20 years old. Impossible! Huangfu Fengyun screamed. But that was the truth. At the last moment, when everyone thought that Huangfu Fengyun would be killed, Huangfu Fengchen finally appeared. Chapter 576. So powerful. Long Chen was taken aback. His 5 dragons devastating the heavens was naturally very powerful. Huangfu Fengyun couldn't block it at all. Even if he hurriedly used Willow Wind Treading Step, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. As for the Huangfu family's patriarch, Huangfu Fengchen, the moment he appeared, he immediately sent Huangfu Fengyun away, causing Long Chen's attack to miss. Long Chen originally had no intention of killing Huangfu Fengchen, so Huangfu Fengchen's appearance was perfect. Huangfu Fengchen brought Huangfu Fengyun to the shore, and Long Chen landed opposite them. At this time, Huangfu Qi directly clung onto Long Chen's body and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, big brother, you're really amazing. You can even defeat my smelly big uncle." "Qi, be good. Don't make a fuss." Long Chen got Huangfu Qi off him and said with a calm face. The matter wasn't over yet, and Long Chen didn't believe that Huangfu Fengyun and Huangfu Yu would let it go so easily. As expected, as soon as they stood still, Huangfu Fengyun said to Huangfu Fengchen, "Patriarch, Long Chen was lustful and actually killed little Yu's fiancé, Wu. The evidence is conclusive, and he deserves 10,000 deaths. He actually dared to commit such a crime in our Huangfu clan. He simply doesn't put our Huangfu clan in his eyes. Please kill him as soon as possible to protect our Huangfu clan's dignity." Huangfu Yu also ran over and knelt on the ground. He squeezed out tears and wailed, "Patriarch, second uncle. He killed Wu, and the evidence is conclusive. Second uncle, please take action. Wu is gone, and your nephew doesn't want to live anymore. This scoundrel deserves 10,000 deaths. If we let him leave the Huangfu clan, our Huangfu clan's reputation will be swept to the ground." His expression was mournful, and besides Long Chen, no one could tell that he was faking it. It was too similar. In order to cover up his crime and then frame Long Chen, Huangfu Yu was definitely going all out. After they finished speaking, the others saw that Huangfu Fengchen still seemed to have hesitation on his face. They looked at each other in dismay, then one by one, they knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Patriarch, please kill this scoundrel and strengthen our Huangfu's prestige." They knew that Long Chen was a guest invited by Huangfu Fengchen, so they naturally couldn't kill Long Chen. But in their eyes, Wu died in the hands of Long Chen. If they didn't kill Long Chen, they wouldn't be able to quell the anger in their hearts. Everyone knelt on the ground, except for Long Chen and Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi still looked as if nothing had happened. She was young and did not understand what had happened. However, she did not believe that Long Chen was a murderer, so she shouted fiercely, "Nonsense, my big brother is not such a person. He is much better than my big brother Yu. I don't know how many women want to throw themselves at my big brother, but my big brother doesn't like them." Of course, no one took Huangfu Qi's word seriously. At this moment, Huangfu Fengchen frowned and said, "Big brother, little Yu, you said that the evidence is conclusive. Then let me ask you, where is the evidence?" With a swoosh, Huangfu Yu took out the cloth and handed it over to Huangfu Fengchen. He said, "Patriarch, when we found Wu body, Wu was tightly holding on to this thing. She tore it off from her bedding before she died. The dragon on it is enough to prove everything. How many people in the Wushu Sage dynasty have the surname Long? Isn't there only one Long Yu and two Long Chens? Also, Long Chen's residence is only separated by a lake from Wu Er's residence. When this Long Chen saw Wu Er's beauty, he wanted to rape her, but who would have thought that Wu Er would lose her life because of her chastity? Also, why is Wu Er usually fine, but when this Long Chen came, something happened to her? Doesn't this mean that the murderer is Long Chen? With this evidence, the Huangfu clan could indeed prove it. At this moment, Huangfu Fengchen looked around. Every single Huangfu clan member was looking at Long Chen with malevolent expressions, but they were also looking at Huangfu Fengchen with hope. This was the wish of the entire Huangfu clan. They were already filled with hatred for Long Chen because of their preconceived notions. Huangfu Fengchen was also in a difficult situation. Most importantly, he couldn't prove that Long Chen was framed. All the Huangfu clan members were against Long Chen. If he protected Long Chen without any reason, then his prestige as the patriarch would be greatly reduced, and the Huangfu clan would no longer be united. This was what Huangfu Fengchen was worried about. Thus, he could only helplessly ask Long Chen, "Can you prove your innocence?" If Long Chen could come up with an excuse, then Huangfu Fengchen would have a reason to protect him. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. In reality, Huangfu Yu's evidence wasn't strong enough. However, the problem was that Long Chen didn't have any evidence to prove that he wasn't the murderer. During the period when Huangfu Qi left, no one could prove where Long Chen went. Long Chen's mind raced. Since he couldn't provide any evidence, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Huangfu Fengchen wouldn't do anything to him. Even if Long Chen couldn't provide any evidence, he would still protect Long Chen. However, if that was the case, his prestige in the Huangfu clan would be slightly reduced. He didn't want to trouble Huangfu Fengchen, so he had already made up his mind. At that moment, he lifted Huangfu Qi up and gently placed his hand on Huangfu Qi's neck. He said coldly, "I don't have any evidence, but I can say 3 things. Seeing Long Chen's actions, everyone knew that Long Chen had kidnapped Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was Huangfu Fengchen's precious daughter. Apart from Huangfu Fengyun, who knew the relationship between Long Chen and Huangfu Qi, no one else knew much about it. Thus, their hearts tightened. "Brat, what are you doing? Let go of her." Many people hurriedly stood up in panic and completely surrounded Long Chen. "Don't move." Huangfu Fengchen stopped everyone and said to Long Chen, "What are the 3 things you want to say? Say it." Long Chen's tone was calm. "Listen carefully. The first thing I want to say is, actually, it's very simple to frame me. Whichever bastard kills someone, just stuff a piece of cloth into her hand. What do you think?" As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone started shouting, "What do you mean? Everyone in our Huangfu clan is of one heart and one mind. How could someone kill someone to frame you? And she's young Master Yu's fiancée." Voices of opposition could be heard all around. Long Chen ignored them and continued, "The second thing I want to say is that after I separated from Xueqi last night, I seem to have seen Huangfu Yu walking with Miss Wu Er in the distance." After saying that, he looked at Huangfu Yu. Everyone was so angry that they started to laugh, and they mocked. "You really know how to indulge in fantasy. Are you saying that young Master Yu actually killed his fiancée in order to frame you? Little thief, your imagination is not bad." Huangfu Fengchen had just been defeated by Long Chen, so his expression was quite ugly. At this moment he also sneered, "Don't you think before speaking? My son killed my daughter-in-law just to frame you. Do you think my Huangfu clan's people are pigs? Or do you think you're a pig?" Long Chen smiled and didn't deny it. In the end, everyone knew who was the pig. Huangfu Fengchen was that person. When Long Chen finished speaking, Long Chen realized that Huangfu Fengchen already believed him, and that was enough. However, no one else believed him. Long Chen didn't want Huangfu Fengchen to be criticized by the clan for protecting him. He came to the Huangfu clan just to see Huangfu Qi. Now that he had achieved his goal, he directly said, "The third thing I want to say is actually useless. I just want to tell you that I already have a woman I love in my heart. For her, I am willing to follow her for the rest of my life. The things that you guys accused me of were done by animals. Don't drag me into this. Goodbye, everyone. When I leave the Huangfu clan, I will naturally return Miss Huangfu Qi to you. However, if anyone is blind enough to follow me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, he glanced at Huang Fu Fengchen. Huang Fu Fengchen understood what he meant. Right or wrong, Long Chen didn't care anymore, so he couldn't be bothered to argue. Huang Fu Fengchen didn't need to go through so much trouble to argue with the others. After Long Chen left, Huang Fu Fengchen didn't chase after him. The others didn't dare to chase after him either. After Long Chen was completely gone, Huang Fu Fengchen said, "This thief is really cunning. He actually kidnapped my daughter. I will chase after him now. However, everyone, if I can catch him, I will do my best. If I can't catch him or kill him, then we can only wait." After saying that, he also disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Huang Fu Fengyun and Huang Fu Yu looked at each other and were a little dumbfounded. It ended just like that. In fact, when Long Chen finished speaking, there was one other person besides Huang Fu Fengchen who believed Long Chen. That was Huang Fu Fengyun. As Huang Fu Yu's father, how could Huang Fu Fengyun not understand his own son? "Little Yu, go back with me," Huang Fu Fengyun said with an ashen face. Those who didn't know would think that he was angry because he didn't kill Long Chen. "Yes," Huang Fu Yu said while trembling. After Long Chen left the Huang Fu clan, Huang Fu Qi asked him, "Big brother, that big sister Wu Er was killed by big brother Huang Fu Yu, right?" "Qi Qi is so smart." Long Chen smiled happily. "Of course, I'm a genius. But big brother, are you going to elope with me?" Huang Fu Qi said excitedly. "In your dreams. Look behind you." Long Chen knocked on her head and said. Huang Fu Qi turned around and saw that it was her father, Huang Fu Fengchen. Seeing that it was him, Huang Fu Qi's face instantly turned bitter. She complained, "Stinky father, why did you follow me?" Huang Fu Fengchen took Huang Fu Qi and pinched her nose. "Stupid girl. You don't want your father anymore? You're not married yet. Your big brother is busy, so don't disturb him." Huang Fu Fengchen took Huang Fu Qi from Huang Fu Qi and pinched her nose. Chapter 577. Long Chen nodded. He looked at Huang Fu Fengchen and said, "Patriarch Huang Fu, about this." Huang Fu Fengchen had an apologetic expression on his face as he said, "I've let you down on this matter. This matter with the clan is truly difficult to handle. After all, it's not that easy to cover everyone's mouths. I've watched that brat Huang Fu Yu grow up, so how could I not know his temperament? I didn't give him the Willow Catkin wind steps because I didn't want the Huang Fu clan to fall at his hands in the future." Hearing Huang Fu Fengchen's words, Long Chen knew that he must have known everything. That was good. Long Chen didn't need to explain anything else. This matter actually didn't matter. It was just a fight. The only pity was that he didn't beat Huang Fu Yu up. Long Chen really didn't like him. "It's okay. I came here mainly to see Qi Qi. Now that I've achieved my goal, I've wasted some time. I have to hurry to the Northern War people," said Long Chen. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you something to calm you down." Huang Fu Fengchen took out a simple handwritten book from his Chengkuan bag. "What's this?" asked Long Chen. "Last night, I rushed through the night and copied the Willow Wind steps. I wanted to wait for Huang Fu Yu to perform better before giving it to him. But from what happened today, he doesn't have the right to have it anymore. I'll give it to you," said Huang Fu Fengchen with a hearty smile. "No, isn't this the Huang Fu clan's heirloom?" "I can't accept it," said Long Chen, shaking his head. "I can't keep my face after what happened today. If you don't accept it, I won't have the face to see you in the future. It's better for you to accept it," insisted Huang Fu Fengchen. Without another word, he threw the book into Long Chen's hands and said, "The old war emperor is probably going to die. The war people are in great danger this time. I can't do anything. You can do something for me. From what happened today, you're invincible under the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Wushu Sage is only at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Work hard and you'll reach the level of those two geniuses." Then before Long Chen could say anything else, Huang Fu Fengchen quickly disappeared with Huang Fu Qi. With his speed, Long Chen wouldn't be able to catch up even if he transformed into the dragon's soul. Huang Fu Qi cried and threw a tantrum. She thought she could play with Long Chen for a while longer, but Huang Fu Fengchen hugged her and left. Long Chen stared blankly at the item in his hand as he watched him leave. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's just a fight, but I've earned a medium king-level agility combat skill. Not only did I not lose anything during this trip to the Huangfu clan, I've actually earned a lot. Of course, apart from Huangfu Fengchen, everyone else in the Huangfu clan would become his enemy. But Long Chen didn't care. The others had nothing to do with him. This was a dangerous place, so Long Chen didn't stop. In the past 10 days, he had almost mastered the Dragon Claw of the Soul. On the way, Long Chen studied the Willow Wind steps. Compared to the Dragon Claw of the Soul, this body movement skill was more suitable to be practiced on the way. After all, Long Chen had to walk. How he walked depended on his body movement skill. Moreover, the Willow Wind steps made his body as light as a swallow. Not only was his dodging skill good, but it also gave him a great advantage on the way. The Willow Wind steps was a great training for Long Chen when he fought in mid-air. From the start of the Willow Wind steps, Long Chen's feet had never landed on the ground. He had seen Huangfu Fengchen use it before. He had used the Dragon Claw of the Soul, which was a violent attack, to blow his opponent away. Although this body movement skill seemed simple, it was actually very outstanding. The essence of the Willow Catkin wind-following steps could be understood from its name alone. The Willow Catkin was undoubtedly as light as a feather. It swayed with the wind. If the opponent's attack was the wind, then Long Chen was the Willow Catkin. When the wind blew, Long Chen would immediately fly away. In fact, when he used the Willow Wind steps, Long Chen's body became much lighter. It was so light that it was terrifying. Of course, this didn't mean that Long Chen's attacks didn't have any power. His attacks were still very powerful. This was something he had inherited from Long Yu. As for his Willow Catkin wind steps, he had inherited Huangfu Fengchen's elegance. This caused Long Chen's battle strength to soar once again. Long Chen indeed had a heaven-defying talent in cultivating battle skills. This might be due to the nurturing of the inheritance blood essence, but also the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness. The previous consciousness and the current martial soul played a crucial role in the comprehension of battle skills. Now that his martial soul had directly transformed into the shape of a dragon, and it was even above the mysterious dragon jade, how could Long Chen's comprehension ability not be terrifying? Long Chen's starting point was very low. At least in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, no one could compare to him, who had already integrated 1% of the inheritance blood essence, had a dragon-shaped martial soul, and had a first heaven aperture in his sea of consciousness. Although his starting point was low, Long Chen's speed of advancement was peerless. The only person who could compare to him was a mutated demonic beast like Xiao Lang. For 5 days, Long Chen had been practicing the Willow Wind steps. The manuscript not only contained the secret manual, but also Huangfu Fengchen's annotations. Huangfu Fengchen had even drawn many pictures. When Long Chen looked at the pictures, many questions that he didn't understand were quickly cleared up and he was suddenly enlightened. After 5 days, Long Chen was already able to flutter in the air like a willow catkin. As he danced in the air, his speed was extremely fast. Basically, no one could see his silhouette clearly as he moved through the forest. Huangfu Fengchen was right. Right now, in the entire Wushu Sage dynasty, there were not many people who could compete with Long Chen. There were only a few people in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. It had only been 3 months since Long Chen came to the Wushu Sage dynasty, but he was able to make such terrifying progress. If others knew all about it, their jaws would drop to the ground in surprise. And Long Chen's real cultivation time was only slightly more than a year. This was probably the most terrifying aspect of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The only genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen and stand on Long Chen's side was Long Chen's closest brother. That was the sun-devouring demonic wolf, Mo Xiaolang. On this day, Long Chen was walking in the forest. The tip of his feet was a meter away from the ground. His eyes were closed, but he was able to avoid all obstacles. It was as if he was asleep as he walked forward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Xiao Lang." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, a gray fog emerged from his chest and transformed into a giant black wolf. After a long period of nourishment, absorption, and evolution, the current wolf cub's body was 10 times bigger than before. This was the sign that he had reached the king class. The current sun-devouring demonic wolf was almost the same level as the blood sea viper, a king-level demonic beast. Its body was quite huge, more than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. At this time, it was crawling on the ground. Standing in front of Long Chen was like a mouse standing in front of an elephant. Xiao Lang had not woken up yet, but Long Chen knew that he would wake up soon. At this time, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was shrouded in black flames. Long Chen felt a suffocating temperature, cold and bone-piercing. These black flames were Xiao Lang's ultimate move, the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. After reaching the King realm, Xiao Lang could definitely control more 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. The huge amount of 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire completely engulfed Xiao Lang. The black flames started to turn the surrounding ground into black ice. Fortunately, Long Chen was floating in the air, so he was not affected. At this time, the black flames gradually disappeared from Xiao Lang's body. Puff! The flames were extinguished, but the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire was still burning on his claws. This 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire was like Long Chen's golden crow fire. It kept burning on Xiao Lang's claws, giving Xiao Lang's attacks a huge boost. One claw could turn the opponent into ice. Back when he killed Sword Saint Sikong, the greatest move was actually Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation only allowed the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire to attack the opponent's body. After reaching the King realm, Xiao Lang could condense the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire on his claws. Whoosh! At this time, the sun-devouring demonic wolf stood up. In the process, its pitch-black eyes suddenly opened. In its eyes, Long Chen did not see pupils, but 2 icy black flames. It was the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. Roar! Xiao Lang raised his head and let out a terrifying and desolate roar. This sound reverberated far, far away. All the demonic beasts that heard this sound trembled and remained motionless. This was the natural pressure of a superior to a subordinate. After the sun-devouring demonic wolf reached the King realm, it successfully broke away from its fate as a low-level demonic beast. It evolved and became a rare King realm demonic beast. Just like warriors, demonic beasts' heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow ranks were just the foundation. Only when it reached the King realm could it be considered a true demonic beast. This was also when the intelligence of demonic beasts began to sprout. Of course, this did not include Xiao Lang. Because Xiao Lang was a mortal soul, his intelligence had long reached the peak. King realm, the intelligence of a demonic beast had just begun to awaken. Xiao Lang still had a long way to go before he could become a true demonic beast. Looking at Xiao Lang like this, Long Chen's heart palpitated, not to mention others. Pitch-black fur, a thick body, an agile posture, sharp claws, and fangs. Terrifying black flames swam on its shiny fur, and the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire burned between its hooves. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was like a nightmare from hell. Of course, what Long Chen was most concerned about was the wolf cub's transformation into a human form. Chapter 578. After letting out a roar, the excitement in the depths of its heart was completely revealed. Only then did the little wolf finally stop. Moments ago, it had looked like a fiend, but when it saw Long Chen, its eyes regained their clarity, purity, and even a trace of embarrassment. Previously, Xiao Lang had displayed the wild side of his heart. In fact, he had always been with Long Chen, and everything had been decided by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't have a younger brother, but Xiao Lang had always played the role of his younger brother. Xiao Lang didn't speak much, and was even a little shy. He was quiet, but his heart was filled with hot blood. Even now, Long Chen still remembered what the Yang family's patriarch had said to him back in Baiyang town. When you make friends with a brother, you must see clearly whether his heart is filled with hot blood or poison. My heart is filled with hot blood. Looking at Long Chen, Xiao Lang's body shook slightly, and the black flames quickly engulfed him. After the flames swept past, the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had already disappeared. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a beautiful youth with long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, barefoot on solid black ice. Yes, when it came to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen could only use the word beautiful to describe him. The more Long Chen cultivated, the more masculine his body became. Especially under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, he had completely lost his original hedonistic temperament. He had become cold and frightening, like a blood-red burning flame. As for Xiao Lang, perhaps because of the influence of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, he had become soft and pure, but this also contained endless killing intent. After more than a year, Long Chen finally saw the pure youth that was like a clear lake. The current Xiaolang's hair was already quite long. Even after turning into a sun-devouring demonic wolf, his appearance hadn't changed. Compared to Long Chen, he was slightly thinner, and his skin was much fairer than Long Chen's. He was even superior to many girls. His fingers were white and slender, and his face was fair and clear. He was rather beautiful. When he first took human form, Xiaolang's eyes were still two black flames. But soon, the flames gradually disappeared, and what appeared were black, bright, and pure pupils. Everything was exactly the same as he had been in the past. The only change was because he was now a demonic beast. There was still a faint demonic aura on his body. Powerful people could still tell from his aura that he wasn't a human, but a demonic beast. Or rather, a demonic beast. Long Chen didn't know how to describe his feelings. He wondered if he should hug this kid and call him brother. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. In the end he said, "Damn, why are you still more handsome than me?" When Xiaolang heard this, he shook his head in embarrassment. He tried to move his new form. There was a clear lake not far away. His body moved and he came to the front of the lake. He carefully looked at his appearance in the lake. After a long time, he said to Long Chen with some joy, Big brother, I'm still the same as before." This was not spoken in the language of spiritual beasts, but directly spoken with its mouth. "Why are you stuttering now?" Long Chen was a little speechless. When he interacted with Xiaolang previously, Long Chen didn't have any misgivings. But after Xiaolang really had a human body, he suddenly felt that it was a little awkward to even speak. However, his mood was quite good. "I just changed. I'm still not used to it. I'll be fine if I talk too much." Mo Xiaolang smiled shyly. The innocent expression on his face could even reflect the sunlight. He looked around and sized up his body, hands, legs, etc. Finally he said with a sigh, "This body, it's really been a long time since I felt like this." After saying a few words, he was more or less used to this way of saying things. He already knew how to speak, and he was just revisiting it now. Looking at this youth, Long Chen pursed his lips. His eyes were a little heavy. He truly realized that he was his elder brother. There were many things that he had to do for Xiaolang. He couldn't let Xiaolang follow him and let Xiaolang sacrifice for him. Along the way, Long Chen had been chasing after Lingxi. Xiaolang had always been a faintly discernible character. It was only when he appeared before him in his real body that Long Chen realized that he wasn't a competent brother. "Xiaolang, I'm sorry." Long Chen patted Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and said sincerely, "Big brother, why do you say that?" Mo Xiaolang asked curiously. "It's nothing. Don't think so much. Good brother, do you have any combat strength in your current body?" Long Chen smiled and tossed aside the guilt in his heart. Between brothers, there was no need to be unreasonable. If there were mistakes, they could just change in the future. King-level beasts have human bodies and don't have much combat strength. To most beasts, a human body is just a burden. If I want to fight, I can only turn into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. However, in the future when I reach the Emperor realm or even the God realm, even in a human body, I will still have very strong combat strength. Of course, it won't be as strong as my real body, Mo Xiaolang said helplessly. "It's fine. Stay like this from now on. Don't go into the Great Void Realm. We brothers will travel together. If we really need to fight, you can just turn into a sun-devouring fiend wolf." Long Chen really didn't want to. Even he saw Xiaolang as a beast. He was a brother, not a demonic beast. Long Chen felt that letting him stay in the Great Virtual Realm was an insult to Little Wolf. Mo Xiaolang understood what Long Chen was thinking. He smiled and said, "Big brother, I actually think the Great Void Realm is quite good. I am very lazy now and like to stay there and sleep. In the process of sleeping, I will become stronger step by step. After becoming a beast, some of my habits have changed. We brothers don't care about this, right?" He looked at Long Chen with gratitude in his eyes and continued, "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had so many things to devour. It can be said that my achievements today are all thanks to you, Big Brother. Little Wolf will definitely accompany Big Brother for the rest of his life and fight alongside you. If you want to look for Sister Lingxi, I will also help. When the time comes, Let those people see how powerful we brothers are. Good, good. Long Chen said the word good twice. We are brothers in this life. Lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations shed tears of blood. No one knew what the future held. However, there was nothing to be afraid of if there was someone to fight alongside. Long Chen knew that he would not be alone on the road ahead. Hey, how could you guys forget about Lord Cat? After all, Lord Cat saved you guys and helped you guys a lot. In the Great Void Realm, the lonely kitten shouted. Of course, Long Chen would not forget about Kitten's kindness. Although this guy had a cheap mouth, he was actually very kind. When Long Chen had many questions, he would answer them for Long Chen. Along the way, he had helped Long Chen a lot. Of course, I won't forget about you. Kitten, come with us. When you perform well, I don't mind letting you be our brother. Ha! Long Chen laughed heartily. Uft! Do you think that Lord Cat cares about you two little kids? Back in the day, you two were just small fries. You weren't even fit to carry Lord Cat's shoes, Kitten said proudly. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and smiled. Come, let's go to the war people. Long Chen said no more. It was a good thing that Xiaolang was able to become a king-tier demonic beast before reaching the war people. At least Long Chen knew that although Xiaolang was only a grade 1 king-tier, he had the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame and many magical powers. His combat power was not weak. Long Chen reckoned that if he were to face the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame head-on, he would die. There was no need for too much small talk between brothers. Very quickly, Long Chen arrived in front of a small city in the north. Before this, Long Yu had already taught him the method to communicate with Scarlet Soul. Long Chen knew that there were people from Scarlet Soul in this small city, so he used that method to summon that person. It was a thin youth dressed like a waiter in a restaurant. Greetings, 7th Master. When the kid saw that it was Long Chen, he hurriedly said. Long Chen rubbed his nose. He didn't know when he had been called 7th Master. He smiled and said, How far is this place from the Northern War people? The youth pointed in a direction and said, From this direction, it's still 50 miles away from the Northern War people's territory. The 2nd Master and the others are all there. As long as you arrive, someone will come out to welcome you. Long Chen nodded and said, Very good, I got it. All right, is there any news from the war people recently? There's big news, the youth said nervously. Speak. Long Chen frowned. The war emperor of the war people has passed away because of his heavy injuries. Now, the position of the war people's patriarch is taken over by the first prince, Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen has the help of the 2nd Master and the others, so his position is very stable. In front of the foreign enemies, they quickly united all the clansmen and prepared to fight against the Wushu alliance. The old war emperor is dead, and 4th brother has become the patriarch of the war people. Long Chen muttered to himself. Yes, there's one more thing. Yesterday, the Wushu alliance's people, Yang Ningfeng, brought a few Wushu sage and more than 10 martial kings into the war people's area. Not long after they came out, and I don't have any news about what happened. 7th Master, you can only know when you get there. But 7th Master, the Wushu alliance has completely sealed off the war people. If you want to go in, you have to be more careful. The youth said. Long Chen nodded and said, Okay, you can go back. Yes. The youth hurriedly left. Big brother, the other party has 2 martial emperors. Can we fight against them? Mo Xiaolang asked with some doubts. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of the battle race. With the great enemy before us, we can only advance bravely. We have no path of retreat. They've all helped me in the past. They are my brothers and sisters, and they are also your brothers and sisters. People can't just live for themselves. For my brothers, I can die with no regrets. I understand. Mo Xiaolang smiled, revealing his white teeth. Shameful to act cute. Long Chen scolded. Then, they set off towards the war people. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.